The ominous Beijing Jinxiang looms in the distance, setting the stage for a dark and powerful ritual. Underlings scramble to finalize the reincarnation ritual, as they await orders from the master, Li Chul-su. Li Chul-su lies motionless on the ritual bed, calmly commanding his subordinates to proceed with the process immediately. The shadow behind the throne, eunuch Li Chul-su, is revealed as the puppet master who controls the modern Ming Empire. Li Chul-su reflects on his legacy as the worst villain in history, holding the fate of the entire empire in the palm of his hand. Li Chul-su boasts that while he can manipulate the empire and make anyone bow, he lacks the ability to enjoy intimacy. Caught in a moment of frustration, Li Chul-su stares at suggestive material, lamenting his inability to have a good time in bed. Empress Yuan Hua storms into the room, desperate and furious, demanding to know why the old man is trying to abandon the world. Tears streaming down her face, Empress Yuan Hua begs him to stop the mysterious ritual at once. Li Chul-su remains unmoved on the bed as Empress Yuan Hua collapses over him, desperately questioning what she is lacking that makes him want to leave. Empress Yuan Hua is in tears, desperately offering the world's wealth and power if only Li Chul-su would stop his mysterious ritual. Li Chul-su remains cold and detached, calmly informing the Empress that his decision is final and apologizing for his inability to serve her any longer. Li Chul-su reflects on his bizarre obsession, admitting that his 50-year streak as a virgin is a critical, soul-crushing issue for him. The origin of his misery flashes back to a brutal encounter with a reincarnation truck that sent him straight into the martial world of Zhongwan. After dying at 28 and reincarnating into a 12-year-old body, he thought he had a second chance at life. His luck ran out fast when he was snatched up by a low-life slave trafficker, turning his new life into a living nightmare. The terror is real, as the young Li Chul-su is chained to a pillar, screaming in pure panic, while the trafficker approaches with cold, sharp scissors. The glint of the blades is the last thing he wants to see, as the sadistic trafficker looms over him, ready to ruin his future. This monster of a man made a living by castrating his victims and selling them off as eunuchs, leaving Li Chul-su permanently scarred. Driven by the desperate need to restore his manhood, Li Chul-su reveals he even elevated the third princess to empress just to gain access to a legendary physician. Li Chul-su stands at the pinnacle of martial power, having mastered techniques to the point of rebirth and dominating the imperial palace. Despite his god-tier strength, Li Chul-su kneels before the empress, delivering the cold truth that restoring his lost manhood is physically impossible. The empress sits on her throne, offering a somber reality check that unless he is born again, there is no way to undo the damage done to him. Li Chul-su is visibly annoyed, questioning the value of his immense wealth and power when he remains a eunuch at his core. He makes a final, desperate decision to abandon his current life and reincarnate into a new body to escape his cursed existence. His goal is simple. He wants to live a life of pure indulgence, surrounded by countless wives and the most stunning beauties in the world. The sheer frustration boils over as Li Chul-su grinds his teeth, declaring that nothing less than total satisfaction will suffice for his next life. As he lies down to initiate his plan, the empress panics, screaming for her guards to escort her, while frantically calling out to the man she views as a father figure. Tears streaming down her face, the empress begs him not to die so meaninglessly, clearly devastated by his choice to leave her behind. Li Chul-su remains unmoved and annoyed, rolling his eyes at the fact that even after becoming the empress, she still resorts to throwing tantrums. Li Chul-su reflects on his history with the empress, viewing her more like a younger sibling than a romantic partner. He stands firm in his resolve, acknowledging that while her tears nearly swayed him, he refuses to compromise his principles for sentiment. The cultivators warn him that the reincarnation ritual is a forbidden technique, with a 99% mortality rate. Li Chul-su lies on the ritual platform, his expression cold and focused as he prepares to discard his current life. He stares at the ceiling, convinced that a life of unfulfilled desires is not worth living and death is a better alternative. With zero hesitation, he commands the cultivators to proceed with the reincarnation ritual immediately. Li Chul-su declares that he has already reached the pinnacle of power and wealth, making his current status meaningless. The cultivators begin the ritual, channeling massive amounts of energy as the room glows with intense, violent light. Energy surges around the platform, creating a vortex of power as the ritual begins to take hold of his soul. Li Chul-su screams, as the raw power of the ritual tears through him, fully committed to paying any price for his rebirth. A mysterious voice echoes through the trees, calling out to the little one as the surroundings blur into a hazy, ethereal light. Li Chul-su blinks, his eyes wide with shock and confusion, as he struggles to process his new reality. He finds himself sitting on a simple bamboo mat in the middle of nowhere, completely disoriented and questioning his location. An old man kneels beside him, offering a gentle greeting and expressing relief that the boy has finally regained consciousness. Lee Chol-soo stares in disbelief, his mind racing as he realizes the sheer absurdity of the situation he has been thrust into. The old man explains that he found the boy collapsed near the pass, his face twisting into a sinister grin as he mentions the name Wang Sam, the man who ruined his life 50 years ago. A cold realization hits Lee Chol-soo as he wonders if this is actually a regression rather than the reincarnation he planned. Panic sets in as he frantically checks his own body. Terrified that he has lost his manhood in this new, weak vessel, he sits in stunned silence, his heart pounding in his chest as the gravity of his physical transformation fully sinks in. The old man leans in, his expression unreadable as he asks if the boy is hurt, while Lee Chol-soo remains trapped in his own internal nightmare. Lee Chol-soo stares blankly, his mind processing the reality of his new, unfamiliar surroundings. A sudden, chilling smirk spreads across his face as the memories of his past life and his true identity begin to align. The old man approaches with a fake, helpful expression, offering to examine the wrist injury of the boy. Feigning innocence, the old man puts on a show of concern, inviting the boy to follow him home under the pretense of medicinal aid. Lee Chol-soo offers a cold, knowing smile, fully aware of the trap being laid for him. He drops the act, confronting the old man with the brutal truth about his past crimes, including kidnapping and mutilation. The old man panics, his face turning pale as he realizes his secret has been exposed by someone who should not know his history. With lightning speed, Lee Chol-soo strikes, delivering a devastating blow that sends the old man crashing to the ground. Lee Chol-soo declares that despite his regression, his skills as a top martial artist from the Imperial Palace remain unmatched. He pins the old man down with lethal intent, mocking the man's fake regret while preparing to exact his cold-blooded revenge. Lee Chol-soo roars in pure fury, calling the old man a filthy slave trafficker for ruining his life and turning him into a eunuch. Blood splatters as the weight of the confrontation hits, marking the end of the old man's charade. The old man lies broken and defeated on the grass, completely outclassed by the superior martial arts of his opponent. Lee Chol-soo stands over his prey, panting heavily as the adrenaline of his revenge surges through him. With a cold, calculated look, Lee Chol-soo spits on the ground, reflecting on the 50 years of suffering he endured to reach this moment. He delivers a final, dismissive flick, watching as the old man gasps for air in the dirt, his life now hanging by a thread. Lee Chol-soo recalls his past life as a powerful figure in the Imperial Palace, lamenting that all his wealth and status meant nothing because of his condition. A smirk plays on his lips as he realizes he has finally broken free from the shackles of his past. Looking more confident than ever, standing tall in the sunlight, he declares that he is a completely different person now, ready to carve out a new destiny. Lee Chol-soo clenches his fist with lethal intent, stating that, whether it is reincarnation or regression, he will dictate his own future from here on out. Lee Chol-soo roars with newfound vigor, declaring that he is finally ready to live his life to the fullest. Resting on a rock with his weapon in hand, he embraces his new beginning with a confident smirk. 2 months have passed since his brutal revenge, and he is now pushing forward into the frozen wilderness. He struggles against the biting cold while trekking up the treacherous Joint Mountain in Gamsuk Province. Despite the exhaustion threatening to make him collapse, he pushes through the pain for the sake of his future desires. His face flushes with anticipation as he contemplates the profound nature of life's true pleasures. He dismisses the idea of cheap thrills, realizing that simple bar encounters are far beneath his standards. He continues his grueling climb, firm in his resolve to avoid low-quality flings and focus on something more meaningful. He envisions a deep, mutual connection where both physical and mental intimacy are shared equally. He finds his ultimate goal, picturing a life of true love and satisfaction that makes every hardship worth the effort. Lee Chol-soo wears a twisted, obsessed grin, convinced that he has finally found the ultimate form of indulgence. He stares out over the mountain peaks, fully aware that he needs to stack up massive wealth and fame to reach his true potential. Lee Chol-soo reflects on his past life, noting that all the treasures he hoarded for his grave are now useless since he has regressed. He stands in a grand library, confident that his experience as the former head of the Royal Intelligence Agency gives him a massive edge over the next 50 years. With his heavy pack strapped on, he trudges up the snowy stairs, ready to use his future knowledge to flip the martial world upside down. A sinister, arrogant laugh escapes him as he boasts that he is well on his way to becoming a respected hero. He suddenly catches himself, realizing he needs to kill that cringy laugh he picked up during his time as a eunuch. The harem king, Lee Chol-soo, stands before a ruined structure, his presence looming large against the desolate, frozen landscape. He strikes a formal martial arts pose, shouting into the void to see if anyone is worthy of facing him. A single teacup sits on a table, signaling a tense, silent encounter is about to go down. Lee Cheol-soo pauses in the library, his sharp ears picking up a youthful voice that cuts through the silence. Shocked to find a kid in such a desolate place, Lee Cheol-soo realizes someone has actually braved the frozen climb to the joint clan. The boy stands amidst the biting snow, puffing out his cheeks as he steels himself for the challenge ahead. With raw desperation, the boy shouts his name and his tragic past, begging for a chance to become a disciple of the joint clan. The joint clan is revealed as a powerhouse, a faction that masterfully blends the teachings of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. A mystical display of energy shows the three paths converging, symbolizing the absolute power held by the sect. The joint clan is no joke, wielding brutal, practical martial arts designed to crush the wicked forces of the Jung-Hu. Lee Cheol-soo unleashes a shockwave of energy, slamming the ground to test the grit of the intruder. Standing firm, Lee Cheol-soo looms over the boy, demanding to know why he would risk his life just to scale the mountain in winter. The boy doesn't flinch, his eyes burning with obsession as he ignores the danger and pleads once more to be accepted into the sect. Jeon-young eyes the boy with a skeptical gaze, clearly weighing whether this brat is worth his time. The boy eagerly complies with the demand, holding out his hands as Jeon-young prepares to probe his internal foundation. A hum of energy resonates as Jeon-young makes contact, instantly reading the flow of power within the boy. Jeon-young analyzes the results, noting that the boy's energy is actively purging impurities from his system. Jeon-young questions if the boy used the grounding technique to survive the brutal climb up the mountain. The boy stands his ground, while Jeon-young explains that the grounding technique is the essential foundation for any serious martial artist. Jeon-young acknowledges the boy has raw talent, pressing him on whether he had a master or if his parents taught him the basics. The boy plays it cool, claiming he only learned the technique to boost his stamina, effectively hiding his true intentions. Jeon-young reveals his identity as the leader of the Gongdong sect and decides to bypass the usual trials, granting the boy entry. The boy follows Jeon-young inside, his expression shifting into a devious smirk as he confirms his infiltration of the crumbling sect is going perfectly. Jin Hui keeps his guard up while secretly maintaining his vitality through specialized muscle exercises. Looking at the ruins of the once great sect, Jin Hui notes that the destruction is far more excessive than he anticipated. Jin Hui recalls how the Gongdong sect was crippled 50 years ago during the Dark Martial Arts War, realizing the scale of the damage is truly massive. Jeon-young prepares to explain the sect rules, but decides to introduce the current main disciple first. Jin Hui smirks, thinking that the more chaotic the sect remains, the easier it will be for him to manipulate the situation to his advantage. He dreams of rising to prominence as the legendary Sword Saint Yu Jin Hui, planning to buy up the sect's influence while it is at its lowest point. Jeon-young officially introduces the boy to the sect as his new fellow disciple, Lee Cheol-soo. A sudden, intense pressure builds in the courtyard as the air begins to swirl with energy. Jin Hui struggles against the biting cold of the sudden snowstorm, shielding his face from the harsh winds. The main disciple descends into the courtyard with a graceful, high-speed movement, landing right in front of the pair. Jin Hui stares in absolute shock, his mind reeling as he realizes the person standing before him is the legendary figure he only knew from rumors. The main disciple beams with a blinding, charismatic smile, completely catching Jin Hui off guard with his sudden, intense friendliness. Jin Hui breaks into a cold sweat, trembling as he realizes the stories about the women of the martial world fighting over this man were not just myths. The sheer weight of the situation hits Jin Hui like a physical blow, leaving him terrified that his carefully laid plans for the future are already crumbling. The main disciple notices Jin Hui's distress and innocently asks if he is feeling unwell, completely oblivious to the internal crisis he is causing. Jin Hui forces a shaky response, desperately trying to hide his panic, while Jeon-young watches the awkward interaction with a calm expression. The main disciple brushes off the formalities and insists they act like brothers, while Jin Hui internally screams, praying that his personal space remains intact. Without waiting for an answer, the main disciple grabs Jin Hui's hand, initiating a forced departure that leaves the younger disciple completely stunned. With a dazzling, almost supernatural aura, the main disciple declares he has many places to show him, leaving Jin Hui utterly speechless and horrified. Whoosh! The main disciple launches into a high-speed sprint, dragging a screaming Jin Hui through the air while Jeon-young watches the chaotic display. Yu Jin Hui desperately tries to break free, shouting at Lee Cheol-soo to let go of him. Lee Cheol-soo stares back with wide, innocent eyes, completely oblivious to the panic he is causing. Yu Jin Hui realizes he messed up by reacting so strongly, and breaks into a cold sweat. Lee Cheol-soo scratches his head, sheepishly apologizing for getting too excited about having his first disciple. Yu Jin Hui bows deeply in a frantic attempt to smooth things over, apologizing for his own rude behavior. Still bowing, Yu Jinhui internally screams that he needs to maintain a good relationship with Li Cheolsu, for the sake of his future. Li Cheolsu watches the scene in silence, his expression unreadable as the tension hangs in the air. A gust of wind sweeps through the courtyard, signaling a shift in the atmosphere. Zhongyang stands alone, watching the snow fall and hoping that Li Cheolsu and Yu Jinhui will eventually become friends. Zhongyang reflects on the past, remembering the day 10 years ago when he first found the orphan, Yu Jinhui. Li Cheolsu reflects on his journey, having personally trained the genius Yu Jinhui to sharpen his immense potential. The snowy landscape hides the ruins of the joint sect, a place Li Cheolsu is desperate to revive with the help of his new disciple. Yu Jinhui must navigate the dangerous martial world, but he faces a unique challenge. He is actually a man living in disguise as a woman. The disguise is flawless, but Yu Jinhui must remain hyper-vigilant to ensure his secret is never exposed during his interactions with others. Back in his quarters, Yu Jinhui is restless, lying awake and unable to find peace as he prepares for his official duties. The pressure is mounting for the young disciple, who has been tossing and turning for hours, his mind racing about the upcoming challenges. Yu Jinhui is internally fuming, shifting all the blame for his current misery and lack of sleep onto the shoulders of Li Cheolsu. Flashing back to half a day ago, the two shared a formal greeting, pledging their commitment to working together for the sect. Li Cheolsu stands amidst the weathered architecture, explaining the history of the Hunchan Palace and the Chongwon Hall to his student. With a firm look in her eyes, Li Cheolsu declares that the joint sect is far from dead, determined to pass that burning legacy onto Yu Jinhui. Yu Jinhui keeps his guard up, his eyes sharp as he navigates the dangerous social landscape of the sect. The past is a graveyard, as 50 years ago the joint sect was completely wiped out by the ruthless demon sect. The destruction was absolute, with the demon sect bypassing stronger defenses to crush the joint sect in a brutal surprise attack. It is no mystery why Yu Jinhui wants to dig into the history of this place, and his companion seems to get the vibe. Yu Jinhui plays the part, acting shy, and requesting that his companion stop sneaking up on him to avoid blowing his cover. Li Cheolsu looks visibly annoyed by the rejection, letting out a sigh as the tension between them spikes. Yu Jinhui realizes he pushed the boundary too far, and quickly retreats into his shell to avoid any further suspicion. Li Cheolsu steps forward, his boots clicking on the stone, offering a calm word to ease the awkward atmosphere. Yu Jinhui drops the act slightly, showing genuine interest as he asks to hear the history of the joint sect from his peer. Li Cheolsu flashes a bright, winning smile that catches Yu Jinhui off guard, proving that for a moment, the interaction was smooth sailing. Yu Jinhui catches his companion completely off guard by throwing an arm around his shoulders, radiating an aura of chaotic energy. Li Cheolsu is visibly rattled, his face flushing red as he struggles to process the sudden and unwanted physical intimacy. Yu Jinhui realizes he has crossed a line and panics, letting out a desperate cry while apologizing for his impulsive behavior. A heavy object slams into the wall with a loud bang, punctuating the awkward tension as Yu Jinhui declares he only reserves such affection for beautiful women. Yu Jinhui collapses to the floor, clutching his head in a comedic fit of despair, lamenting that he nearly threw away his 50 years of hard-earned chastity. The legend of the joint sect is laid out, confirming that Yu Jinhui is an absolute monster of a prodigy who rebuilt his sect from the ashes without breaking a sweat. Li Cheolsu is spiraling, unable to reconcile the image of this absolute Chad of a martial artist with his current, bizarrely clingy behavior. Gripping his robes with white-knuckled intensity, Li Cheolsu has a total mental breakdown, convinced that his peer is definitely gay. Li Cheolsu recalls memories from the past, specifically during the time his companion was a eunuch, and begins to draw some very wrong conclusions. The misunderstanding hits its peak as Li Cheolsu convinces himself that his companion is simply pioneering a new, forbidden path of desire. Yu Jinhui is caught in a moment of pure, unadulterated chaos as he struggles to keep his composure during work hours. He collapses to the floor in a state of absolute, comedic despair, screaming to the heavens that he is definitely not gay. Frantically clutching at his robes, he questions how such a situation could even happen, while his inner desires start to clash with his sanity. He laments his current state, obsessing over his physical condition, and even considering extreme, questionable exercises to improve his performance. With a flick of his fingers, he makes a bold declaration, insisting that he is destined for greatness as a stamina king and refuses to be used by anyone. A sudden, intense physical reaction ripples through his clothes as he struggles to maintain his dignity in this humiliating moment. A piercing, high-pitched scream echoes through the night, shattering the silence of the sect and signaling total panic. Under the cold light of the full moon, the atmosphere turns heavy and somber, reflecting the frustration of the current situation. In a private chamber, the new female disciple unwinds, removing her outer layers while lost in deep, troubled thought. Blushing and visibly flustered, she reflects on her day, clearly embarrassed by the 2 instances of rudeness she showed toward a fellow disciple. The female disciple sits in her room, reflecting on how her overwhelming joy at finding a new family caused her to act out of turn. Cheol-soo stands in the courtyard, his expression earnest as he asks to learn the history of the joint sect. The female disciple blushes, touched by the kindness and consideration shown to her despite her earlier rudeness. Her hands fidget as she thinks about Cheol-soo, wondering if this feeling of connection is what it means to have a brother. A soft, hopeful smile graces her face as she dreams of a future where they can be close enough to embrace without hesitation. The sun rises over the mountains, signaling the start of a new day for the members of the sect. Cheol-soo triumphantly announces that he has finished cleaning, looking ready to tackle his next task. Surveying the dilapidated kitchen, Cheol-soo sighs at the pathetic state of the facilities, noting it is barely holding together. Cheol-soo holds his straw hat, contemplating his current grind while reaffirming his goal to become a legendary hero of the martial world. With eyes burning with intensity, Cheol-soo vows to treat every menial chore as a high-stakes mission to prove his worth. Cheol-soo is deep in the grind, obsessively cleaning the kitchen while shouting praises to the legendary Arnold Kegel Sr. The female disciple bursts into the kitchen, shocked to find the junior working away, and lets out a loud shout of surprise. Caught off guard, Cheol-soo breaks into a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he realizes the senior has arrived. The female disciple questions why he is doing all the breakfast prep alone, while Cheol-soo stands there, hat in hand, looking like he is just trying to survive the social encounter. Cheol-soo laughs nervously, sweating bullets as he insists that the youngest disciple should be the one handling the grunt work. The female disciple is visibly impressed, beaming with a radiant smile as she compliments his speed and capability. Cheol-soo is completely flustered by the praise, thinking to himself that she is way too good-looking for this situation. Cheol-soo drops the act for a second, admitting that losing his parents forced him to grow up fast, and apologizes for making things awkward. The female disciple waves her hands, blushing and flustered as she explains she is also an orphan and just felt a genuine connection. Cheol-soo keeps his head down and agrees with everything, internally questioning why he keeps apologizing and wondering if he is accidentally branding himself as a total pushover. Cheol-soo is caught completely off guard in the kitchen as the female disciple steps in, offering to help him with the vegetable prep. Cheol-soo internally analyzes the situation, noting that the legendary Yu Jinhui originally had a sister, not a brother, and finds the connection strange. A vision of pure, radiant beauty flashes through his mind, highlighting the legendary status that awaits in the future. Cheol-soo decides to play along with the social game for now, realizing he is currently the only peer friend Yu Jinhui has. He quickly pivots, asking the female disciple to supervise him while he heads off to fetch fresh water for the task. The water splashes as he dips a bucket into the basin, his mind racing with his own selfish, ambitious agenda. Cheol-soo makes his stance clear internally. He wants nothing to do with Yu Jinhui, only the prestige of the senior's name. He is fully committed to his plan, intending to use his charm to seduce and conquer every woman who falls for the reputation he is building. A sudden, violent crash echoes through the room as a shelf collapses, shattering the kitchen's peace. The female disciple turns around, her eyes wide with shock, as the source of the sudden destruction is revealed. Disaster strikes as a heavy shelf collapses in the kitchen, sending Cheol-soo scrambling to dodge the falling debris. Cheol-soo winces as the chaos unfolds, barely managing to keep his cool while the kitchen turns into a wreck. A firm hand reaches out to steady him, pulling him away from the path of the falling equipment. The female disciple rushes over, her eyes wide with genuine concern as she checks if he is unharmed. In the heat of the moment, they end up in an awkward, intimate embrace, with the female disciple clutching his arm to keep him steady. The atmosphere shifts instantly as they lock eyes, the tension spiking as they realize how close they are standing. Cheol-soo feels his heart racing, caught off guard by the unexpected romantic turn in his calculated plan. The female disciple breaks the silence, whispering that he is surprisingly light for a guy. Cheol-soo keeps his composure, internally laughing at how easily he can turn a dangerous accident into a golden opportunity for charm. He maintains the act, savoring the moment while the female disciple continues to worry about his well-being. Cheol-soo keeps his cool, his mind racing as he processes the unexpected turn of events while maintaining his innocent facade. The air is thick with tension as he fixates on the strange, sudden scent of wildflowers filling the space between them. The situation spirals into an awkward mess, as they find themselves locked in an unintended, intimate embrace. Cheol-su snaps back to reality and demands to know exactly where the female disciple is touching him, while she frantically apologizes. The female disciple is clearly mortified, begging him not to misunderstand the situation as she tries to back away. Cheol-su is losing his patience, telling her to stop blushing because it is only making the entire scene look even more suspicious. The female disciple is completely flustered, stammering that she will handle the meal while he goes to rest from the shock. Internally, Cheol-su is fuming, wondering if she is trying to sabotage his plans, or if she is just completely oblivious to the sect hierarchy. He worries that if the master catches wind of this, he will be dragged by the neck and lectured about the total collapse of sect order. The female disciple is still reeling in embarrassment as Cheol-su pivots back to his manipulative act, offering to take over all the chores himself. The female disciple is completely flustered, her face burning red as she tries to compose herself after their awkward encounter. Her eyes shimmer with intense embarrassment, clearly struggling to process the intimacy of the situation. She reaches for a bowl, trying to act natural, and offer help to distract from the lingering tension. With a soft smile, she asks if it is all right for her to assist him with his chores, still visibly shaken. Cheol-su looks on with a focused, almost intense expression, hiding his true annoyance behind a mask of discipline. 2 months later, the master stands in the Grand Martial Hall, ready to drop some serious knowledge on the true nature of power. He explains that while some focus solely on inner energy or brute outer strength, both are just incomplete paths to true mastery. The master emphasizes that the real deal is finding the perfect balance between internal and external forces, and Cheol-su is forced to hold a painful squat to learn this lesson. Cheol-su screams his agreement, his muscles trembling under the strain as he commits to the master's demanding training regime. The master walks away to check on the female disciple, leaving Cheol-su to suffer through his training without a single moment to slack off. Cheol-su grins with manic intensity, swearing that he has no intention of slacking off during his training. Cheol-su reflects on his desire for a superior body, mocking his past self for being a scrawny weakling while dreaming of a life of intimacy. With a blush and a determined look, Cheol-su declares that all this grueling hardship is just sweet if it leads to his new life. Cheol-su maintains a perfect horse stance, feeling the refreshing progress of his 2 months of intense physical conditioning. A hallucination of a bald-headed uncle in sunglasses appears, mocking Cheol-su by comparing his training to gym junkies, adding more weight to their dumbbells. Cheol-su recalls his past life as a eunuch, lamenting how he could never escape that androgynous feeling no matter how hard he trained. He curses the Guihua treasure technique, the martial art he mastered, that ultimately defined his previous, miserable existence. Cheol-su looks back with regret on the quack doctor who led him to ruin, causing environmental destruction and wasting his subordinates' lives for elixirs. Consumed by rage at his past, Cheol-su grits his teeth and vows that this time, he will live the life of a true alpha male. The master descends from the air with a heavy thud, calling out to his junior brother to continue the lesson. The female disciple approaches Cheol-su, questioning his presence while he remains locked in a tense interaction. Cheol-su looks visibly startled, his eyes wide as he realizes he has been caught off guard by his senior. The sun sets over the sect grounds, casting long shadows as the two disciples stand in the quiet, empty courtyard. Cheol-su reflects on his progress, realizing that his current level is nowhere near enough to satisfy his burning ambition. He stares intensely into the distance, obsessed with forging a physique that screams pure, unadulterated power. The female disciple watches him with a confused expression, clearly sensing that something is off about his behavior. She remains silent, her gaze fixed on him as she tries to process the strange energy radiating from her junior. Under the cover of the deep night, Cheol-su sneaks out to the mountain to continue his grueling, secret training regimen. He strikes a pose, fully committed to his grind, determined to fill in the gaps of his strength behind everyone's back. Cheol-su pushes his body to the limit with intense cardio, knowing that if the master catches him, his secret training session is toast. Cheol-su is fully locked in, refusing to quit his night runs because he knows standard training won't turn him into a vitality king. He charges into the night for a high-intensity session, completely unaware that he is being watched from the shadows. The female disciple lurks behind a tree, her sharp eyes tracking every move he makes in the darkness. Cheol-su suddenly freezes mid-stride, his expression shifting from pure focus to absolute shock as he realizes he is not alone. A heavy thud echoes through the woods as he trips over a rock, his secret training session turning into a total disaster. The female disciple steps out from the trees, and Cheol-su hits the dirt, his heart racing as he realizes he has been busted. He scrambles on the ground, his voice trembling as he demands to know why the senior sister is stalking him in the middle of the night. The senior sister crosses her arms, looking down at him with a huff as she confirms she has been tracking his suspicious movements. She lectures him about the dangers of overtraining, but Cheol-soo is too busy internally cursing his lack of inner energy for failing to detect her presence. Cheol-soo breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing that if he does not handle this situation perfectly, she will snitch to the master, and his secret grind is finished. Cheol-soo is spiraling, obsessing over how missing his night runs will ruin his cardiovascular health and destroy his vitality. He grits his teeth in frustration, fully aware that his secret training is the only thing keeping him from being absolute trash tier. Cheol-soo tries to save face, apologizing to the female disciple while insisting he has a damn good reason for his late-night grind. The female disciple stares at him, clearly confused and caught off guard by his sudden emotional outburst in the middle of the woods. Under the moonlight, Cheol-soo declares that they are fundamentally different, setting the stage for his desperate plea. He admits he is a total fool who struggles to learn, contrasting his own weakness against her superior talent. Clenching his fist, he vents his deep-seated hatred for being left behind, and the pathetic reality of wandering the streets as a nobody. Tears streaming down his face, he confesses that without this brutal, bone-breaking training, he will never even be worthy of standing in her shadow. The female disciple listens in silence, her expression unreadable as she processes his raw, pathetic, yet intense ambition. Challenging her morals, he asks if she could really bring herself to snitch to the master after witnessing his absolute, desperate resolve. Cheol-soo wipes his eyes, forcing out more tears to manipulate the situation and keep his secret training under wraps. The female disciple pulls him into a tight embrace, completely catching him off guard with her sudden display of affection. Softening her tone, the female disciple admits she was oblivious to his struggles and offers a genuine apology to the junior. Cheol-soo loses his composure entirely, his face contorting in a mix of shock and pure panic as the situation spirals out of his control. She continues to hold him close, gently telling him to stop crying while he lets out desperate, muffled sounds of distress. Cheol-soo mentally screams in frustration, begging her to let go because her grip is way too strong for a normal person. He laments the tragedy of his situation, mourning the loss of his first embrace to this unexpected and chaotic encounter. Under the moonlight, the reality of the moment sinks in as he realizes his 50 years of pent-up heart have been stolen by his senior. A flashback reveals a dark past where a young child was branded a monster for being different, surrounded by accusing fingers. The cycle of trauma continues as the crowd screams that he is a monster, isolating the child in a world that fears his power. A mysterious figure with intense eyes dismisses the rumors, telling the listener to ignore the slanderous noise. The master extends a hand offering food, his presence radiating an aura of calm authority to the young disciple. The master stands firm, declaring that any gap in skill can be bridged by hard work and that everyone is just a human under the same sky. With a commanding presence, the master asks the child to follow his path, setting the stage for a new journey. Under the moonlight, the female disciple tries to reassure Cheol-soo that his lack of martial talent won't lead to him being kicked out of the joint sect. The female disciple pulls Cheol-soo into a tight embrace, declaring him a permanent part of the sect family and her eternal junior. She promises to always stand by his side and support him, urging him to lean on her whenever he feels the weight of the world. With a bright, beaming smile, the female disciple asks if he feels better, completely oblivious to his internal panic. Cheol-soo is left teary-eyed and shell-shocked, feeling a strange, unexpected sympathy for his senior, despite the chaotic situation. The focus shifts to the legendary Yu Jin-hui, a monster of talent who masters every martial art and perfectly mimics any technique he sees just once. Cheol-soo is spiraling as he recalls his past life struggles with gynecomastia, a condition he barely managed to fix through a total body transformation. The Imperial Palace intelligence agencies, Dongchang and Sochang, have crunched the numbers with 99% accuracy and are dead set that Yu Jinhui is a man. The master steps in to drop the bombshell that the days of grueling external martial arts training are officially over. The master stands before Cheol-soo and the female disciple, signaling a major shift in their cultivation path. The master acknowledges Cheol-soo has put in the work and possesses the solid physical foundation needed to finally transition into internal martial arts. The female disciple is hyped up and cheering for the promotion, while Cheol-soo is internally screaming about why she is acting so weird. Cheol-soo is internally fuming, finding Yu Jinhui incredibly annoying for constantly hovering and trying to help with chores like breakfast. The master notices Cheol-soo looking like he is about to collapse and asks if he is alright, only for the boy to frantically brush it off. Cheol-soo sighs in relief, deciding to push his frustration aside because he has much bigger fish to fry than dealing with Yu Jinhui. Despite the master's order to switch to internal training, Cheol-soo is dead set on his grind and refuses to cut back on his external martial arts training. The master watches with a sharp, calculating gaze, clearly weighing the potential of his disciples. Chol Su reflects on the master's wisdom, acknowledging that the path of internal energy is the standard route for most cultivators. The reality of the cultivation world hits hard, as the focus shifts to internal energy, swordsmanship, and complex footwork. Chol Su refuses to conform, his mind set on the grind because he knows his current path is the only way to reach the top. In a hilarious display of vanity, Chol Su imagines himself and a rival as shredded, muscle-bound gods, obsessed with building a physique that will captivate women. Chol Su grinds his teeth in frustration, fully aware that no matter how many excuses he makes, he is still lagging behind the prodigy Yu Jinhui. The master confronts Chol Su and the female disciple, pressing them on why they are so stubborn about maintaining their grueling external training. Chol Su keeps his head down, playing the humble disciple while telling the master he needs to work harder than anyone else to help rebuild the sect. Deep down, Chol Su knows the efficiency is trash, but he is convinced that raw physical strength will give him the edge he needs to eventually surpass a master. A smirk creeps across his face as he commits to his own path, ready to turn his sweat into the kind of power that will make everyone regret underestimating him. Chol Su stares down his path with absolute conviction, declaring his readiness to grind harder than anyone else to reach the top. The master watches him closely, visibly shaken by the sheer intensity burning in the young disciple's eyes. The master recognizes that Chol Su is built differently, and realizes he cannot be measured by the same yardstick as the rest of the pack. Standing face to face, the master contemplates whether the talent radiating from Chol Su is truly something an ordinary person could possess. The sect lies in ruins, a graveyard of lost knowledge and faded glory that serves as a grim reminder of their current standing. The master acknowledges that the conventional rules of the martial world simply do not apply to a freak of nature like Chol Su. With a calculated move, the master hands over a secret manual, tasking Chol Su with the foundational internal martial art. So Yang Simbiop. Chol Su accepts the scroll, his mind already racing with the realization that his training regimen is about to get even more insane. The reality of this cutthroat world is brutal, proving that talent is the only currency that matters for those trying to survive. The master delivers a final, hype-inducing truth. For those with the guts to defy the odds, every path to power is wide open. The master grants Chol Su permission for advanced training, and orders him to memorize the formula for the So Yang Simbiop, a technique stolen from their enemies. Chol Su, eyes burning with ambition, shouts a loud and ready yes to his master's command. The sun shines brightly over the sect grounds as the stage is set for a massive power-up. The master prepares to initiate the Jin Gi Do process, positioning himself behind a shirtless Chol Su to begin the energy transfer. Chol Su confirms he is ready, his face a mask of intense focus and determination. A female disciple watches from the sidelines, her heart pounding as she witnesses the rare and dangerous ritual. The master places his palm against Chol Su's back, commanding him to guide the incoming energy along the specified path. Chol Su swallows hard, bracing himself as the raw power begins to flood his system. A blinding, warm light ignites within his solar plexus, a sensation of pure power that he never experienced even in his past life. The energy flows like liquid sunlight through his veins, completely different from the freezing cold of his previous techniques, as he finally realizes the true potential of his new path. The master channels raw energy into Chol Su, the air crackling with the intensity of the breakthrough. Chol Su stares in disbelief as the realization hits him. He has finally tapped into the legendary Yang Qi. The master confirms the success of the ritual, officially welcoming Chol Su into the realm of internal energy. Chol Su checks his own body, feeling the surge of vitality that marks the end of his weak, former self. The master delivers the ultimate verdict, declaring that Chol Su is no longer the lowly eunuch he once was. A grin spreads across Chol Su's face as he celebrates his rebirth as a true master of martial arts. Chol Su revels in his victory, while the master and Yu Jinhui look on, the power dynamic shifting in the sect. The female disciple watches the scene unfold, clearly impressed by the massive display of potential. Night falls over the sect, but the training never stops as the moon shines down on the grounds. The master and Yu Jinhui sit down for a tense discussion, debating the necessity of continuing grueling external training. The female disciple makes a bold claim, declaring that she wants to take the lead in guiding her master. The master sits calmly with a cup of tea, acknowledging that the female disciple has truly mastered the art of building camaraderie. The master gives his blessing, telling the female disciple to go ahead and follow her own path. The master imparts wisdom to Yu Jinhui, reminding him that every vision he sees is just another step in his training. The sect grounds stand silent under the night sky, a massive structure waiting for the next generation of warriors. The master stands alone by the window, his back turned as he contemplates the heavy responsibilities resting on his shoulders. The master reflects on the sincerity of Chol Su and Yu Jinhui, noting their dedication to rebuilding the clan's martial legacy. The master gazes into the night, feeling the weight of the previous master's wishes finally coming within reach. A dead deer lies on the forest floor, a grim sign of a lethal predator lurking in the shadows nearby. A massive, terrifying serpent, with glowing red eyes, emerges from the darkness, signaling a deadly threat in the wild. Yongsik, his grandfather, and the female disciple stand in shock before the wreckage of their barn, demanding to know who caused such a disaster. The old man laments the loss of his goats, realizing his plan to sell them at the market has been completely ruined by the unknown culprit. The grandfather suddenly collapses from the stress, prompting a worried cry from his grandson as the female disciple rushes to support him. Back inside, the bedridden grandfather continues to grieve, obsessing over his inability to donate his hard-earned money to the Gongdong sect. Tears stream down the old man's face as he confesses that his lifelong dream of supporting the sect has been crushed in a single moment. Yongsik snaps, shouting at his grandfather for worrying about a broken, pathetic sect when they are currently in such a desperate situation. The boy storms out of the room in a rage, leaving the female disciple to deal with the fallout of his blatant disrespect. The grandfather sighs, telling the woman to let the boy go, acknowledging that to the youth, he must look like a pathetic, senile old man. The old man reminisces about the glory days of the Gongdong sect, describing it as a legendary force that once dominated the Gansu region. He recalls his own childhood, remembering how the sect served as a beacon of hope and dreams for a poor boy with nothing to his name. The bedridden elder laments the fall of the Gongdong sect, fearing that the demonic sect invasion has wiped away their glorious history forever. Cheol-su stands in the training grounds, testing his newfound power with a sharp, focused strike that cuts through the air. A grin spreads across his face as he confirms the yang energy has successfully stabilized within his core. He pauses, feeling a strange dissonance when attempting the So-Yang technique, wondering if his past life's yin-based Guihua training is to blame. Reflecting on the master's lecture, he finds the sect's history surprisingly logical and devoid of the oddities he once suspected. The master uses a pointer to reveal the sect's emblem, the reverse taiji, a symbol of their ancient lineage. Kneeling before his mentor, Cheol-su listens intently as the master explains the profound philosophy of yin and yang reversal. The master describes this ultimate balance as a state where water flows upward and fire burns below, the pinnacle of existence. With a stern gaze, the master acknowledges that outsiders wrongly label their arts as demonic, but he remains unmoved by their ignorance. The master stands as a titan of martial prowess, declaring that their sole, unwavering purpose is the complete eradication of the demonic sect. The master drills into Cheol-su the importance of maintaining the sect's integrity and ignoring the baseless rumors spread by outsiders. Cheol-su is absolutely hyped, feeling like a total boss now that he is officially part of the Gongdong sect and on the path to slaying demons. A sudden, rhythmic thudding echoes through the sect grounds, snapping Cheol-su out of his thoughts as he wonders what the hell is going on. Yongsik is at the main gate, desperate and pounding away, begging the Gongdong sect to save his grandfather from a dire situation. Tears streaming down his face, Yongsik hammers on the gate, demanding that the sect prove its reputation as the most righteous force in Gansu. Yongsik screams in agony, pleading for the sect to step up and help the very people who have supported them for generations. The female disciple hears the frantic banging and calls out to Cheol-su, confirming that someone is definitely outside causing a scene. Cheol-su and the female disciple discuss the situation, annoyed that this chaos is happening right when the master is away. The two disciples head down the long, imposing staircase to confront the source of the noise at the damaged gate. Cheol-su and the female disciple stand before the sobbing Yongsik, who is desperately trying to get them to hunt down the thugs who trashed his home and stole his livestock. Cheol-su and the female disciple exchange wary glances, noting that Yongsik should really be taking his theft report to the local authorities instead of the sect. Yongsik trembles, his eyes wide with fear, as he struggles to find the words to explain the unnatural destruction of his home. Yongsik insists that the damage to his barn is beyond human capability, pointing out that the sheer force used to wreck the structure makes no sense for a simple robbery. The trio stands amidst the ruins, as Yongsik explains that his grandfather raised goats specifically to help the Gongdong sect recover, showing just how deep their loyalty runs. Tears streaming down his face, Yongsik admits his situation is hopeless and begs the disciples to intervene for the sake of his elderly grandfather. Yongsik grips his tunic tightly, his hands shaking uncontrollably, as the weight of his desperation and the loss of his livelihood hits him. Cheol-su rubs his chin, deep in thought, as he processes the boy's story and tries to discern if there is more to this than a simple animal attack. Deciding that the kid's persistence is worth a look, Cheol-su agrees to investigate the scene of the incident with the female disciple. They arrive at the wreckage, with Young-sik pointing out the remains of the barn, while the disciples survey the area for clues. Cheol-su scans the perimeter, noting the barn's proximity to the mountain, and suspecting that wild animal attacks might be the real culprit behind the chaos. Cheol-su locks onto a discovery, his eyes widening as he realizes the gravity of the situation. The ground is torn apart, revealing massive, unmistakable tracks that look like they were carved by a giant snake. Cheol-su breaks out in a cold sweat, his mind racing as he identifies the culprit as a likely demonic creature. The female disciple asks if there are any legends of such a beast, but Cheol-su confirms he has heard absolutely nothing about it. Cheol-su explains that Gongdong Mountain is a sacred Taoist site where spiritual energy can cause animals to mutate into monsters. He notes that if a demonic creature of this magnitude existed, there would definitely be records, meaning this threat is brand new. A sinister grin spreads across Cheol-su's face as he realizes the potential for a massive power-up. Cheol-su eyes the prospect of hunting the beast, thinking about how he can absorb its vital energy to boost his own cultivation. When the female disciple questions the risk of acting without the master, Cheol-su brushes it off, insisting they need to handle this quietly. Cheol-su argues that helping the desperate Young-sik is a matter of reputation, ensuring no one questions the sect's righteousness. The female disciple nods in agreement, her face showing she understands the gravity of the situation. Young-sik looks up with wide, hopeful eyes, clearly relieved that someone is finally stepping up to help him. Cheol-su decides they need to get the kid to safety while they track the beast, handing him off to the female disciple. The landscape remains silent and ominous, hiding the tracks of the creature that caused such destruction. Cheol-su spots a crucial clue in the brush, his eyes lighting up as he realizes they are on the right trail. Pointing toward the path of destruction, Cheol-su confirms the demonic creature fled into the woods after its feast. The duo breaks into a sprint, closing the distance with high-level movement techniques to ensure the beast cannot escape. They move with lethal speed, leaping through the trees like seasoned hunters tracking down their prey. The female disciple voices her hesitation, questioning if they should really be acting without the master's explicit command. Cheol-su flashes a smug, arrogant grin, dismissing her concerns by claiming their righteous mission justifies the lack of permission. Yu-jin-hui navigates the dense forest canopy, his focus locked on the trail of the elusive beast. He halts mid-stride, his eyes widening as he realizes the trail has gone cold, leaving him vulnerable. The silence of the woods is heavy, and he stares at the empty ground, questioning where the creature vanished. From the shadows, the female disciple screams a desperate warning, sensing the lethal threat approaching from the blind spot. Yu-jin-hui looks up, his face pale with shock as he realizes the trap has been sprung. A massive, armored, demonic serpent lunges from the trees, its fangs bared to deliver a killing blow. The beast slams into him with overwhelming force, catching him completely off guard. The female disciple watches in pure terror, yelling for her junior as he is pinned by the monster. As the serpent coils around him, Yu-jin-hui is thrown into a desperate struggle, his sword slipping from his reach. At the brink of death, a vision of the legendary sword Saint Yu-jin-hui flashes through his mind, revealing the secret of the ancient Gwangsong Danhyul. The legend speaks of a master who raided an ancient treasure vault, uncovering lost Gongdong sect secrets and consuming a divine elixir to reach new heights. The transformation of a common beast into a demonic monster requires a massive influx of spiritual energy, making the forest a dangerous hunting ground. If this serpent wandered into the sacred Gwangsong Danhyul and gorged itself on the concentrated energy, it would explain its terrifying mutation. Yu-jin-hui grips his blade with white-knuckled intensity, his focus narrowing as he prepares to face the lethal threat head-on. With his life on the line, he realizes that surviving this nightmare could be the key to unlocking the legendary techniques from his past life memories. The female disciple lunges into the fray, her voice ringing out in a desperate cry to alert her junior to the incoming attack. The demonic serpent strikes, pinning Yu-jin-hui and forcing him to hold its massive, venomous fangs back with his bare hands. Seeing her junior poisoned and struggling for breath, the female disciple realizes she has no time to lose and readies her blade to strike the beast. She channels her energy and lunges, aiming a precise, lethal strike directly at the monster's torso to force it to release its grip. Her eyes widen in shock as the reality of the situation hits her, the tension in the air reaching a breaking point. The blade strikes the hide of the beast, but the scales are too tough for a standard cut to penetrate. Yu-jin-hui reacts with a sharp, focused gaze, his mind racing as he realizes the sheer defensive power of this monster. The demonic serpent whips its tail with devastating force, smashing through a tree and sending Yu-jin-hui flying through the air. Yu-jin-hui regains his composure, reminding himself that panic is a death sentence in the face of such a lethal predator. He grips a piece of debris with a white-knuckled intensity, his survival instincts kicking into overdrive. The beast lunges with terrifying speed, but Yu Jinhui stands his ground, refusing to back down despite the long road ahead. A precise strike lands, drawing blood from the serpent and forcing it to recoil from the sudden, sharp pain. Yu Jinhui clutches his neck, visibly wincing as the sting of the battle begins to take its toll on his body. The female disciple arrives on the scene, her voice filled with concern as she checks on her junior in the middle of the chaos. They stand side by side, realizing they have been lured into a deadly trap by the cunning and mutated demonic serpent. The female disciple and Yu Jinhui analyze the situation, confirming that the demonic serpent's hide is far too durable for standard blade work. The female disciple struggles to catch her breath, admitting that the beast's attack speed is completely overwhelming her defenses. The demonic serpent looms large, radiating a sinister purple aura that signals its lethal intent and magical power. Yu Jinhui maintains his composure despite the dire circumstances, acknowledging his own lack of full strength while assessing the threat. The female disciple stands firm with her sword, vowing to hold the line using her past life techniques even though she is currently poisoned. She emphasizes the gravity of their situation, warning that if Yu Jinhui falls to the poison as well, they are both finished. Yu Jinhui scans the battlefield, his eyes locked on the target as he realizes he must force a gap in the monster's defenses. Yu Jinhui sheds his outer robe to move freely, instructing the female disciple to channel her maximum power into a single strike when he gives the signal. The female disciple is stunned by his reckless plan, questioning how he expects to fight effectively while in such a weakened, poisoned state. Ignoring the danger, Yu Jinhui launches himself forward to distract the beast, successfully drawing its attention as a projectile pierces the serpent's eye. Yu Jinhui sheds his outer robe, his eyes burning with intensity as he prepares to exploit the demonic serpent's vulnerabilities. With a roar, Yu Jinhui leaps into the fray, baiting the massive beast and exposing its right side to a lethal counterattack. The serpent lunges, but it is already too late as a projectile strikes deep into its eye, blinding the monster. Yu Jinhui signals the strike, shouting for the female disciple to unleash her maximum power while the beast is distracted. The female disciple launches herself through the air like a blur, her sword drawn and ready to end the fight. Her face is a mask of pure focus, channeling every ounce of her remaining strength into the decisive blow. With a clean, precise, basic slash, she severs the serpent's neck in a single, fluid motion. The beast's massive head is sent flying, blood spraying across the battlefield as the monster is finally neutralized. The serpent's body crashes to the ground with a heavy thud, leaving the female disciple standing victorious over the carcass. Panting and covered in sweat, the female disciple confirms the kill, relieved that their gamble on the beast's weak point paid off. The female disciple stares in absolute shock, realizing that Chiol-su had calculated the entire engagement to create an opening for her strike. The female disciple lands on the ground, her expression shifting from combat focus to pure, unadulterated concern for her fallen comrade. She rushes toward the spot where Chiol-su collapsed, her heart racing as she realizes the severity of his condition. Chiol-su lies on the ground, his face flushed and burning as the potent yang energy from the snake poison ravages his system. She cradles him in her arms, pleading for him to hold on while he claims his internal energy control will allow him to purge the poison. Chiol-su tries to reassure her, telling her not to worry, and that he will recover his strength shortly. The female disciple is losing her cool, shaking him aggressively while screaming for him to snap out of his delirious state. She is visibly traumatized, realizing that Chiol-su pushed his body to the absolute limit and risked everything just to secure the kill. Desperation takes over as she pulls him close, vowing that she will do whatever it takes to save his life. She pours her own energy into him, refusing to let him fade away as the intensity of the moment reaches a boiling point. The female disciple stares in absolute shock, her eyes wide as she realizes the critical state of her comrade. Chiol-su is in agony, his body burning as the lethal snake poison forces him into a desperate struggle for survival. The female disciple rushes to his side, desperately trying to keep him conscious while he writhes in pain. She spits out a mouthful of blood, her expression hardening as she realizes the severity of the poison coursing through his veins. Chiol-su struggles to speak, his voice trembling as he calls her a fool for risking her own safety to help him. She looks at him with intense concern, vowing that she will not let him succumb to the poison under her watch. The energy transfer begins, a glowing aura surrounding them as she pours her own cultivation into his failing system. A campfire crackles nearby, casting long shadows as the two disciples huddle together in the wilderness. Chiol-su looks dazed and exhausted, his face gaunt as he clutches a stick, barely hanging onto his sanity. The female disciple checks his pulse, letting out a massive sigh of relief as she confirms that his condition has finally stabilized. Chiol-su and the female disciple share a meal, with Cheol-su remarking that eating a demon creature is a completely new experience for him. The grilled meat glistens on a leaf, with the female disciple noting that properly cooked snake is a top-tier source of nutrition and vitality. The female disciple mentions that their master would have loved this meal, prompting Cheol-su to tease her about her constant obsession with him. With their hunger satisfied, Cheol-su shifts into serious mode, deciding they must track the viper's trail to uncover the source of the poison. Under the light of the moon, the two disciples scan the wilderness, searching for the final trace of their target. They arrive at a hidden location where the trail ends, standing before a mysterious, ominous cave entrance. The female disciple stops in her tracks, sensing a massive surge of spiritual energy radiating from deep within the cavern. Cheol-su acknowledges her sharp instincts, jokingly suggesting that her past life must have given her the intuition to locate such a secret spot. The pair steps into the dark, echoing cave, with the female disciple questioning if they have stumbled upon the legendary Gwangsong Danhyul. Cheol-su keeps his guard up, confirming that the place they have discovered might indeed be the fabled site. Cheol-su identifies the location as Gwangsong Danhyul, the sacred ground where Gongdong ancestors cultivated their Tao. He theorizes that the viper mutated into a demon creature by consuming spiritual pills stolen from this legendary site. Cheol-su recalls the legend of Wugukja, the master of the Honyuan sword, who allegedly ascended to immortality right here. The female disciple eyes the surroundings greedily, hoping to find elixirs to boost her own vitality and inner power. The duo moves deeper into the cavern, their footsteps echoing as they discover the scattered remains of a pill container. The female disciple points out the evidence, confirming that the viper definitely fed on these pills to gain its massive spiritual surge. A heavy thud marks their arrival at a hidden structure deep within the cave, leaving them both stunned by the discovery. The female disciple approaches a stone table and finds a collection of ancient books, questioning if they have stumbled upon a hidden library. She realizes they have found a treasure trove of lost martial arts, including the 7-kill sword and the heavenly mystery sword. Staring at the manuals, the female disciple is left breathless, wondering if this was the secret training ground for the masters of old. The female disciple stands before an ancient stone table, her mind reeling as she questions if she has truly found the legendary Gwangsong Danhyul. Cheol-su arrives at the scene, and the female disciple excitedly confirms they have unearthed lost martial arts manuals of the Gongdong sect. Cheol-su, ever the opportunist, tells her he is going to scout for more hidden spaces in the cavern. The female disciple agrees to continue her exploration of the cave, oblivious to the true intensity of the situation. Cheol-su moves with a singular, focused purpose, his footsteps echoing through the dark, damp cavern. He channels the So-Yang technique, his internal energy surging as he sprints deeper into the cave. He tells himself there is no time to waste, desperate to beat Yujin Hui to the precious elixirs. A blinding light erupts from the darkness, signaling the location of the long-sought elixirs. Cheol-su lunges toward the source of the power, thinking only of how these elixirs will finally end his days of enduring the perverted senior's harassment. A single, glowing elixir drips from a stalactite, and Cheol-su stares at it with wild, unhinged ambition, declaring his intent to become the harem king. A glowing, mystical orb hangs suspended in the dark cavern, dripping with pure, concentrated energy. Cheol-su stares at the radiant prize with unhinged ambition, declaring that he will finally bury his humiliating past and become the king of the harem. His hand reaches out toward the pulsing light, his fingers trembling with the raw anticipation of gaining ultimate power. The female disciple wanders through the cavern, her footsteps echoing as she surveys the mysterious, ancient surroundings. She stops in her tracks, confused by the strange environment, and mutters that the place looks like a bathhouse. Noticing the strange, lingering energy traces in the air, she pauses, her curiosity piqued by the anomaly. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound ripples through the air, causing her to gasp in genuine alarm. She sprints toward the source of the disturbance, shouting out to her junior to find out what is happening. Cheol-su is thrown back by a massive, freezing shockwave of energy that erupts from the stone table, leaving him stunned on the ground. The female disciple arrives just in time to witness the legendary holy water elixir manifesting, her eyes wide with disbelief as she realizes the magnitude of the treasure. Cheol-su realizes the gravity of the situation, identifying the glowing treasure as the legendary Mita Sungsu, an elixir formed over a millennium by concentrated extreme yin energy. He knows the brutal truth. While this is a top-tier medicinal treasure, its overwhelming yin energy is toxic to a man's vitality. The female disciple rushes to his side, checking if he is okay after the shockwave, fearing he might have been seriously injured. Cheol-su is internally spiraling, realizing that consuming this elixir could be a total disaster for his physical gains. He recalls a terrifying vision from his previous life where an excess of yin energy caused a body to warp and take on a feminine form. Tears stream down his face as he realizes that his hard-earned physique is at risk if he is forced to consume the mitasungsu. The female disciple is confused by his weeping, but Chilsu insists these are just tears of joy from his long, hard struggle. He explains the power of the mitasungsu to her, noting that it provides an endless reserve of energy capable of awakening anyone's meridians. The female disciple, knowing her loyalty, insists that Chilsu should be the one to claim the elixir since he discovered it first. Chilsu completely rejects the offer, calling the mitasungsu trash and claiming he is too slow-witted to make good use of such a legendary item. The female disciple argues that splitting the mitasungsu will only waste its potential, insisting that Chilsu should consume it to lead the sect. Chilsu immediately shuts her down, desperately trying to deflect the legendary elixir back onto her. The female disciple isn't having any of it, firing back that his lack of talent makes the elixir a mandatory upgrade for him. Chilsu doubles down on his refusal, claiming he can reach the peak of power through pure training alone. The female disciple glows with genuine sincerity, pleading with him to take the treasure so they can stand at the summit together. Chilsu is internally panicking, his mind reeling at the thought of being forced to consume the item that threatens his gains. The female disciple watches him with frustration, unable to comprehend why he is so stubbornly rejecting a top-tier power boost. The female disciple decides to take matters into her own hands, aggressively grabbing his hand to force the issue. Yu Jinhui steps in with a calculated move, pulling the ultimate card by framing the request as a plea from his younger brother. Chilsu is left completely speechless and flustered, caught off guard by the emotional weight of the request. The female disciple pleads with Chilsu to accept the elixir, framing the gift as a gesture of respect toward her elder brother. Chilsu is visibly shaken and caught off guard by her intense sincerity, his resolve wavering as he stammers in response. The female disciple is completely overwhelmed by her own emotions, her eyes swirling with a mix of determination and genuine affection for her peer. Finally, breaking under the pressure of her earnest request, Chilsu reluctantly agrees to take the elixir, though he remains dazed by the situation. With the deal struck, the female disciple pivots to the technical requirements, noting that he needs to align his internal energy with the yin element of the elixir. She questions if they have any resources on yin-based techniques, and the realization hits her that they possess the perfect manual for the job. The female disciple declares that she must memorize the chants for the 3 yin true technique immediately to ensure his success. The two sit together in the quiet cavern, the female disciple diving headfirst into the manual, while Chilsu watches on in silence. The pages rustle rapidly as the female disciple displays a terrifying speed of comprehension, absorbing the complex information in an instant. Chilsu stares in disbelief at the sheer pace of her learning, while the female disciple casually announces she has already mastered the entire text. Chilsu stands in the dark cavern, surrounded by the chilling, swirling aura of the mitasungsu as he prepares to claim the legendary treasure. The glowing, ethereal orb rests perfectly in his palms, vibrating with a raw, potent energy that promises to either elevate him or break him. Chilsu stares at the artifact with a mix of awe and desperation, fully aware that this single item is the key to his future power. His eyes lock onto the orb, his mind screaming with a singular, hungry resolve to make this immense power his own at any cost. Without hesitation, he raises the mitasungsu to his lips, gulping down the concentrated essence in a high-stakes gamble for ultimate strength. The moment the elixir hits his system, his eyes widen in pure shock as a violent, icy surge of energy slams into his core. He hunches over, clutching his chest as the freezing sensation tears through his body, his face contorted in agony as he gasps. "It feels like my heart is freezing." Yu Jinhui watches from the shadows, his expression shifting to alarm as he calls out, "Senior brother?" Chilsu loses the battle against the surging backlash, his legs giving out as he collapses hard onto the cold stone floor. Doubled over and sweating, Chilsu struggles to maintain consciousness while gritting out, "The energy is rampaging wildly inside my body. Bad, if this continues." Chilsu is completely overwhelmed, his internal energy spiraling out of control as he realizes he cannot contain the volatile power. The mitasungsu elixir is tearing him apart, clashing violently against his own internal energy in a brutal struggle for dominance. His eyes widen in sheer panic as he questions if the overwhelming yin energy is simply too much for him to handle. The situation turns critical, and Chilsu knows the signs are disastrous as his body fails to cope with the influx of power. His consciousness slips away, leaving him drifting in a surreal, ethereal void as the elixir takes full effect. Floating in this mental space, Chilsu is disoriented and confused, questioning if this is reality or a hallucination. He realizes he has crossed a threshold, finding himself deep within the recesses of his own mind. The The gravity of his decision hits him, acknowledging the heavy price of consuming the elixir that his junior sacrificed for him. With desperation fueling his focus, he reaches out, determined to seize and refine this wild energy before it destroys him. Splash! He plunges into a sea of pure, icy energy, fully committed to the high-stakes gamble of mastering this newfound power. Cheol-su kneels on the barren ground, surrounded by the corpses of birds he has brutally eliminated in a display of raw, uncontrolled power. Cheol-su justifies his carnage, claiming the crow was a threat to the sparrows, and he simply acted as the judge, jury, and executioner. He grips a dark stone or relic tightly in his blood-stained hand, his mind clearly fracturing under the weight of the elixir. A sinister, red-eyed aura flares around Cheol-su, signaling that his internal energy has completely spiraled out of control. Cheol-su stares intensely, his eyes glowing with a terrifying, monstrous light, as he questions why others label him a monster. The transformation is complete as he lunges forward with a predatory, demonic snarl, his features twisted into a mask of pure malice. Yu Jinhui arrives on the scene, unleashing a massive surge of blue energy to contain the volatile storm radiating from his senior brother. Yu Jinhui grits his teeth in frustration, realizing that even with his superior techniques, he is struggling to suppress the overwhelming force of the elixir. Yu Jinhui is visibly shaken, shocked to his core that even a prodigy like him is witnessing the terrifying manifestation of an inner demon. Despite his hatred for physical contact, Yu Jinhui commits to the dangerous Jingidoin technique, forcing his energy into Cheol-su to stabilize the lethal backlash. Yu Jinhui refuses to let his senior brother, Cheol-su, become a total loss, stepping in to physically restrain him before he spirals further. A surge of intense, glowing energy erupts from the contact point as Yu Jinhui forces his own power into the fray to suppress the chaos. Cheol-su, barely clinging to his sanity, reacts to the sudden interference, his eyes widening as he realizes his junior is the one holding him back. Cheol-su lets out a desperate, pained cry, his body thrashing as he struggles to maintain his grip on reality while the elixir tears him apart. The demonic influence takes hold, turning Cheol-su into a monster with glowing red eyes as he confesses he is losing the war against the inner demon. Yu Jinhui stays locked in, barking orders at Cheol-su to focus and channel the 3 Yin True technique to redirect the rampaging energy. Yu Jinhui roars at him to concentrate, warning that if he loses his focus now, he will permanently fall into a state of demonic deviation. Cheol-su grinds his teeth in agony, his face twisted in a desperate struggle to regain control as the lethal energy continues to burn through his meridians. A massive, freezing blast of blue yin energy explodes outward, engulfing the area as Yu Jinhui pushes his limits to contain the volatile storm. Yu Jinhui stands firm against the overwhelming pressure, acknowledging that only a prodigy like him could survive this level of energy without being reduced to a hollow shell. Yu Jinhui stares down his senior brother, refusing to let the man who is supposed to rebuild their sect turn into a mindless wreck. Yu Jinhui pins Cheol-su to the ground, his voice cold and commanding as he tells him to consider himself lucky that he is the one intervening. The power gap is clear, as Yu Jinhui asserts that he has reached the level of an absolute master, far surpassing his struggling senior. Cheol-su is in total agony, his hand turning a gruesome, blood-red color as the lethal elixir energy tears his body apart from the inside. Yu Jinhui looms over the thrashing Cheol-su, demanding answers as the demonic corruption begins to take a firm hold on his brother's soul. The transformation is terrifying, as Cheol-su's eyes glow with a malevolent red light, signaling that his humanity is rapidly fading away. Cheol-su lashes out with raw, unbridled power, but Yu Jinhui reacts instantly, using his superior technique to neutralize the threat. A deafening roar echoes through the air as the demonic energy surges, forcing Yu Jinhui to push his own limits just to keep the situation from spiraling out of control. The demon fully manifests within Cheol-su, his features twisted into a nightmare as he completely succumbs to the dark, internal corruption. Cheol-su reflects on the cruel price of his innate power, acknowledging the predatory nature that has been waiting for this exact moment to consume his weakened self. Cheol-su is caught in a brutal struggle, his body convulsing as the demonic energy tears through him. A massive surge of power erupts from the ground, signaling the terrifying instability of the elixir's influence. Cheol-su lets out a guttural, pained cry, his features twisting as the dark corruption takes hold of his spirit. The weight of his own weakness hits him hard, leaving him to wonder if he is destined to be consumed by this power. Standing amidst the dark aura, Cheol-su is completely overwhelmed by the futile nature of his current existence. Yu Jinhui remains focused, his eyes locked on his senior brother as he urges him to keep fighting the darkness. The pressure is immense, but Yu Jinhui maintains his composure, preparing to intervene before the demonic energy claims his brother. Yu Jinhui realizes the severity of the situation. Sensing the dangerous energy radiating from his senior brother's hands, Yu Jinhui closes the distance, placing his hands on Cheol-su to stabilize the volatile energy flow. With intense resolve, Yu Jinhui commands his brother to ignore the demon and focus entirely on absorbing the elixir's power. Yu Jinhui makes a desperate call to his senior brother, Cheol-su, vowing to loosen his meridians despite the agony it will cause. Cheol-su sits in the dirt, his mind reeling as he realizes the overwhelming yin energy is pushing him to the brink of collapse. Cheol-su clenches his fist into the ground, fully aware that his junior is risking everything just to pull him back from the edge. The demonic corruption surges, and Cheol-su lets out a primal, inhuman roar as he lunges toward Yu Jinhui. Yu Jinhui braces himself, his expression hardening as he realizes he cannot afford to hesitate in this life-or-death struggle. The demon possessing Cheol-su screams for him to give up, trying to crush his will with pure, unadulterated malice. Yu Jinhui is sent flying backward, the sheer force of the demonic energy slamming him into the rocky terrain with devastating impact. Cheol-su, completely lost to the darkness, finds himself pinned under a massive boulder as the malevolent entity continues to shriek. Blood drips onto the parched earth, a grim testament to the internal damage Cheol-su is suffering, while his body is torn apart by conflicting forces. Yu Jinhui gasps for air, his internal energy in tatters. Yet he remains focused on his plan to help Cheol-su absorb the elixir and subdue the mind demon. Cheol-su sits in the dust, his mind racing, as he realizes the only way to purge the demonic corruption is to flood his system with internal energy. Yu Jinhui and Cheol-su lock eyes, both men desperate and bloodied as they prepare for the final, high-stakes gamble to save Cheol-su's life. With a violent surge of power, Yu Jinhui slams his fist into the ground, unleashing a shockwave to pin down the rampaging demonic entity. The demonic corruption takes hold, twisting Cheol-su into a monstrous, red-skinned beast with glowing eyes that radiate pure malice. The demon lets out a blood-curdling shriek, its voice echoing across the wasteland as it desperately fights to maintain its grip on Cheol-su's soul. Yu Jinhui rushes to his senior brother's side, his expression one of intense focus as he begins the delicate process of channeling energy to stabilize him. A close look at Yu Jinhui's hand reveals the precision required, as he carefully touches the pressure points to begin the energy transfer. Yu Jinhui manifests golden energy spikes, piercing the ground around the thrashing demon to lock it into a containment field. The demon struggles against the golden restraints, its red eyes burning with rage as Yu Jinhui shouts for his senior to seize the moment. Yu Jinhui guides the internal energy through the vital points of Cheol-su's body, forcing the demonic influence to retreat as the cultivation process begins. Cheol-su is on the brink of collapse, his face twisted in agony as blood leaks from his mouth while the demonic energy ravages his body. Yu Jinhui screams at his senior brother, urging him to focus and break through the Ren meridian before the corruption consumes him entirely. The demonic entity takes full control, lunging forward with a savage red-eyed glare as the ground shatters beneath its raw, unbridled power. The monster reaches out with clawed, blood-red hands, threatening to tear apart everything in its path as it loses all remnants of humanity. A close look at the demon reveals the terrifying transformation, with its eyes burning with a cold, predatory malice that chills the soul. The demon slams into the earth with enough force to create a massive crater, leaving Yu Jinhui to hold his ground against the onslaught. The beast lets out a piercing shriek, its voice echoing with pure, unfiltered rage as it continues to thrash against the constraints of reality. Yu Jinhui unleashes a powerful shockwave, driving spikes into the ground to trap the rampaging monster and force it into submission. The containment field erupts in a blinding flash of energy, pinning the demonic force down as the environment buckles under the pressure. Finally, the chaos subsides into a tense silence, with Yu Jinhui sitting beside his exhausted senior brother to stabilize his internal energy. Yu Jinhui breathes a sigh of relief as he confirms that the dangerous energy has finally calmed down and his senior brother has successfully absorbed the elixir. Yu Jinhui stays focused, instructing Cheol-su to channel his yin energy to the fulcrum point to finalize the opening of his Ren and Du meridians. A vision of the female disciple appears, glowing with ethereal light as the intensity of the moment shifts. Yu Jinhui pulls Cheol-su close, questioning why his senior brother is so willing to yield everything instead of fighting for his own path. A flashback reveals a younger, smiling Cheol-su, highlighting the deep bond he has always shared with his junior brother. The scene shifts to a training montage, where Yu Jinhui pushes himself to the limit every single day to grow stronger. Yu Jinhui and Cheol-su sit together, their hands clasped as they share a moment of profound connection amidst the aftermath of the struggle. Their hands remain locked in a firm grip, a silent promise of loyalty and brotherhood that transcends the pain of their recent ordeal. Yu Jinhui looks on with a soft, genuine smile, his expression reflecting the relief of seeing his senior brother survive the crisis. The female disciple blushes, visibly flustered and overcome with emotion, as she reflects on the depth of the bond between the two brothers. The ethereal vision of the female disciple speaks words of deep gratitude. Acknowledging the care she has received, she expresses a sense of happiness, though her tone carries a heavy, lingering note of misfortune. Her voice turns somber as she offers a final, heartfelt wish for the other to take care of themselves as well. A hand reaches out, signifying a moment of connection and the relief of being saved from total ruin. She pledges her eternal loyalty, swearing that even if the entire world turns against him, she will remain by his side. A massive burst of blinding energy erupts, shattering the surroundings as the power of the technique takes hold. Yu Jinhui and Cheol Su sit in the aftermath, with Yu Jinhui noting that his senior brother is already executing the 3 Yin True technique. Yu Jinhui explains that because of the heavenly body, his senior brother's meridians are fundamentally different from those of a normal cultivator. Complaining about the sheer difficulty of the process, Yu Jinhui laments the exhaustion of putting himself through such a grueling ordeal. Yu Jinhui reflects on the Mitasungsu elixir, realizing its overwhelming yin energy is likely exacerbating his own personal complexes as he scans the area for any other options. Yu Jinhui spots something glowing in the dark, his eyes widening as he questions if moss could actually survive in this intense yin energy. The mysterious plant radiates a distinct yang energy, its lush growth standing out sharply against the bleak, cold environment. Yu Jinhui identifies the find as Hongyang Te, noting that while it is a tier below the legendary Mitasungsu, it is still a top-tier herb. He crouches down in the dim light, carefully examining the rare plant to confirm his discovery. Realizing the immense value of what he has found, his expression shifts to pure shock and excitement as he shouts the name of the herb. The cave entrance looms in the background, a hidden treasure trove of energy waiting to be exploited by someone with the right skills. Yu Jinhui leaps into the air with a burst of energy, realizing that the master Mu Gyok would never leave them without a backup plan for recovery. He lunges forward with lightning speed, his hand closing firmly around the precious herb as he declares it his own. With the herb in his grasp, he lets out a triumphant laugh, ready to use this power to change his fate after reincarnation. Yu Jinhui settles into a meditative stance, his focus sharpening as he prepares to kickstart his own luck journey and cultivate the energy he just secured. Yu Jinhui rejects the standard method of gathering elixir essence in the lower dantian, opting to circulate the power of the Hongyang Te herb throughout his entire body instead. He grips his robes tightly, feeling the surge of vitality as the potent energy begins to refine his physical form from the inside out. With a focused expression, he channels the raw power, commanding the energy of a man to flood his system and break through his current limits. Beads of sweat drip down his face as he revels in the sensation of genuine yang energy, a feeling he has not experienced in a long time. A powerful aura swirls around him as he sits in a meditative stance, pushing his cultivation to the next level. While the energy works its magic, Yu Jinhui takes a deep breath, acknowledging that while the herb is not as OP as Mitasungsu, it has successfully granted him a body that is effectively immune to sickness. He stands up, feeling the massive upgrade in his physical condition, and ready to tackle whatever comes next with his newfound strength. Looking toward the dark cave entrance, he notes that he has finished his energy work and is ready to move on. Feeling gross from the intense training, he decides to track down a bathhouse, confident that the legendary Mu Jiok must have left one behind in this hideout. Splash! He discards his robes, ready to wash away the grime and complete his transformation. Cheol Su relaxes in the steaming waters of the hidden bathhouse, letting out a sigh of relief as the heat soothes his battered body. The peace is shattered when a voice calls out from the cave entrance, causing Cheol Su to freeze in a state of pure panic. Yu Jinhui stands guard outside the cave, his voice firm as he tells his senior brother that he will wait while keeping intruders away. Cheol Su breathes a heavy sigh, his heart pounding as he realizes how close he came to having his secret exposed. The steam rises around the hidden spring, masking the presence of the disciple as he tries to compose himself in the silence. Cheol Su clutches his arms, his mind racing as he contemplates the sheer terror of almost being caught living a lie. A flashback reveals the stern face of the master, who once taught Cheol Su that survival in the martial world requires the ultimate disguise. Cheol Su clenches his fist, acknowledging that the dangerous elixir he consumed was a necessary gamble to avoid being crippled for life. Looking out toward the light, Cheol Su wonders how someone as kind and talented as Yu Jinhui could be his junior brother. Cheol Su reflects on the immense debt he owes to Yu Jinhui, who gave him a priceless elixir without a second thought and never once looked down on his lack of martial talent. Chol-Su stares into the distance, his eyes filled with a mix of vulnerability and resolve, as he whispers that he desperately wants to do something for his junior brother. The cool water of the hidden spring ripples around Chol-Su, providing a brief moment of solace as he tries to steady his chaotic internal energy. Submerged in the depths of the spring, Chol-Su huddles against the cold, his mind trapped in a cycle of worry and introspection. Chol-Su covers his face, his heart racing as he questions his own intense emotional state and his overwhelming desire to protect his junior brother from any hardship. A sudden, vivid memory flashes before his eyes, showing a moment of connection that fuels his determination to stay by his junior brother's side. The memory shifts to a warm, genuine smile, reinforcing the deep bond that keeps Chol-Su fighting to maintain his secret and his sanity. A sudden, heavy thud echoes in his mind, snapping Chol-Su back to reality as he realizes the sheer weight of the sacrifices being made for his sake. Chol-Su stands amidst the rising steam of the spring, his silhouette framed by the ethereal glow of the cavern as he contemplates his next move. Silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by the soft dripping of water as Chol-Su remains lost in his turbulent thoughts. With tears welling in his eyes, Chol-Su mutters a frantic plea to the heavens, questioning if Yu Jinhui has completely lost his mind for risking so much to save him. Chol-Su sits by the water, grappling with the cold reality that his feelings for his junior brother must remain strictly platonic, nothing more than a sibling bond. He forcefully reminds himself to kill these foolish thoughts, desperately trying to suppress emotions that threaten his composure. With a pained expression, he clutches his face, the weight of his internal struggle clearly visible as he paces in the dim cavern light. He realizes that his current female form is a massive handicap, making it impossible to rebuild the sect or protect his junior brother as he truly desires. Clenching his fist with intense resolve, he makes a silent vow that he must reclaim his identity as a man to fulfill his goals. Chol-Su reflects on the irony of his long bath, noting that while he tries to be thorough to avoid suspicion, his internal turmoil makes it feel like an eternity. He observes the vastness of the hidden cavern, noting how the glowing pearls scattered everywhere are a testament to the lost glory and wealth of the Gongdong sect. He laments the tragic decline of the sect, wondering how the home of Mugukja, the greatest swordmaster under heaven, could have fallen so far from grace. His mind drifts to the dark history of the previous life, recalling the massacre 50 years ago where only one survivor remained, the legendary Lim Baekseon, wielder of the heavenly thunder sword. Lim Baekseon survived the catastrophic destruction of the sect only because he was locked away in a meditation cell, though he was never considered a top-tier martial artist. The fall of the Gongdong sect was sealed when their library burned down, wiping out the vital martial texts that defined their power. Before passing away, Lim Baekseon managed to pass his legacy down to a single disciple. Zhong Yong, the current head of the Gongdong sect, bears the title of the demon-slaying swordsman, a name that sounds legendary but carries a bitter history. While the title sounds elite, it is now used as a cruel mockery by those who look down on the remnants of the sect. The demon sect faction, known as Sa Yong Hui, coined that mocking title to ridicule the sect for losing its once feared demon-slaying techniques. Chol-Su realizes that the recovered martial texts are the ultimate game-changer for the sect's survival. It is a massive stroke of luck that the legendary Mu Gukja erased the records of the Guangsong Blood Cave, effectively hiding this treasure from the demon sect for generations. Chol-Su is left deep in thought, questioning why a master like Mu Gukja would intentionally scrub the history of such a sacred and powerful location. The legendary warrior stands amidst the flames, a silent guardian whose power could have easily unlocked the secrets of the sacred place. It is absolute madness to believe that the sect's downfall was anything less than a calculated tragedy foreseen long before the invasion. One undeniable truth remains: the sacred place was wiped from the annals of history by the sheer will of Mu Gukja. Yu Jinhui recalls his past life, remembering how he returned here for training only to find the path completely sealed off. Back then, the entrance was nothing but a pile of rubble, a dead end that crushed any hope of finding the hidden treasures. Now, the entrance stands in pristine condition, looking as if it could hold strong for decades without a single stone falling out of place. Yu Jinhui stares at the cave, his mind racing as he questions if the collapse in his previous life was a forced, unnatural event. Lim Baekseon calls out to his junior, breaking the tension and asking if he has been waiting for a long time. The female disciple appears, radiating a cheerful energy as she tells her junior to stop brooding and hurry up to wash himself. Chol-Su stands in the dim cave, clutching his gear with a look of pure confusion as he contemplates his own reflection. The female disciple stares at him, completely baffled by his sudden transformation, and wondering if the Mita Sung Su is responsible for his unnaturally beautiful face. The tension is thick as the two disciples stand in the cavern, one lost in his own head, and the other clearly losing her patience. Without warning, the female disciple lunges, landing a solid strike on her junior, and demanding to know what he is actually doing. Cheol-su brushes off the hit, claiming he just needed to clear his head, while the female disciple reluctantly accepts his weak excuse. As Cheol-su soaks in the glowing waters, he is plagued by intrusive thoughts about his own rapid physical change and the suspicious scent of flowers. He continues to spiral, internally mocking himself and questioning why he even bothers with fragrance pouches when he feels like a total mess. The frustration boils over as Cheol-su clenches his fist underwater, cursing his own existence and labeling himself a walking demon spawn. After the outburst, Cheol-su sits in the quiet cave, wiping his face with a towel and looking utterly lost as the reality of his situation sinks in. Lim Baek-seon questions Cheol-su about his activities, only to find him organizing the recovered martial arts manuals in the cavern. Cheol-su wipes his face, reflecting on how the Gongdong sect will finally reclaim its lost arts once they return to the main sect. The pair reviews the techniques they have secured, noting that they now possess both the Hard Yang Qi technique and the 3 Yin True technique. They realize that mastering these fundamental techniques is the key to unlocking the legendary Unified Primordial Qi technique. Cheol-su points out a massive oversight, realizing the most critical manual, the Unified Primordial Qi technique, is missing from their hall. Lim Baek-seon holds the stack of manuals, confirming that there are only 7 texts instead of the expected 8. Cheol-su asks for confirmation, and Lim Baek-seon somberly agrees that their search of the area yielded only 7 manuals. A realization hits Cheol-su as he frantically asks about the status of the demon-slaying sword technique. Lim Baek-seon delivers the crushing news that the demon-slaying sword technique is nowhere to be found among the recovered scrolls. Cheol-su is losing his cool, staring at the manuals in disbelief because the legendary demon-slaying sword technique is nowhere to be found. His mind is racing, processing the fact that the intel from the Eastern faction was supposed to be absolute gold, not a bust. A sudden revelation hits him hard, realizing that a master like Swordmaster Mu Gayuk-ja would never settle for something as basic as a written scroll. Cheol-su stands in the gloom, pondering the reality that masters have countless ways to pass down their legacy without putting pen to paper. He considers the possibility that the technique was left behind in a more profound, unconventional form by the legendary master. Lim Baek-seon breaks the silence, pointing out that he discovered strange sword marks hidden away past the bath area. Lim Baek-seon takes the lead, moving with purpose as he tells his junior to follow him to the location of the discovery. Cheol-su is still skeptical, questioning if the marks are just random damage, but Lim Baek-seon assures him that he will understand the truth soon. They arrive at the site, staring up at the massive, glowing rock face where the sword marks are carved with an eerie, terrifying beauty. Lim Baek-seon and Cheol-su stand before a massive, ancient stone wall etched with mysterious, glowing energy markings deep within a hidden cavern. A hand reaches out to touch the cold, dark surface of the stone, feeling for the hidden mechanism buried within the rock. Lim Baek-seon points out the anomaly to his junior, confirming that something truly significant lies concealed behind the wall. Lim Baek-seon explains that this is a relic from 300 years ago, a mechanical gate that requires precise force to manipulate. He warns Cheol-su that the margin for error is non-existent, as applying the wrong amount of pressure will cause the entire structure to collapse. The tension rises as they discuss the necessity of the demon-slaying sword technique to trigger the mechanism, with Cheol-su doubting his own ability to open it. Lim Baek-seon remains confident, assuring his junior that they will find a way to bypass the obstacle regardless of the difficulty. Cheol-su reflects on his own knowledge, realizing he is not entirely clueless about the secrets behind the legendary sword technique. A flashback reveals the dark history of the Imperial Palace, where they hoard the secret techniques of powerful sects to develop counters and maintain control. The duo stands ready, acknowledging that the demon-slaying sword technique is so legendary that even the Imperial Palace keeps records of it in their armory. Lim Baek-seon and Cheol-su stand before a massive, ominous wall marked by the legendary power of the Celestial Sword Lord. Cheol-su grins with intense focus, realizing that the wall hides the true arrangement left behind by the legendary master. Lim Baek-seon watches from a distance, calling out to his junior as Cheol-su begins to move with purpose across the cavern floor. Cheol-su realizes the truth, noting that every high-level martial art is fundamentally built upon a specific, hidden stepping technique. The entire cavern is revealed to be a massive, intricate puzzle, with every detail serving as a deliberate clue from the Celestial Sword Lord. Cheol-su begins to dash across the ground, his movements perfectly tracing the invisible path carved by the ancient sword marks. Lim Baek-seon reaches out in surprise, questioning what his junior is doing as Cheol-soo accelerates into a rhythmic, high-speed sequence. Lim Baek-seon is struck by a sudden realization, his eyes widening as he understands the gravity of what is unfolding before him. The sword marks on the ground glow with energy, confirming that they are acting as a guide for a powerful, long-lost stepping technique. Cheol-soo charges forward, fearlessly following the ancient trail back to its origin point to claim the secrets of the master. A single step hits the cavern floor with heavy impact, signaling the start of a high-stakes training session. Lim Baek-seon stands in the mysterious, glowing cavern, calling out to his junior to focus on the task at hand. Yu Jinhui lunges forward with his blade, his movements sharp and precise as he engages in intense practice. Yu Jinhui turns his gaze toward his senior brother, his expression serious as he asks for guidance on the technique. The cavern walls pulse with ancient energy, revealing complex sword marks that serve as the key to the lost technique. Lim Baek-seon and Yu Jinhui pore over ancient texts, struggling to interpret the cryptic secrets left by the celestial sword lord. A close look at the stone wall reveals lightning-shaped engravings that map out the origin of the legendary sword style. The duo combines their knowledge of the Gongdong sect techniques with reverse calculations to reconstruct the lost incantations. Lim Baek-seon physically corrects the sword stance of Yu Jinhui, his frustration boiling over as he struggles to maintain his composure. Lim Baek-seon watches his junior practice, internally fuming that his dream of a romantic sword lesson has been ruined by the prodigy. The duo reflects on their grueling training, surviving on simple grain pills and stream water to endure their path. Lim Baek-seon and Yu Jinhui celebrate their massive breakthrough in reverse calculating the legendary demon-slaying sword technique. Lim Baek-seon stands ready, declaring that the madness of their struggle ends today as he prepares to execute the technique. Lim Baek-seon grips his sword hilt, his expression tense and uncertain as he prepares to face the final challenge. Lim Baek-seon confirms the plan, noting that the lightning-engraved stone wall is the final piece of the puzzle. Lim Baek-seon admits his lack of confidence, fearing he cannot properly execute the technique without the celestial force art. Yu Jinhui stares in disbelief at his senior brother, who is already doubting their success before they even begin. Yu Jinhui observes the ancient sword marks on the wall, noting they were likely left for a master and not for them. Yu Jinhui reassures Lim Baek-seon, stating that without his senior brother's unique celestial martial body, this restoration would be impossible. Yu Jinhui smiles with calm confidence, reaching out toward the stone wall and insisting that there is still a way to open it. Yu Jinhui analyzes the ancient mechanism, noting that its 300-year-old design makes it far more vulnerable than it was in its prime. Yu Jinhui reveals his past as the head of the Imperial Intelligence Organization, boasting that his skill with mechanical devices is second to none. The internal structure of the device glows with blue energy as Yu Jinhui begins to manipulate the complex piping system. Yu Jinhui explains that while the demon-slaying sword technique was meant to unlock this, the aging technology allows for a different approach. A loud click echoes through the chamber as a heavy lock is disengaged by his precise adjustments. Another mechanism shifts into place with a sharp sound, proving that the non-essential parts of the device are failing to hold up. The blue energy pulses as Yu Jinhui notes that the system can no longer distinguish between genuine sword energy and his own refined sensitivity. Yu Jinhui confirms that by exploiting these flaws, he can bypass the door without needing to fully master the demon-slaying sword technique. Yu Jinhui signals to his senior brother that the path is clear, and Lim Baek-seon prepares himself to move forward. Lim Baek-seon grips his sword hilt tightly, taking a deep breath to steady his nerves as he prepares to face whatever lies ahead. Yu Jinhui stands before the ancient stone wall, his gaze fixed on the task with a smirk that says he has everything under control. A smug look crosses the face of Yu Jinhui as he prepares to show everyone exactly how a real prodigy handles a locked gate. With a burst of speed, Yu Jinhui leaps into the air, his movements fluid and precise as he executes his plan. The air crackles as Yu Jinhui strikes the mechanism, his sword energy cutting through the air with lethal intent. A massive surge of blue energy erupts from the wall, signaling that the ancient defense system is finally being forced open. Yu Jinhui unleashes a torrent of power, his expression intense as he dominates the flow of energy to his will. The heavy stone structure groans under the pressure, the massive slab beginning to shift as the lock is shattered. The path forward is revealed as the wall slides open, leaving the chamber bathed in a mysterious, glowing light. Lim Baek-seon looks on with pure delight, his eyes wide as he realizes the way is finally clear. Lim Baek-seon grabs his junior by the hands, shaking him in excitement and shouting his praises for such an incredible display of skill. Lim Baek-seon and Cheol-soo celebrate as the wall opens, confirming their restored demon-slaying sword technique is the real deal. The female disciple beams with joy, offering a heartfelt thank you to her junior for his massive contribution. Chelsea remains focused and humble, reminding everyone that the mission isn't over until they uncover what the celestial sword lord left behind. The two disciples stand ready, their eyes locked on the mysterious path revealed within the glowing chamber. A sudden shift in the atmosphere leaves both disciples looking uneasy, as if they sense something is wrong. Chelsea snaps back to reality, his eyes widening in shock as he realizes he is no longer in the cavern. He finds himself shackled to a wooden pillar, completely disoriented, and wondering how he ended up in this trap. Looking up, he spots mice scurrying across the ceiling, a sight that feels disturbingly familiar to his current nightmare. A slave trader and his accomplice stand nearby, coldly discussing how much gold they can squeeze out of the palace by selling this lost child from Haedong. The slave trader smirks as Chelsea finally regains consciousness, realizing his captive is now awake and aware of his dire situation. Yu Jinhui glares with murderous intent as he identifies the men responsible for his current predicament, Wang Sam and the imperial palace broker Zhang Yihyun. The trap is sprung as Yu Jinhui finds himself shackled to a pillar in a dim, dusty room while his captors loom over him. Yu Jinhui recalls the moment he triggered the mechanical device, realizing he was immediately pulled into a deceptive illusion. With eyes burning like blue fire, Yu Jinhui vows to make the celestial sword lord suffer for subjecting him to such a pathetic hallucination. Bound and helpless, Yu Jinhui hangs his head, though his mind remains sharp and focused on breaking free. Wang Sam and Zhang Yihyun pace around their captive, their presence heavy and oppressive as they revel in their successful capture. Zhang Yihyun flashes a sinister smirk, taunting the boy by suggesting that a life in the palace is far better than starving in a foreign land. Wang Sam reaches out to grab Yu Jinhui by the chin, cruelly joking that the boy might rise to power as a eunuch and rule the world. Yu Jinhui grits his teeth in pure frustration, his face contorting with rage as he realizes the twisted reality of his situation. A vision of his past life flashes through his mind, reminding him that he once held power second only to the emperor himself. Yu Jinhui hangs in chains, his expression hardening as he questions the true value of power while his captors mock his future. The taunts reach a boiling point as Yu Jinhui, eyes filled with murderous rage, snaps back at the pathetic lowlifes. A massive surge of energy erupts, forcing the captors to recoil in pure terror as the boy breaks his bonds. Yu Jinhui realizes his physical body is drained, but his mental fortitude remains the ultimate weapon in this fight. With a display of raw willpower, he shatters the chains that held him, proving his spirit is far from broken. Wang Sam and Zhang Yihyun stumble back, their faces twisted in shock as they realize their prey has turned into a predator. The illusion begins to crack under the pressure, leaving the two cowards frozen in place by an overwhelming aura. Yu Jinhui deduces that since this is a mental construct, his cultivation level is still very much alive and kicking. Channeling his inner fire, he prepares to wipe the floor with these small fry, his eyes glowing with lethal intent. He unleashes the first style, Frozen Heart, instantly turning the environment into a lethal zone of ice to delete his enemies. A single step shatters the stone floor as the protagonist breaks free from his bindings. Yu Jinhui scoffs at the pathetic attempt to trap him, declaring that he sees right through this cheap illusion. The mental construct tries to keep him pacified, with a woman fawning over him to distract the prodigy. The illusion intensifies, surrounding him with beautiful women in a desperate bid to keep him trapped in a dream. They continue to shower him with praise, trying to bait him into staying within the false reality. The illusionary woman leans in close, but Yu Jinhui is completely unimpressed and annoyed by the charade. He looks absolutely disgusted as he pushes back against the unwanted advances, clearly having zero patience for this nonsense. Yu Jinhui stands amidst the shards of the illusion, calling out the enemy for their weak and transparent trap. He ignites his internal energy, roaring that he is no lustful fool and that these fantasies are utterly useless to him. With a massive burst of power, he obliterates the entire mental construct, shattering the ice and ending the illusion for good. Yu Jinhui stands on edge, his senses heightened as a strange, grinding sound echoes through the cavern. A mysterious, long-haired warrior appears, radiating a terrifying aura that screams of absolute power. Yu Jinhui is visibly shaken, his eyes widening as he realizes he is facing a monster-tier threat. The red-haired warrior draws his blade with a lethal flash, the air around him crackling with intense energy. With a cold challenge, the warrior unleashes a devastating golden energy wave directly at his target. Yu Jinhui is forced onto the defensive, scrambling to react as the golden strike tears through the ground toward him. Desperate, Yu Jinhui channels his own internal energy, his hands glowing as he attempts to deflect the incoming onslaught. The clash of energies is catastrophic, shattering the surrounding ice and sending shockwaves through the entire chamber. Even with his best effort, Yu Jinhui is blown backward by the sheer force of the strike, his defense crumbling instantly. Yu Jinhui collapses to the ground, gasping for air as the devastating power of his opponent leaves him reeling in the dust. A flashback reveals the legend of the celestial sword lord, Mugukja, the greatest master of the Gongdong sect who saved the martial world from the blood cult 3 centuries ago. The legendary celestial sword lord, Mugukja, looms over the battlefield with an aura so intense it feels like the air itself is burning. Mugukja unleashes a devastating golden energy strike that carves through the earth, forcing Yu Jinhui to plead for his life. Yu Jinhui is gasping for air, his body trembling as he desperately tries to explain that he is not the enemy. Mugukja remains unimpressed, his sword drawn and ready to execute anyone who shows him the slightest disrespect. The legendary warrior mocks Yu Jinhui, stating that while his mind might possess the depth of a master, his actual martial arts are tranched here. A dark, ominous energy swirls behind Yu Jinhui, making him look like a prime target for the suspicion of the celestial sword lord. Mugukja stands tall, his red eyes glowing with killing intent, as he demands proof that the boy is not a spy for the blood cult. Yu Jinhui is completely drained and reeling, struggling just to stay conscious under the crushing weight of the master's presence. Mugukja loses his patience and launches another barrage of golden energy blades, roaring for an immediate answer from the cornered youth. Cheol-su is pushed to his absolute limit, his face etched with the sheer intensity of the life-or-death struggle. He drops to his knees in a desperate, submissive posture, bracing himself for the final blow. Cheol-su bows low, identifying himself as a disciple of the Gongdong sect to his legendary ancestor. The celestial sword lord stares down with piercing intensity, his eyes locked onto the youth. Boom! A massive blast of golden energy tears through the ground, narrowly missing the cornered disciple. The earth shatters as the sheer force of the technique carves deep, destructive trenches around Cheol-su. The celestial sword lord laughs with unbridled arrogance, clearly enjoying the chaos he has unleashed. The master approaches, acknowledging the survival instincts and cleverness of his successor. The celestial sword lord extends a hand, signaling the end of this brutal evaluation. The celestial sword lord reveals his true identity, stunned to find a disciple who has mastered both the reversal path and the path of immortality. Cheol-su stands his ground, firmly declaring his identity as a disciple of the Gongdong sect, despite his connection to the reversal path. The celestial sword lord strokes his chin, dismissively noting that the reversal path is no longer a crucial concern in their current situation. The legendary warrior narrows his eyes, questioning if this strange clash of powers is truly the will of heaven. Cheol-su maintains his composure, suggesting that using an anomaly to fight an anomaly might be the only logical path forward. The celestial sword lord looks on, his expression shifting as he listens to the youth discuss his past attempts at the reincarnation technique. A heavy silence hangs in the air as Cheol-su swallows hard, preparing to ask the most important question of his life. Cheol-su suggests that since the rare treasures have already been claimed, the only legacy left is the martial arts themselves. The celestial sword lord stares intensely, his gaze piercing as he weighs the gravity of the potential request. In a display of ultimate loyalty, Cheol-su bows low and asks the master to pass the martial arts legacy to his senior, Yu Jinhui, instead of himself. The scene shifts to the grand gates of the sect, where the weight of the future and the fate of Yu Jinhui hang in the balance. Cheol-su stands atop a jagged peak, channeling radiant energy into his sword, while contemplating the absolute power offered by the teachings of the celestial sword lord. The narrative shifts as Cheol-su reflects on the burden of destiny, firmly believing that Yu Jinhui is the one who must rise to rebuild the Gongdong sect. Cheol-su grapples with his own desires, questioning why he should be forced into the protagonist's role when he just wants an easy life mastering the restored martial arts. The celestial sword lord looms over the youth, his tone mocking as he challenges Cheol-su's naive belief that his arrival here was merely a matter of fate. With a piercing gaze, the celestial sword lord dismisses the youth's perspective, declaring his current line of thinking to be utterly foolish. A sudden, ominous lightning strike illuminates the sky as the celestial sword lord warns of the inevitable arrival of the disaster of the reversal path. Cheol-su stands stunned, his face pale as he tries to process the terrifying implications of the disaster the master just mentioned. Deep in thought, Cheol-su recalls the history of the celestial sword lord, the legendary hero who supposedly wiped out the blood cult 3 centuries ago. An intense standoff ensues as the two figures face each other, the air thick with the pressure of the master's overwhelming internal energy. The realization hits Cheol-su like a hammer, his voice trembling as he begins to grasp the dark possibility that the blood cult was never truly defeated. The terrifying visage of the blood demon looms, as Cheol-su asks the chilling question about the return of the blood cult. The celestial sword lord remains stoic, coldly shutting down the conversation by claiming the heavenly mandate forbids him from speaking further. Cheol-su is visibly rattled, trembling in the face of the overwhelming pressure radiating from the legendary master. The history of the blood cult is laid bare, revealing them as a radical faction birthed by the extremists of the heavenly demon sect. 3 centuries ago, the blood cult rose to power during a time of total chaos, leaving nothing but scorched earth and mass destruction in their wake. The carnage was absolute as the blood cult slaughtered countless civilians in the mountains of Guangdong, turning the very rivers red with the blood of the innocent. Cheol-su stands in stunned silence, processing the grim reality that even the mighty Yuan dynasty was forced to flee from the sheer terror of the blood cult's invasion. Just as the Central Plains faced total annihilation, the celestial sword lord arrived to lead the Murim alliance into a desperate, decisive battle at Lake Poyang. The celestial sword lord stands as a beacon of power, his golden energy clashing against the darkness in a final, climactic struggle to secure victory for the Murim alliance. With the blood cult finally pushed back, the era of chaos ended, paving the way for the establishment of the Ming dynasty. The Murim alliance secured a legendary non-interference covenant from the imperial family after crushing the blood demon. Yu Jinhui stares into the void, realizing the threat of the blood cult is far more dangerous than he initially calculated. He acknowledges his own evolution, knowing he is a completely different warrior than he was in the previous era. The thought of a dual invasion by the blood cult and the heavenly demon sect makes his blood boil with tension. Yu Jinhui struggles to keep his cool, realizing he is now facing 2 massive, world-ending threats simultaneously. The celestial sword lord looms in the background, a reminder of the raw power required to survive such chaos. War is a plague that destroys everything, leaving behind nothing but scorched ruins and shattered lives. Yu Jinhui watches over a sick companion, questioning who will be left to take responsibility when the world burns. The female disciple is paralyzed by fear, weeping as she confesses that the dread of her lord dying in battle has left her unable to function. Yu Jinhui collapses in a fit of rage and despair, screaming that this pathetic, doomed future is absolutely unacceptable. The slave trader weaves a sickening mental illusion of a paradise where fear and sorrow are erased, trapping his victims in a false sense of security. Yu Jinhui stands before the celestial sword lord, questioning why he was chosen as the successor and feeling the weight of the path he must now walk. A surge of determination hits Yu Jinhui as he realizes he must seize this golden opportunity to transcend his current limits. Yu Jinhui clenches his fist in frustration, refusing to play the role of a mindless hero but acknowledging the necessity of power. A vision of a young girl appears in a peaceful, sun-drenched forest, beckoning him toward a trap disguised as comfort. Yu Jinhui contemplates the dark future, swearing that if the blood sect and the heavenly demon sect bring ruin to the world, he will not stand by. The celestial sword lord observes Yu Jinhui, noting that the young prodigy finally seems ready for the trials ahead. The celestial sword lord demands to know if Yu Jinhui is prepared to master the teachings of the unified sword, to which the disciple confidently replies he is more than qualified. The celestial sword lord roars in disgust, mocking the slave trader for using ultimate techniques to create such pathetic, vulgar illusions of revelry. Yu Jinhui breaks into a cold sweat, his focus snapping back to reality as the gravity of the legendary hero's rebuke hits him. A vast, clear blue sky stretches overhead, signaling the intensity of the mental trial taking place. Yu Jinhui stands firm in the barren landscape, his expression hardened as he declares that his intentions are not impure. Yu Jinhui asserts that the union of yin and yang is a fundamental principle of nature itself, refusing to back down. Yu Jinhui challenges the celestial sword lord, asking if he did not already witness him resisting the illusion formation. Yu Jinhui explains his path, arguing that seeking enlightenment through the harmony of male and female is his ultimate goal. A vision of a woman appears in a field of flowers, representing the idealized, pure desire that Yu Jinhui refuses to abandon. Yu Jinhui fires back, demanding to know how his view could possibly be compared to the vile, objectifying practices of a demonic sect. The celestial sword lord mocks this strange philosophy, warning that such entanglements would only lead to jealousy and envy. Yu Jinhui stands his ground with unwavering confidence, swearing that if he could not take responsibility, he would never have started this path. The celestial sword lord falls silent, his sharp gaze fixed on the young prodigy as he weighs the sincerity of his words. The celestial sword lord lets out a booming laugh, clearly impressed by the sheer audacity of the young prodigy. The celestial sword lord drops the bomb, telling the boy that mastering his art requires discarding his entire existing mental foundation. Yu Jinhui doesn't even blink, declaring that he despises his current, inferior martial arts, and would gladly see them wiped from existence. The Celestial Sword Lord acknowledges the kid's rock-solid resolve and prepares to unveil the true power of his sect. With a flick of his wrist, the Celestial Sword Lord summons a torrent of golden, blazing energy, ready to impart his ultimate technique. The Celestial Sword Lord reveals the name of his masterpiece, the Celestial Art of Unified Harmony, as his aura flares with god-tier intensity. The world shifts as the Celestial Sword Lord unleashes a massive, swirling vortex of yin and yang energy that engulfs the entire space. Yu Jinhui stares in absolute awe as the Celestial Sword Lord explains that this technique is the key to comprehending the very essence of the universe. The vision fades, and Yu Jinhui snaps back to reality, his eyes wide with shock as the mental trial concludes. Yu Jinhui finds himself back in the physical world, scrambling to check on his unconscious senior brother after the intense spiritual encounter. Yu Jinhui leans over his senior brother, urgency in his voice as he demands that Lim Baek-xian wake up. Lim Baek-xian stirs from his unconscious state, his expression dazed as he slowly regains his senses. Lim Baek-xian blinks, looking up at Yu Jinhui with confusion, while still reeling from the aftermath of the trial. Lim Baek-xian stammers in disbelief, questioning why he is there, and recalling the terrifying vision of the burning pavilion and the vanishing master. Yu Jinhui explains that his senior brother was trapped in a mental illusion left by the Celestial Sword Lord, but he confirms that he successfully found the legendary legacy. A mysterious glowing chest sits upon a pedestal, radiating the power of the dual harmony technique left behind by the Celestial Sword Lord. The ground begins to tremble violently as the cave starts to fall apart, forcing the two disciples to scramble for safety. Yu Jinhui shouts that they must grab the dual harmony technique and escape immediately, knowing the space will collapse now that the Celestial Sword Lord's power is fading. Yu Jinhui reaches out and snatches the precious manual from the chest before the entire structure gives way. With the ceiling caving in around them, Lim Baek-xian points toward a glowing exit, urging Yu Jinhui to move as they make a desperate dash for freedom. Yu Jinhui and Lim Baek-xian blast through the air, narrowly escaping the crumbling ruins of the secret cavern. Yu Jinhui focuses his gaze, his sharp eyes scanning the environment as he navigates the final moments of the trial. The Celestial Sword Lord stands amidst the wreckage, his powerful ethereal form radiating a final, intense energy. A surge of brilliant, blue energy erupts from the ground, marking the final release of the ancient technique. Yu Jinhui and Lim Baek-xian sprint toward the blinding light of the exit, putting distance between themselves and the destruction. Yu Jinhui maintains a stoic expression, his mind locked on the mission as he makes his final dash for freedom. The two disciples stand on a cliffside, bathed in the warmth of the rising sun after emerging from the darkness. Lim Baek-xian gasps for air, his voice trembling as he remarks on the long-awaited sunlight after their grueling ordeal. The entrance to the secret cave behind them is completely buried under tons of rock, sealing the path forever. Lim Baek-xian smiles with relief, telling his junior that they should head back to the main base now that they have secured the lost martial arts. Cheol-su acknowledges the massive amount of work ahead, his expression focused and ready for the grind. Cheol-su stands alone in a golden aura, contemplating a necessary detour before he can fully settle in. A voice snaps Youngsik out of his daze, demanding he hurry up as he stands holding a bag of belongings. The female disciple scolds Youngsik for spacing out, reminding him that his grandfather is already struggling. The grandfather stands leaning on his cane, looking frail and deeply distressed at the prospect of abandoning his home. The female disciple sighs, explaining to the grandfather that they have no choice but to leave since their livelihood is gone. Youngsik clutches his bag, his thoughts drifting to the group that left for the shared shelter a week ago. Youngsik breaks down in tears, his eyes welling up with fear as he wonders if something terrible has happened to them. A hand knocks firmly against a wooden door, signaling an arrival at the sect's quarters. Cheol-su and a companion arrive at the scene, their presence catching the attention of those currently gathered outside. The female disciple looks up, her expression shifting to surprise, as she demands to know who has arrived at the sect quarters. Cheol-su and Yu Jinhui stand tall, performing a formal martial arts salute as they introduce themselves to the group. The female disciple speaks up, confirming that they have successfully hunted down the culprit responsible for the barn destruction. Youngsik stares in total shock, his eyes wide as he realizes his seniors have finally returned to the sect. A small bag drops to the ground with a soft thud as the tension in the air begins to break. Youngsik stands there, tears streaming down his face as he lets out a sob of pure relief. Overcome with emotion, Youngsik lunges forward, throwing himself into the arms of his seniors. Yu Jinhui and Cheol-su catch the boy, laughing as they mention how difficult it was to track down his location. Yu Jinhui reveals the truth, explaining that the monster that wrecked the barn was actually a cursed viper turned into an evil creature. Cheol-su gently pats Youngsik on the head, thanking him for the vital tip that allowed them to stop the threat before it caused more chaos. Lim Baek, Sion, and Cheol Su stand before the boy, preparing to hand over a vital item for his family. A glowing inner core, harvested from the defeated Viper, is presented as a miraculous remedy. The boy stares at the radiant orb in his hands, completely stunned by the generosity of his seniors. Tears of pure joy stream down his face as he accepts the core, his expression one of overwhelming relief. The disciples bow respectfully to the grandfather, showing proper etiquette to the elder of their sect. Cheol Su gently pats the boy on the head while the grandfather wipes away tears, touched by their kindness. The atmosphere shifts as the group prepares to depart, the wind carrying the weight of their successful mission. The boy waves goodbye to the disciples as he and his grandfather begin their journey away from their ruined home. The cart carrying the elderly man and his belongings moves into the distance, marking the end of their ordeal. Lim Baek, Seon, and Cheol Su watch them go in silence, their expressions stoic as they contemplate the path ahead. Female disciple reflects on the harsh reality of their situation, wishing they had the power to protect those who cherish the Gongdong sect. Yu Jinhui listens in silence, his expression unreadable as he processes the weight of their current circumstances. The two disciples walk together, deciding to return to the sect to focus on the urgent task of rebuilding their foundation. Female disciple looks troubled, the internal struggle of their mission clearly weighing heavily on her mind. They continue their trek back to the sect, the path ahead looking increasingly difficult and uncertain. Yu Jinhui contemplates their recent gains, noting that the guidance of the child and the serpent led them to a rare fortune. A dark vision of a ruined temple emerges, signaling that their success came with a massive, dangerous responsibility. The narrative reveals that Yu Jinhui failed to restore the EHOP technique in his first attempt because he missed the Swordmaster. It is confirmed that the Jade Cave did not collapse naturally, implying a sinister force reached the Guangsong altar before them. A chilling realization dawns. The one who sabotaged their mission might be a descendant of the Blood Demon. The terrifying possibility looms that the ancient cave was destroyed specifically to erase the EHOP technique and the Honyuan Muguk path, the very arts that once crushed the Blood Demon. The invisible enemy is on the move, and the threat to the sect is becoming dangerously real. The disciples reflect on their recent mission, realizing that while they seized a rare opportunity, the cost of their actions remains heavy. Yu Jinhui and Lim Baekseon trudge back to the sect, sweating bullets as they worry about how to explain their unauthorized absence to the master. Suddenly, the master appears on the path, his presence instantly freezing the two disciples in their tracks. The master greets them with a chilling question, asking if they have been doing well while they stand there. Utterly terrified, the master snaps, grabbing the two disciples by their collars and roaring that he is definitely not doing well after their stunt. The two disciples are left completely rattled, their faces contorted in shock and pain as the master vents his fury. The master demands to know exactly how long he has been searching for them and insists on hearing the absolute truth about their mission. Back in the study, the master sits at his table, pressing the two disciples for a full report to verify if everything they claimed is actually true. Yu Jinhui and Cheol Su stand before the master, presenting a glowing, luminous pearl recovered from the depths of the hidden cave. The master inspects the ancient texts with a sharp eye, confirming that the secret manuals they retrieved are the real deal. Overcome with raw emotion, the master tears up, realizing the disciples have actually fulfilled the long-lost wishes of the Hanwhan Swordmaster ancestor. The master sits in his study, visibly moved by this stroke of destiny, believing the sect ancestors were watching over the duo. The master places a firm hand on the recovered manual, acknowledging that while their unauthorized departure was a major screw-up, the result is legendary. The master officially pardons them for their reckless stunt, noting that their contribution in recovering lost teachings outweighs the breach of protocol. The master pulls Yu Jinhui and Cheol Su into a powerful, tearful embrace, finally showing his relief at their safe return. The master is choked up with pride and relief, personally welcoming Hui and Cheol Su back to the fold after their dangerous mission. The legendary demon-subduing sword technique is finally back in the hands of the sect, marking a massive power spike for their future. With the female disciple assisting, the master confirms the creation of the secret manual is complete, securing a massive fortune for the sect. The luminous pearl sits in its box, a high-value asset that guarantees the sect will never face financial ruin again. Yu Jinhui speaks up with a grave expression, advising the master that the luminous pearl and the secret techniques should remain hidden from the public eye. The master strokes his chin, weighing the pros and cons of the situation, while questioning if they should delay the reveal to avoid unwanted attention. Yu Jinhui takes a deep breath, his mind racing as he prepares to drop a bombshell about the hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. The conversation shifts to the dark truth behind the scenes, specifically identifying the sinister evil spirit of reversal. Yu Jinhui stands face to face with the legendary celestial sword lord, acknowledging that the term reversal is synonymous with the terrifying blood sect. Flashback reveals the gruesome reality of the past, where descendants of the blood sect survived by working as lowly undertakers to hide their forbidden sorcery. Yu Jinhui realizes that the Huanwan swordmaster likely saw the remnants of that same dark sorcery centuries ago, confirming the threat is ancient. An unknown noblewoman sits on a throne, noting that the blood sect was supposed to be wiped out by the state, leaving her shocked that they still exist. Yu Jinhui sits alone, grinding ink as he contemplates his past life, realizing that acting carelessly now would mean walking straight into a deadly trap. Cheol Su stares intensely, his mind locked on the necessity of grinding in silence to survive the coming storm. The master sits with his disciples, Cheol Su and the female disciple, declaring that the grind to rebuild their sect has only just begun. Cheol Su drops a cold truth, warning that holding a high-tier treasure without the power to defend it is a one-way ticket to disaster. The luminous pearl glows with an eerie, dangerous light, representing a massive target on the sect's back that could invite total destruction. The trio continues their tense summit, with the master acknowledging that Cheol Su is making a lot of sense regarding their security. The master strokes his beard, his expression darkening as he mentions that the Black Way's Saiyong Hui is currently causing absolute chaos in the Gansu region. The female disciple looks up, her eyes wide as she processes the threat posed by the rapidly expanding Saiyong Hui. A vision of the Saiyong Hui thugs flashes by, revealing that this low-level trash is evolving into a legitimate threat that can no longer be ignored. The master finally agrees with Cheol Su, ordering a full lockdown on the luminous pearl to avoid any reckless moves that could expose them. A hand clicks a heavy padlock shut, signaling the end of the meeting and the start of their new, cautious path forward. The master commands Cheol Su and Yu Jinhui to follow him as he exits the sect grounds. The master reveals he intends to take his disciples out to eat as a reward for their recent achievements. Yu Jinhui is visibly stunned when the master mentions they are heading to the joint tavern. Cheol Su wears a knowing, confident smirk, realizing exactly what this outing implies. A desolate, leafless tree stands against a clear sky, highlighting the decay of the surrounding area. A beggar sits in the dirt under a makeshift shelter, staring blankly at a small bowl while the world passes him by. The master leads his two disciples through the dusty, neglected streets of the town. Yu Jinhui expresses his disbelief at the shabby state of the local business district. The master explains that the decline of the Gongdong sect has directly crippled the local economy of Huajing County. A comparison of the past, filled with bustling inns and lights, versus the current reality of a ghost town, illustrates the sect's tragic fall from grace. A thug from the Shadow Society ruthlessly kicks over a table, sending food and drink flying as he asserts dominance over the street. The Shadow Society thugs grin with malicious intent, their faces twisted in arrogance as they tighten their grip on the local territory. Cheol Su observes the grim reality of the region, his mind racing as he reflects on the future and the desperate struggle for Gansu province. A pair of boots steps firmly onto the dusty ground, signaling a shift in the atmosphere as the sect members arrive at their destination. The master, Cheol Su, and Yu Jinhui stand before the entrance of the Gongdong Inn, the last bastion of their sect's former glory. Cheol Su, unable to hide his excitement, declares that this legendary spot must be preserved no matter what happens to the rest of the world. The master agrees with his disciple, confirming that the Gongdong Inn is the perfect place for their first meal together, and they head inside. Inside the tavern, the atmosphere is surprisingly lively, with patrons filling the tables and the sounds of bustling commerce echoing through the hall. Yu Jinhui looks around in genuine surprise, noting that despite the decay outside, the tavern is packed with people. Seo Wanguang, the innkeeper, appears with a radiant smile and greets the master as a hero, welcoming them back to his establishment. The innkeeper gestures for the group to follow him, his expression bright and welcoming as he leads them deeper into the establishment. The innkeeper invites the master and his disciples to get comfortable, noting that the delicious aroma of food is once again filling the air. The innkeeper laughs off the praise, his demeanor humble, while the warm glow of the lanterns illuminates the bustling tavern. The master introduces Cheol Su to the innkeeper, identifying him as a newly admitted disciple of the sect. The master explains that Seo Da In is the owner of the Gongdong Inn and a vital supporter of their sect's financial stability. Cheol Su bows politely and introduces himself to Seo Da In, expressing his pleasure at finally making his acquaintance. Seo Da In clasps his hands together, visibly impressed and commenting on how the fame of the Gongdong sect will surely skyrocket with such a spirited new disciple. Cheol Su offers a modest thank you, standing alongside Yu Jinhui as they receive the warm reception from the innkeeper. Cheol-soo feels a sudden spike of suspicion, his internal monologue questioning why the welcome from the innkeeper feels suspiciously warm and over the top. The patrons of the inn whisper among themselves, buzzing with excitement about the arrival of the Gongdong sect members and the energetic new disciple in their midst. Cheol-soo and Yujin Hui exchange a confused look, wondering why the commoners are suddenly treating them like celebrities. Seo Da-in steps in with a charming smile, telling the disciples not to be surprised and to keep an open mind about the attention. Cheol-soo remains visibly puzzled, questioning the innkeeper about the true meaning behind the restoration of the Gongdong sect. Seo Da-in explains that the inn is a sanctuary for commoners who oppose the Shadow Society and support the sect's return. The tavern is filled with locals who are eager to pool their resources, dumping piles of coins onto the table to fund the sect's revival. A local peasant rushes into the room, breathless and clutching a heavy money bag, shouting for the chief. The peasant presents the bag of money to the master, declaring it an honor to contribute to the restoration of the Gongdong sect. The master accepts the donation with grace, telling the gathered crowd that his two disciples will soon lead the sect to glory. Cheol-soo watches the scene with growing unease, his internal radar pinging that something about this hero worship feels off. The master casually asks about the whereabouts of the daughter of Seo Da-in, only to be told she is currently out running an errand. Tension spikes as a character realizes that Seo Harin is about to make her grand entrance. The atmosphere in the tavern shifts as someone anticipates the true purpose of the ongoing ceremony. Petals drift through the air as the legendary beauty, the daughter of the innkeeper, and the flower of the white path, Seo Harin, is revealed. History is revisited as the duo who spearheaded the restoration of the Gongdong sect in the past timeline. Sword Saint Yujin Hui and Seo Harin stand side by side. Yujin Hui is identified as the absolute vanguard of strength, a powerhouse ready to crush any opposition. Seo Harin is highlighted as the tactical genius and CEO who handled the internal management and operations of the Gongdong sect. With her unique mixed-race heritage and dangerous allure, she was feared and revered throughout the martial forest as the lone flower of the White Path. Her ruthless combat style and lethal efficiency earned her the chilling moniker, the Cold Sword Princess. Seo Harin stands amidst a pile of defeated fodder, her blade still dripping with blood, showcasing the raw power that backs up her reputation. Her lethal charm is so potent that it even spawned a fan club of obsessed followers in the righteous faction who are practically begging to be cut down by her. A mysterious note appears, claiming that the legendary beauty is so stunning that men would willingly die just to be cut down by her blade. Cheol-soo is completely losing his mind, blushing and grinning like a total fanboy at the thought of meeting the most beautiful woman in the righteous faction. Cheol-soo watches the sliding doors open with intense anticipation, desperate to finally catch a glimpse of the legendary beauty. A soft, glowing aura fills the air as the figure behind the door finally reveals herself, leaving Cheol-soo breathless. Cheol-soo shields his eyes, his heart racing as he prepares to witness the legendary grace of the woman he has been fantasizing about. The door slides open to reveal a young girl carrying a basket of fish and apples, looking completely ordinary and innocent. Cheol-soo is hit with a massive reality check, his jaw dropping in total shock as he realizes the legendary beauty is just a small kid. The girl stands there, holding her basket, while Cheol-soo stares at her in disbelief, his expectations completely shattered. Cheol-soo struggles to process the situation, muttering to himself about how relying on memories from his past life has completely backfired. The harsh reality sets in as Cheol-soo calculates that because it is 50 years in the past, Seo Harin is just a child, even younger than he is. Cheol-soo stares at the young girl, his internal monologue betraying his disappointment as he realizes his legendary beauty is just a kid. The innkeeper sits with his daughter, their presence in the library-like room feeling oddly significant as he compares her aura to the emperor. The innkeeper places a hand on the girl's head, introducing her as Lena to the Gongdong sect disciples. The girl looks up with a blank, stoic expression, her blue eyes sharp enough to cut as she offers a simple greeting. Cheol-soo completely loses his composure, his face flushing with a ridiculous, love-struck grin as he finds her adorable. Cheol-soo desperately tries to rationalize his obsession, telling himself that being a little sister is actually a tactical advantage for the future. Cheol-soo strikes a dramatic pose, formally introducing himself as a new disciple of the Gongdong sect with way too much intensity. The girl narrows her eyes, her gaze turning cold and piercing as she stares directly into Cheol-soo's soul. Cheol-soo bows deeply, acting like he is in the presence of royalty while addressing the unimpressed child as Lady Seo. The girl turns and walks away with a heavy, rhythmic thud of her footsteps, leaving the disciples stunned by her sudden departure. Seo Harin storms away in a fit of rage, her footsteps echoing as she leaves the disciples behind. Boom! A heavy impact shakes the room as something slams into the wooden wall. Seo Harin stands in the shadows, her voice dripping with venom as she calls the Gongdong sect useless for failing to protect commoners. Her eyes burn with pure hatred as she declares her absolute loathing for the Gongdong sect and the entire martial world. The disciples watch in stunned silence as the young girl makes a sharp, aggressive exit from the room. The innkeeper breaks into a cold sweat, clearly panicked as he realizes his daughter has just insulted their guests. The innkeeper desperately tries to smooth things over, apologizing for his daughter's hostile behavior toward the sect members. The master remains calm, acknowledging that she is just a child. Though the atmosphere remains tense, Yu Jinhui looks on with a grim expression, noting that it is no surprise she resents them given her tragic history. A flashback reveals the brutal reality of a past sect conflict at the inn, where Seo Harin's mother was tragically killed in the crossfire, leaving the sect to sip their tea in heavy, uncomfortable silence. Seo Harin stands alone in the quiet room, her small frame looking fragile as she grapples with the heavy emotional walls she has built around herself. The table is left with only a few empty bowls and chopsticks, signaling the end of a meal shared between the disciples and their guests. Chol Su sits at the table, his mind racing as he tries to process the shock of meeting the legendary Seo Harin while she remains confused by the sudden attention. The master leans in close to whisper to Yu Jinhui, checking in on his state of mind after the intense outing. Yu Jinhui jumps in surprise, clearly caught off guard by the sudden, intimate proximity of his master's questioning. The master offers a warm, radiant smile, clearly satisfied with how the day has unfolded for his disciples. Chol Su watches the interaction with a look of pure agony, his face contorted as he struggles to handle the sheer charisma of his senior brother. A mental image flashes of Seo Harin, happily embracing the senior brother, sending Chol Su into a jealous frenzy as he bites his sleeve in frustration. Chol Su eagerly begs the master for more outings, his excitement momentarily overriding his internal crisis. Yu Jinhui reflects on the hard work put into restoring the Gongdong sect, feeling a surge of genuine inspiration from the people around him. The master acknowledges the disciples' burning desire to become a true martial artist and offers his approval. Chol Su bows in gratitude, ecstatic that the master has officially sanctioned monthly outings for the group. Chol Su is completely unhinged, plotting to outshine his senior brother and win the attention of Seo Harin at any cost. Night falls over the sect as the birds circle above, setting a quiet backdrop for the chaos brewing in Chol Su's mind. Chol Su prepares himself in his quarters, determined to undergo a rigorous transformation before the next big outing. He pulls out a bizarre stone tied to a rope, ready to start his questionable and extreme training regimen. With no hesitation, Chol Su drops his robes to the floor, fully committed to his insane plan. He explains his warped logic, believing that this absurd physical exercise is the ultimate key to unlocking his true potential. Chol Su channels his internal energy, convinced that his recent hard work should manifest in physical growth as well. He lets out a strained grunt, focusing every ounce of his concentration on the intense and ridiculous training session. Chol Su swings heavy stone weights tied to ropes, his movements sharp and focused as he grunts with effort. The training continues across different landscapes, from rocky cliffs to snowy peaks, as Chol Su commits to his grueling routine. A heavy stone weight swings through the air, demonstrating the sheer intensity of the physical training Chol Su is putting himself through. The stone weight slams into the wooden floor with a heavy thud, marking the end of another rep in his bizarre workout. 1 year later, Chol Su stands in his quarters, looking at his own physique with a manic, satisfied grin. Chol Su slams a stone block wrapped in rope onto the floor, declaring that this is the essence of being an alpha male. He admires his own muscular build, convinced that his year of hanging exercises has turned him into a legend of virility. Chol Su sits in a meditative pose, deciding that it is time to push his limits even further by attempting to harness Yanggang Qi. He channels his internal energy, his body beginning to glow with a radiant, golden light as he focuses his concentration. A surge of overwhelming power erupts from within, leaving Chol Su wide-eyed and stunned as he realizes the sheer intensity of the energy he has unleashed. Chol Su collapses in a heap, his body radiating an intense, uncontrollable golden light as he shrieks about a bizarre side effect. He grimaces in frustration, lamenting that the mixed origin sword technique has triggered a truly problematic physical reaction during his practice. Chol Su clutches his head in despair, realizing that whenever he channels his internal energy, he suffers from an embarrassing, persistent physical arousal. He sprawls on the floor, terrified that his reputation will be ruined and he will be branded a pervert, driving away any chance with the women he admires. A female disciple appears at his quarters, looking down at him with a calm expression as she addresses him as her senior brother. Chol Su jumps up in a panic, his face contorted in a mix of shock and irritation at being caught in such a compromising moment. The sound of snoring echoes through the room, signaling the chaotic atmosphere surrounding his failed attempt at composure. Desperately trying to conceal his condition with his hands, Cheol-su acts flustered while the female disciple stares at him with growing confusion. The female disciple informs him that it is time for their outing, prompting a startled and wide-eyed reaction from the flustered Cheol-su. She calmly explains that the master has already departed for Hwajong County, leaving a panicked Cheol-su to scramble and prepare himself in a hurry. Cheol-su breathes a sigh of relief, convinced that he successfully hid his embarrassing condition from the female disciple. The female disciple watches him, wondering if his recent strange behavior is just a side effect of hitting puberty. Seo Harin approaches the table with a cold, detached expression, placing a cup of tea down for them. Cheol-su offers a polite thanks to Seo Harin, but she turns away immediately, maintaining her icy distance. Cheol-su observes her behavior, noting that while she is still cold, her attitude has shifted from open disdain to mere avoidance. He stares at the tea, finding the entire situation and the atmosphere of the room deeply unsettling. Cheol-su looks around the room, realizing the inn is completely deserted, which is highly suspicious for this time of day. The female disciple agrees with his assessment, noting that it is the first time she has ever seen the communal inn this empty. A mysterious figure approaches the table, their heavy boots thudding against the floor as they offer a chilling welcome. Jang Ehyun appears with a fake, plastered-on smile, greeting the two disciples with a tone that reeks of hidden agendas. Cheol-su checks on the innkeeper, noting his poor condition and asking if he is all right. The innkeeper confirms his usual order of food, trying to maintain a facade of normalcy despite his obvious fatigue. Suddenly, the innkeeper collapses, his body giving way under the weight of his hidden burdens. Cheol-su and the female disciple rush to support the falling man as Seo Harin cries out in alarm for her father. Cheol-su catches the innkeeper, demanding to know what is happening, while the old man weakly apologizes for his embarrassing display. The disciples realize the gravity of the situation, noting the empty inn and the innkeeper's physical decline as a sign of deeper trouble. The innkeeper finally drops the act, admitting that the communal inn is on the verge of closing its doors forever. With a heavy heart, the innkeeper reveals that a group of thugs known as the Shadow Society is responsible for their misery. Flashbacks reveal the Shadow Society thugs intimidating local merchants and extorting protection money to bleed the area dry. The thugs continue their reign of terror by blocking the entrance to the inn and provoking fights to drive away all potential customers. The Shadow Society thugs are busy terrorizing the locals, using brute force to crush anyone who stands in their way. Inside the quiet inn, the innkeeper sits with Cheol-su, Seo Harin, and Yoo-jin Hui, admitting that they are completely out of options. The innkeeper gently touches Seo Harin's head, his face heavy with the realization that he can no longer protect her from the encroaching darkness. Cheol-su listens intently as the tragic backstory of Seo Harin joining the Gongdong sect is laid bare. The innkeeper explains that he sent his daughter to the sect as a desperate gamble to keep her safe from the relentless harassment. A massive, spectral dragon appears, symbolizing the terrifying power of the Black Dragon sect of Sichuan that backs these low-level thugs. The reality of the situation hits home as the disciples realize that ordinary people are just pawns in the brutal games of martial artists. Boom! The inn's door is violently shattered by the intruders, signaling the start of a confrontation. Cheol-su, Seo Harin, and the others turn toward the entrance, their expressions hardening as the threat finally arrives on their doorstep. The Shadow Society thugs stand in the doorway, grinning like trash-tier villains, while demanding the innkeeper hand over his property to settle his debts. The low-level thugs strut into the inn, barking threats and demanding payment from the terrified owners. A thug lunges forward, grabbing Seo Harin with a disgusting grin as he tries to force her into servitude. Seo Harin and Cheol-su react instantly, their faces twisted in fury at the audacity of these trash-tier villains. The thug drags Seo Harin away, causing her to cry out for her father in a moment of pure desperation. The thug mocks Seo Harin, pinning her face and spewing vile comments about her worth as a slave. Seo Harin is reduced to tears, her eyes wide with shock and fear as the thug continues his verbal assault. The thug keeps dragging her off, while his lackeys stand by like useless fodder, watching the scene unfold. Cheol-su steps up, his expression darkening with lethal intent as he prepares to shut these clowns down. Whoosh! A projectile whistles through the air, striking the thug with pinpoint accuracy to stop his advance. Thud! The thug's arm is pierced by chopsticks, pinning him in place and instantly neutralizing his pathetic attempt at intimidation. The thug lets out a pained scream as his arm is completely neutralized by the sudden, precise strike. The remaining thugs scramble in shock, demanding to know who dared to interfere with their pathetic extortion attempt. Cheol-su steps into the fray with cold, lethal energy, declaring that the girl said no to their demands. The thugs recognize the Gongdong sect robes and mock the sect for being a defunct, half-dead group, unaware of the beatdown coming their way. One of the thugs breaks out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he realizes he is completely outclassed by this guy. Cheol-su channels his internal energy, his presence flaring up with an intense, blinding light that signals the end for these small fry. Cheol-su suddenly snaps out of his battle-hardened state, looking flustered and embarrassed that he overreacted because of his boiling anger. Seo Harin rushes to her father, crying out in relief as she finally escapes the clutches of the trash-tier villains. The innkeeper pulls his daughter into a tight embrace, shielding her from the chaos and showing his deep love for her. Cheol-su stands awkwardly in the aftermath, looking completely caught off guard as his senior calls out to him, still reeling from the sudden burst of combat. Female disciple looks on with genuine confusion, wondering if the bizarre movement she just witnessed was a legitimate martial arts technique. Cheol-su smirks with a dangerous edge, his face flushed with adrenaline as he confirms it was indeed a technique, while internally questioning his own intense reaction. The thugs stand their ground, laughing at the situation and mocking the sect members for getting worked up over nothing. One of the thugs sneers, admitting he was wrong about these guys being soft, acknowledging that one of them is built like a mountain. Cheol-su keeps his cool, his expression hardening as he prepares to dish out some serious punishment. The tension hits the ceiling as the sect members stand firm, declaring that the thugs are about to pay a heavy price in blood. Cheol-su drops into a low stance, picking up a wooden spoon from the floor with a calm, mocking confidence. The thugs watch in disbelief as Cheol-su brandishes the humble spoon, warning them that failure means losing their precious jewels. Cheol-su points the spoon directly at them, his eyes glowing with a terrifying, focused intensity that makes the thugs sweat. The thugs finally snap, roaring in rage and calling him a bastard as they prepare to rush the man who just threatened them with kitchenware. Cheol-su tells Yu Jin-hui to handle the situation while he focuses on protecting So Harin and her father, confirming he is ready for the fight. Yu Jin-hui leaps into action with blinding speed, clearing the space as he trusts Cheol-su to hold the line against the remaining thugs. The innkeeper holds Seo Harin close, his voice trembling as he questions if it is truly safe to leave the young master to face these dangerous men alone. Yu Jin-hui offers a reassuring smile, telling the innkeeper not to worry, because despite his eccentric behavior, Cheol-su is a powerhouse. A thug lunges forward with a crazed look, screaming for the brat to die as he swings his blade with murderous intent. Cheol-su displays insane reflexes, ducking under the lethal steel with a simple movement while keeping his grip on the wooden spoon. With a fluid motion, Cheol-su swings the spoon, parrying the attacks and moving with a grace that mocks the clumsy thugs. Cheol-su counts down the fallen, noting that 4 of them are down as the remaining thugs stare in absolute shock at the impossible situation. Cheol-su prepares for the next strike, his eyes locked on his targets as he jokes about the profit of smashing 6 eggs with a single wooden spoon. A brutal impact echoes through the room as the final thug is taken down, ending the fight in a display of pure, one-sided dominance. Jang Ihyun makes a grand entrance at the inn, acting as if he is just a casual visitor despite his shady background. The master confronts his disciples, demanding an explanation for the carnage and the bizarre sight of Cheol-su holding a wooden spoon. Cheol-su remains unfazed, offering a polite but firm explanation about settling the chaos at the inn. The disciples bow in respect to the master, their heads still sporting bumps from the recent scuffle. The innkeeper pleads with the master to stay out of the conflict, clearly terrified of the consequences. The innkeeper stands his ground, asserting that he can handle the threat of the Shadow Society and the Black Dragon Gang himself. The master gently strokes the hair of Seo Harin, showing a rare moment of compassion amidst the tension. The master agrees to take Seo Harin under the sect's protection, respecting the wishes of the innkeeper. A sudden movement interrupts the conversation as someone calls out for the master to wait. Yu Jin-hui observes the scene, internally noting that the timeline is aligning perfectly for So Harin to join the sect as a disciple. Seo Harin looks up with a vulnerable expression as the conversation turns toward her painful past and the need to heal her heart. Cheol-su steps up, arguing that the sect cannot ignore the suffering of others if they truly claim to walk the righteous path. The master listens intently, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the moral dilemma presented by his student. The master finally concedes, agreeing that it would be pathetic for a sect leader to suppress a disciple's righteous intentions. The scene shifts to a hall filled with hanging lanterns, setting the stage for a high-stakes confrontation. Cheol-su confidently declares his plan to force the Black Dragon Gang into a corner by issuing a formal challenge. The master questions the feasibility of the plan, but Cheol-su wears a smirk that suggests he has already accounted for every variable. A subordinate reports to the leader of the Black Dragon Gang, trembling as he reveals that the Gongdong sect has issued a direct challenge. The The leader of the Black Dragon Gang crumbles the letter in his hand, his face twisting with rage at the sheer disrespect shown by the sect. The terms are clear: a high-stakes duel where the loser faces total ruin, forcing the gang to either fight or abandon their territory. Wai Soryun stands as a lethal powerhouse, her presence radiating the kind of pressure that makes low-level fodder tremble. The leader of the Black Dragon Gang sits on his throne, sweating bullets as he tries to downplay the sect's challenge to his superiors. The leader of the Black Dragon Gang looks visibly shaken, realizing that his usual tactics won't cut it against the current threat. Yeoyoung makes a dramatic entrance, descending from the rafters with lethal grace that leaves the room stunned. Yeoyoung reveals her identity as the dreaded Screen Tiger Sword, her cold gaze cutting through the tension like a blade. The leader of the Black Dragon Gang desperately tries to shift the blame to the Shadow Society, hoping to avoid the wrath of his superior. The Shadow Society is getting absolutely roasted for their incompetence, failing so hard they let themselves get turned into eunuchs. Cheol-su is out there flexing, holding up a spoon like it's a legendary weapon, while mocking the pathetic Shadow Society. Cheol-su continues his absolute masterclass in disrespect, laughing at how weak the Black Dragon Gang and their lackeys have become. The leader of the Black Dragon Gang is reduced to a groveling mess, shaking in fear as he begs for mercy from Yeoyoung. The leader of the Black Dragon Gang is reduced to a pathetic, groveling mess, begging for mercy, while the Screen Tiger Sword looms over him with an icy promise to handle the situation personally. The Screen Tiger Sword, known as Yeoyoung, keeps her cold gaze fixed on the target, identifying the Gongdong sect disciple Lee Cheol-su as the source of her current headache. Lee Cheol-su is out in the woods, acting like a total goofball while clutching a small bag of sand and plotting how to craft the ultimate heroic legend to win over women. Lee Cheol-su is completely lost in his own delusions, grinning like a maniac while imagining himself as the legendary hero who wiped the floor with the Black Dragon Gang. Yeoyoung stares daggers with her piercing red eyes, her face showing a mix of irritation and lethal intent, as she vows to teach the reckless disciple a lesson he will never forget. A fist slams forward with kinetic force. Lee Cheol-su, still daydreaming about how being a righteous, justice-seeking warrior is the ultimate cheat code for capturing a woman's heart. Lee Cheol-su continues his one-man show in the forest, humming a tune and practicing his heroic stances like he is the main character of a blockbuster martial arts epic. The delusion hits peak levels as Lee Cheol-su imagines a harem of beautiful women swooning over his imaginary victory against the Black Dragon Gang. Lee Cheol-su strikes a pose, channeling his internal energy with a smug look, fully convinced he is the coolest guy in the room despite the lack of an audience. Reality check hits hard, as Lee Cheol-su trips over his own feet, his internal energy flaring up and causing him to stumble, forcing him to realize his cool guy act is currently total trash tier. Cheol-su scans the moonlit forest, his senses sharp as he tracks the movements of his enemies. The forest is alive with the sound of rustling leaves, signaling that the Four Shadows Society is closing in. Cheol-su confronts a masked assassin, mocking his lack of sleep while preparing to dismantle the opposition. Cheol-su reveals he sent a formal challenge, though he doubts the villainous society has the guts for a fair fight. Cheol-su notes that the Four Shadows Society has a pathetic habit of hiring masked fodder to do their dirty work. Cheol-su sighs in frustration, wondering if these villains are physically incapable of operating without their signature masks. A sudden, sharp realization hits Cheol-su, his eyes widening as he senses a presence far more dangerous than the usual thugs. A blur of motion descends from the trees as Yeoyoung reveals herself, her lethal aura instantly dominating the forest. Cheol-su is caught off guard, his shock evident, as he realizes his opponent is a woman with a terrifyingly high power level. Cheol-su recalls his past life, realizing that this female expert is a complete anomaly who never appeared in his previous timeline. Cheol-su freezes in his tracks, his expression shifting from confidence to pure shock as he realizes he has walked into a trap. A dark, blurred projectile streaks through the night air, signaling the arrival of a high-tier threat. Yeoyoung makes her entrance, her lethal aura and striking appearance instantly commanding the forest. The two stand off in the woods, with Yeoyoung calmly confirming the identity of her target. Cheol-su stammers out a confirmation, his face flushing with embarrassment and nerves as he faces the intimidating swordswoman. Yeoyoung draws her blade with a cold her killing intent rising as she prepares to test the boy's mettle. With a sudden burst of speed, she lunges forward, demanding to know what gave the boy the audacity to challenge the Black Dragon Gang. Steel clashes against steel as Yeoyoung unleashes a flurry of strikes, forcing Cheol-su onto the defensive. Yeoyoung sneers at her opponent, dismissing his skills as mediocre and questioning if he relied on the reputation of others to send his challenge. Cheol-su grits his teeth, his internal energy pushed to the limit as he realizes just how overwhelmingly strong his opponent truly is. Cheol-soo lunges forward with a desperate strike, his internal energy flaring as he attempts to land a hit on his elusive opponent. Yo Yeryong effortlessly evades the attack, her movement fluid and graceful as she descends from the air with lethal intent. She lands with precision, her veiled hat and dark robes marking her as a high-level operative of the Four Shadows Society. Cheol-soo watches her with wide eyes, stunned by the sheer speed and light-footed nature of her technique. The gap in their skill levels is painfully obvious as Cheol-soo realizes he is completely outclassed by this mysterious swordswoman. Yo Yeryong keeps her distance, her posture relaxed while she mocks the boy for his pathetic attempt to retreat. She brandishes her blade with a cold sneer, calling him a little mouse and reveling in his obvious fear. Cheol-soo trembles, his mind racing as he recognizes the terrifying sword technique she just displayed. Stuttering in disbelief, Cheol-soo finally identifies her as the legendary Screen Tiger Sword, Yo Yeryong. Yo Yeryong confirms his fears with a wicked grin, leaving Cheol-soo to realize he is in a fight for his life. Yo Yeryong, the feared operative of the Four Shadows Society, looms over a helpless Cheol-soo, pinning him to the ground with a single foot. The narrative reveals the brutal reputation of Yo Yeryong, a woman known for the horrific scars on her face and her sadistic penchant for trapping men in lethal bets. Cheol-soo, trembling and desperate, stammers out a terrified compliment, calling her extremely beautiful to avoid her wrath. Yo Yeryong stares down at him with a cold, predatory smile, immediately calling him a liar and sensing his fear. She delivers a chilling ultimatum, warning him that if his praise isn't sincere, she will leave him a eunuch. The sheer terror of the situation hits Cheol-soo as he realizes he is trapped in a sadistic game that no man has ever survived. Cheol-soo breaks out in a cold sweat, his mind racing as he frantically searches for a way to survive this nightmare. Yo Yeryong stands tall in the moonlight, her veiled hat adding to her aura of menace as she prepares to force the next stage of her twisted test. Cheol-soo grips his sword, his voice trembling as he admits he knows exactly what kind of hellish trial he is facing. Yo Yeryong lifts her veil with a flick of her wrist, revealing her scarred face and demanding to know how her beauty appears to his eyes. Cheol-soo realizes he cannot give a standard answer, and must find a way to truly move the heart of his captor. Yo Yeryong stares him down with cold intensity, making it clear that only absolute sincerity will suffice to survive her test. Cheol-soo grins with manic desperation, wondering if there is any better way to prove his sincerity than the path he is about to take. The tension spikes as Cheol-soo addresses Yo Yeryong by her prestigious title, preparing to deliver his life-saving compliment. Cheol-soo channels his internal energy, his face glowing as he declares that she is truly beautiful. Yo Yeryong is completely blindsided, her eyes widening in total shock as she processes the unexpected praise. She loses her cool, screaming in outrage and calling him insane for the bold, over-the-top performance he just pulled. Cheol-soo maintains his intense, passionate act, firing back by reminding her that she was the one who demanded he speak his mind. Under the moonlight, Cheol-soo continues his smooth talk, praising her eyes, hair, and graceful figure to keep the pressure off. Cheol-soo formally declares his admiration on the name of the common faction, leaving a stunned Yo Yeryong completely speechless. Cheol-soo pushes his luck, declaring with absolute confidence that he is fully capable of handling the situation. The legendary warrior, currently disguised as Yo Yeryong, is visibly stunned and blushing at the sudden turn of events. A seasoned veteran, she admits that despite her 60 years of experience, this level of sincerity is a total first. Yo Yeryong covers her mouth in genuine shock, her heart racing as she processes the bizarre intensity of the moment. She questions if all men are this strange, feeling completely unsettled by how much this interaction is affecting her. Cheol-soo realizes his desperate gamble actually worked, a sly grin forming as he senses the shift in the atmosphere. He keeps his guard up, analyzing why a powerhouse like Yo Yeryong would even bother making such a high-stakes bet. The truth is laid bare as the illusion fades, revealing the true identity of the warrior hidden beneath the mask. Her true form is revealed as Jok-sa-wol, the infamous thousand-faced demon king of Yom, a master of deception. Jok-sa-wol is exposed as a master of the 100 Faces 1,000 Transformations technique, having used this persona just for fun. Sa-wol was always a beauty, constantly hounded by men who only cared about her looks, which left her with deep-seated trauma. The current bet proposed by Yo Yeryong is nothing more than a twisted projection of that lingering trauma. When Cheol-soo appears and confesses with genuine sincerity, Yo Yeryong is completely caught off guard and flustered. Cheol-soo is pulling off the confess and get scolded strategy to manipulate the situation in his favor. Yo Yeryong had secretly wished for someone to see past her appearance, but her cynical nature makes it hard to accept. She uses the truth-seeing eye technique, but even with this power, she struggles to process the sincerity she is witnessing. Tied up and vulnerable, she recalls how every man she has ever encountered only wanted to subdue and possess her. She is internally reeling, unable to believe her heart is actually fluttering for this pervert who is surrendering to her. Cheol-soo steps forward, reminding her that he passed the test, and demands she grant him his wish. Yo Year-young loses her cool, shouting at him to stop approaching her while he is clearly aroused, leaving the situation in total chaos. Yo Year-young is in total shock, her face flushing bright red, as she realizes the situation is spiraling into a confession. Cheol-soo stands close, his gaze locked on her as he prepares to drop the bomb and test her resolve. The thousand-faced demon king of Yom stares back, her cold exterior cracking under the pressure of his intense proximity. Cheol-soo leans in, his expression unreadable as he asks if his request is truly impossible for her to grant. Yo Year-young loses her cool, snapping at him and calling him a bastard as her composure completely shatters. The tension is thick enough to cut with a blade, as Cheol-soo continues to crowd her personal space, forcing her into a corner. Cheol-soo remains calm and collected, internally celebrating that his psychological operation is going exactly according to plan. He leans in closer, whispering that he is ready to move to the final stage of his scheme. A vivid, suggestive fantasy flashes through their minds, depicting them together under the moonlight, discussing the Tao of yin and yang. Cheol-soo abruptly pulls back, declaring that he cannot proceed, leaving Yo Year-young stunned and utterly confused by his sudden shift in attitude. Yo Year-young is visibly rattled, her cold facade crumbling as she demands to know why Cheol-soo is refusing her. Cheol-soo keeps his cool, playing the righteous disciple card, while shamelessly demanding she deliver a challenge letter to the Black Dragon Hall. A mental image of their intimate encounter flashes, leaving Yo Year-young in a state of pure shock and confusion. Cheol-soo mocks her with a smug, condescending tone, calling her reaction amazing while she struggles to process his erratic behavior. Yo Year-young finally snaps, letting out a furious roar and unleashing a devastating attack that catches Cheol-soo off guard. Cheol-soo is sent flying backward, his defenses shattered by the sheer force of the sudden, overwhelming strike. The impact is catastrophic, leaving Cheol-soo coughing up blood and reeling from the unexpected brutality of the strike. Yo Year-young is left stunned in the distance, realizing she went way too far, and immediately shifting into a state of frantic apology. Cheol-soo plays the victim perfectly, acting as if he is barely holding on while Yo Year-young rushes over in a panic. The tables have turned as Yo Year-young desperately checks on the wounded Cheol-soo, completely falling for his calculated psychological trap. Cheol-soo plays the victim, acting completely broken while Yo Year-young stares in absolute shock at the aftermath of her own strike. Cheol-soo internalizes the sheer intensity of the attack, acknowledging that even a side persona can feel the terrifying pressure of a true expert. Cheol-soo keeps the pressure on, mocking Yo Year-young for her hesitation, while subtly confirming he has her right where he wants her. Cheol-soo turns on the waterworks, gasping out a plea for mercy and claiming the whole clash was just a big mistake. Cheol-soo pushes his luck, asking for a wish to be granted, while Yo Year-young looks on, completely flustered and losing her cool. Yo Year-young snaps and agrees to grant his wish, desperate to make amends for the damage she thinks she caused. Cheol-soo hides a smirk, internally celebrating that his masterclass acting has successfully manipulated his opponent. Yo Year-young falls for the trap, hook, line, and sinker, handing over a pouch of pills to help him recover. Cheol-soo secures the bag, identifying the loot as a high-grade clarity pill while preparing to make his exit. Cheol-soo makes a clean getaway, leaving a frantic Yo Year-young behind as he successfully escapes the confrontation with the goods. Lim Baek-seon sprints through the forest, his face etched with pure panic as he rushes toward the source of the massive energy discharge. Lim Baek-seon gasps, his mind racing as he processes the sheer scale of the energy wave that just rocked the entire mountain. A flicker of deep worry crosses Lim Baek-seon's face as he wonders if his junior brother has been caught in the crossfire. Lim Baek-seon reaches the clearing and finds Cheol-soo lying motionless on the ground, his heart dropping at the sight. Lim Baek-seon rushes to Cheol-soo, his voice trembling with genuine fear as he checks to see if his junior brother is still alive. Cheol-soo feigns weakness, gasping out a story about a brutal ambush by masked men at the sect gate to bait his senior brother. Lim Baek-seon listens with growing horror, as Cheol-soo claims he fought off the attackers while sustaining his current injuries. Lim Baek-seon's expression darkens with murderous intent as he hears the name of the Shadow Phantom Society, his grip tightening in rage. Tears of genuine fury stream down Lim Baek-seon's face as he vows to never forgive the villains for what they have done. Cheol-soo drops the act for a split second, flashing a cold, calculated smirk as he realizes his manipulation has perfectly primed his senior brother for the upcoming duel. The serene atmosphere of the sect grounds is shattered by the desperate, internal plea of a man just trying to survive his own machinations. The quiet, isolated building stands under the bright sky, masking the intense psychological warfare happening within its walls. Cheol-soo sits on the floor, clutching a pouch, and coldly calculating how to use his fake injuries to milk his senior brother for resources. Lim Bak-seon enters the room with a look of profound concern, his eyes scanning for any sign of his junior brother's condition. Cheol-soo puts on a pathetic display, clutching his head and acting as if the simple act of circulating energy is a monumental struggle. Lim Bak-seon sits beside the bed, his face etched with worry as he offers to fetch whatever his junior brother needs to recover. Cheol-soo keeps the act alive, complaining about the bland diet of the sect, while eyeing a chance to demand something much more substantial. Lim Bak-seon reaches out and firmly grasps Cheol-soo's hand, his touch conveying a depth of genuine, albeit manipulated, affection. Lim Bak-seon tears up, his voice thick with emotion as he pledges to get anything his junior brother desires, completely falling for the ruse. Cheol-soo demands specific, high-stamina food, like boiled pork and pig liver, leaving his senior brother momentarily stunned by the request. Cheol-soo coldly calculates that oysters are too expensive, and settles for pork as the most practical and reasonable choice for his recovery. Lim Bak-seon immediately agrees to his junior brother's request, his face set with grim determination to provide whatever is needed. The scene shifts to the aftermath of the destruction as Lim Bak-seon promises his junior brother that he will handle everything while he rests. Lim Bak-seon dashes through the woods, his mind spiraling with self-blame and the crushing weight of his perceived failure. Tears stream down Lim Bak-seon's face as he laments his inability to protect his junior brother, his heart heavy with regret. In a moment of vulnerability, Yo Yeryung sits in the water, feeling her composure shatter as she struggles with her internal identity. Yo Yeryung experiences a breakdown, her heart racing as she feels her feminine side resurfacing amidst the chaos of her life. Cheol-soo looks on with a smug expression, completely oblivious to the intense emotional turmoil he has triggered in those around him. Lim Bak-seon continues to berate himself, convinced that his lack of resolve is the sole reason his junior brother is currently suffering. Yo Yeryung stands in the village, looking lost and broken, as she confesses that she can no longer live as a woman. Yo Yeryung stares ahead with tear-filled eyes, her internal struggle reaching a breaking point as her identity fractures. Standing before the entrance of the inn, Yo Yeryung resolves to steel her heart and continue living as a man. Lim Bak-seon sits at the table with Yoo Jin-hui, desperately trying to secure food for his supposedly injured junior brother. Lim Bak-seon bows his head in shame, playing the part of the humble, desperate disciple to manipulate the situation. Yoo Jin-hui laughs heartily, completely buying into the act and showing genuine concern for the injured disciple. Lim Bak-seon bows deeply to Yoo Jin-hui, expressing profound gratitude while maintaining his facade of total devotion. Lim Bak-seon leans forward on the table, his hands trembling slightly as he addresses Yoo Jin-hui with feigned reverence. Seo Harin interrupts the scene, stepping forward with a sharp gaze to offer her own services in caring for the injured disciple. Lim Bak-seon looks back, visibly rattled and sweating, as he questions Seo Harin about her sudden and suspicious offer. Seo Harin maintains her cold, unwavering expression, staring down the opposition while insisting that she can handle the care herself. Seo Harin drops a bombshell, claiming her role as a future wife makes her intervention perfectly natural. The listener is completely blindsided, eyes wide and jaw-dropped as they demand to know what she is talking about. The innkeeper, clearly inebriated and spiraling, laments his life at the inn while cursing the Shadow Society as wicked bastards. Seo Harin approaches her father with a tray, her expression calm but focused as she addresses him. The innkeeper, flushed and emotional, pulls his lovely daughter close, checking if she is all right. Seo Harin remains composed, questioning if her father is still worried despite the help provided by the Gongdong sect. The innkeeper falls silent, his face reddened by drink and deep, unspoken concern. The innkeeper voices his darkest fear, stating that if they lose the duel against the Black Dragon Gang, their family is finished. Seo Harin looks on with a mix of sadness and resolve, clearly feeling the weight of her father's despair. The innkeeper, still visibly intoxicated, shifts the topic and aggressively asks his daughter what she thinks of the young master. Seo Harin muses that the young master seems like a decent person, and her father readily agrees with her assessment. The innkeeper, clearly feeling the effects of the alcohol, praises the young master for his bravery against the Shadow Society scoundrels. The innkeeper lets out a hiccup and declares that the young master would make a perfect husband for his daughter. A blush creeps up the side of Seo Harin's face, as her father suggests they should decide on her future husband in advance. Seo Harin, looking bashful and surrounded by a romantic aura, tells her father that she is fine with his suggestion. The scene explodes with tension as Seo Harin asserts that as his future wife, it is only natural for her to take care of the young master, leaving the men stunned. The innkeeper stammers in a panic, trying to clarify that he only meant it would be good if she married someone like the young master. Seo Harin doubles down, insisting that since the young master was injured because of their inn, it is only proper for her to nurse him back to health. Yu Jinhui stands by, his expression unreadable as he admits that while her logic holds up, the whole situation makes him feel uneasy. The innkeeper makes a final, desperate plea, asking the young master to at least take his daughter along with him for a while. Seo Harin insists that the streets are too dangerous and that the main sect is the only safe place for the young master to be. The sect grounds remain peaceful and quiet, providing a stark contrast to the brewing chaos of the outside world. Cheol-su lies in bed, acting the part of the critically injured patient while the master sits nearby, reading quietly. The master keeps a watchful eye on his disciple, unaware that Cheol-su is busy plotting his next move from under the covers. Seo Harin appears, glowing with an aura of pure intent, and asks the young master if he is feeling any better. The young master, clearly enjoying the attention, teases her by asking if she wants to check his condition for herself. Seo Harin plays along with a bashful laugh, while the young master grins, fully embracing his role as the center of attention. Cheol-su grunts in pain, putting on a dramatic show of suffering to keep the charade of his internal injuries alive. The master stands up, announcing that he needs to step out to greet someone, leaving the young master alone to continue his schemes. Once left alone, Cheol-su drops the act, revealing that his secret training has finally paid off as he manifests a surge of golden internal energy. Cheol-su lounges in bed, feeling smug as he thinks about how even a thick blanket cannot hide his overwhelming presence. He reflects on his past life, lamenting that he once lacked the power to even provide himself basic comfort. Alone in his room, Cheol-su contemplates whether he should finally put his secret training to the test. Suddenly, the door slides open, and Seo Harin steps inside, catching the young master completely off guard. Seo Harin stares at him with a calm, focused gaze, greeting him with a simple, chillingly polite, "It's been a while, young master." Cheol-su loses his composure, his eyes widening in total shock as he stares at the unexpected visitor. He stammers in disbelief, his voice trembling as he demands to know why Seo Harin has appeared at such a critical moment. Seo Harin remains unfazed, coolly explaining that she is staying at the main sect specifically to look after him. The situation spirals as Seo Harin offers to wash his body, leaving the young master stunned by her forward behavior. Cheol-su breaks out in a cold sweat, his face pale as he panics internally at the sudden awkward turn of events. Seo Harin reaches out to lift the blanket, completely invading the personal space of the young master. Cheol-su is absolutely losing his mind, his eyes wide with pure panic and shock at the sudden movement. The atmosphere is tense as the sect building stands silent, hiding the chaos unfolding inside. Bubbling energy and intense frustration fill the room as Cheol-su struggles to keep his cool. Cheol-su stands with his arms crossed, looking utterly defeated and deeply troubled by the current situation. A close look at his face reveals his internal turmoil, as he admits to feeling completely uneasy. Cheol-su reflects on the bold claims of Seo Harin, feeling a deep sense of frustration at her forward nature. He gazes at a vision of Seo Harin, acknowledging her beauty and the inevitable path she is on. Cheol-su clutches his stomach, lamenting his own fate and the fact that he must remain a man forever. He remains lost in thought, questioning the true nature of Seo Harin's intentions and her feelings toward him. The female disciple declares that the master is too important to be left in the hands of just any woman. She insists that even someone like Seo Harin must be properly tested before getting close to him. The door creaks open as the female disciple enters the room, catching the young master by surprise. She questions why he has returned so early, looking down at the young master with a mix of confusion and concern. She explains that the young master refused her help, citing the traditional belief that men and women should not mingle. With a bright, sparkling expression, she suggests that the martial arts prodigy, Yu Jinhui, should assist him instead. Cheol-su sits on the floor, startled by the sudden intrusion, and lamenting the complex situation he finds himself in. The female disciple bursts into the room, excitedly calling out to her junior brother while he tries to process the chaos. She beams with pride, praising him for sending Seo Harin away, and claiming that since they are both men, she is the perfect person to take care of him. Cheol-su stares back in total shock and disbelief, sweating as he wonders how his life spiraled into this awkward mess. Lim Baxian forcefully grabs Cheol-su, insisting it is time to wash up, while a panicked Cheol-su desperately tries to refuse the unwanted attention. Lim Baxian ignores the protests and dives in with a smile, telling his junior brother not to hold back as he initiates the physical contact. Chol-soo lets out a desperate, pained roar, completely overwhelmed by the sudden and aggressive persistence of his senior brother. Lim Baek-seon corners him, bringing up the recent life-or-death battle against the masked man in black to justify his overbearing care. Chol-soo is visibly trembling and sweating, begging for the senior brother to stop, but Lim Baek-seon doubles down, claiming he will loosen up those tense muscles. Lim Baek-seon begins a vigorous massage, and Chol-soo lets out a sharp cry of shock, completely caught off guard by the intensity of the treatment. The massage continues with relentless pressure, and Chol-soo laments that this is his first time receiving such a treatment from his senior brother. Chol-soo is pushed to his absolute limit, letting out a ragged, breathless huff as the physical therapy takes a toll on his composure. Far away, Yo Year-young watches over the sect building, cursing the name of Yo Year-young and praying that the upcoming duel actually happens. Yo Year-young reclines in the distance, looking bored and skeptical as she wonders if Chol-soo is actually injured or just putting on a pathetic act. Chol-soo lies sprawled out on the forest floor, completely wrecked and physically exhausted. Yo Year-young stares intensely, her red eyes burning with a mix of confusion and lethal intent as she processes the situation. Yo Year-young, also known as Jok Sa-wol, flexes her status as a top-tier martial artist and the most beautiful woman in the Central Plains. She touches her face in a state of shock, her cheeks flushing as she questions her own internal reaction to a boy from the Gongdong sect. A subordinate approaches cautiously, bowing low to address his superior, Lady Diane. Yo Year-young maintains her icy facade, ordering her subordinate to stay put while she makes a quick trip to the Black Dragon Gang's main base. She dashes through the woods, desperately trying to convince herself that her actions are driven by a mere promise rather than romantic feelings. Yo Year-young pauses, her expression softening as she denies having any genuine feelings for Chol-soo. Chol-soo is completely overwhelmed by his own internal turmoil, lost in a daze of frustration and emotional exhaustion. Lim Baek-seon beams with satisfaction, telling Chol-soo that he has successfully loosened all his tense muscles. Chol-soo lies in a daze, his mind reeling from the awkwardness of being massaged by his senior brother. Lim Baek-seon is oblivious to the discomfort, cheerfully remarking that he is relieved to see his junior brother feeling better. Lim Baek-seon declares with a bright smile that he will perform pressure point therapy on Chol-soo every single day from now on. Chol-soo panics, his voice trembling as he insists that one session is more than enough, but Lim Baek-seon remains stubbornly committed to his recovery. Lim Baek-seon rushes out of the room to fetch water, leaving a flustered Chol-soo behind. Chol-soo is left in a state of shock, wondering why his senior brother is so unnervingly happy about this situation. Despite the mental exhaustion, Chol-soo admits to himself that the massage was effective and his body genuinely feels better. Chol-soo resolves to arrange his upcoming duel as quickly as possible so he can stop this daily routine. Chol-soo sits in deep thought, realizing that relying on Red Death to handle the Black Dragon Gang is not enough to secure their future. A duel is meaningless without an official witness to certify its legitimacy and prevent any disputes over the final outcome. The role of a witness is crucial, because they are the ones who officially announce the results of the clash to the entire world. The Gongdong sect is in a desperate spot because they lack any public witnesses in the capital to validate their recent victory. The sect's base is in ruins, and the lack of official standing makes it incredibly difficult for them to gain any recognition. Control of the Gansu province shifted to the Zhang clan after the fall of the Gongdong sect, creating a massive political headache. The Seomun-sega clan is the only power left in the region, but they are known for being as untrustworthy as snakes. There is absolutely no way the snake-like Seomun-sega would ever willingly welcome or acknowledge a non-combat victory from the Gongdong sect. Chol-soo, still stuck in recovery, realizes he needs to get back on his feet to monitor the suspicious movements of the Seomun-sega. Lim Baek-seon bursts into the room with water, his relentless cheerfulness catching a resting Chol-soo completely off guard. Chol-soo is visibly exasperated, questioning why his senior brother is wasting time playing nurse instead of handling more important matters. Seo Harin flashes a cheerful, innocent smile while asking if someone is cooking, completely hiding her ruthless nature. Chol-soo spits out his drink in pure shock and disbelief upon hearing that Seo Harin is the one handling the cooking. The entire sect building seems to tremble in despair at the mere thought of Seo Harin taking over the kitchen duties. The imposing headquarters of the Black Dragon Gang looms under a dark, ominous sky, signaling trouble ahead. Wee Chanmyong sits on his throne, looking down with cold authority as Yo Year-young approaches him with a formal message. Yo Year-young delivers the news that the Gongdong sect has officially challenged them to a traditional duel to resolve the Sa-young incident. Wei Chanmyong stares in disbelief, his face twisting with irritation that the Gongdong sect would dare bother him with such a trivial matter. Wei Chunmyung grinds his teeth in rage, questioning if they really think an audience with the leader of the Black Dragon Gang is some kind of joke. A massive, terrifying aura of a spectral dragon manifests behind Wei Chunmyung, filling the room with crushing pressure. Yo Yer-young stands unmoved under her veil, her expression cold and detached as Wei Chunmyung dismisses the challenge as beneath him. A massive spectral dragon aura erupts in the room as the leader of the Black Dragon Gang screams at his subordinate. Yo Yer-young effortlessly catches the projectile thrown by the gang leader, showing off her elite tier reaction speed. The leader of the Black Dragon Gang is completely floored, sweating bullets as he realizes his inner force attack was countered like nothing. Yao Yer-young stares down the room with cold, piercing eyes, her presence shifting into something far more dangerous. With a sharp sound, Yao Yer-young rips away her disguise, revealing her true face and red hair to the stunned room. The thousand-faced Demon King stands tall, radiating pure intimidation, as she demands respect from the cowering gang leader. The leader of the Black Dragon Gang is absolutely shaking, his face twisted in pure terror as he realizes he messed with the wrong person. The gang leader collapses to his knees in a pathetic display of fear, begging for mercy from the high-level operative. Yo Yer-young is visibly annoyed, her internal monologue revealing her deep frustration at having to drop her facade. Yo Yer-young grumbles about Chol-su, clearly obsessed with the promise she made to that bastard despite her current mental breakdown. The leader of the Black Dragon Gang is sweating, desperate to avoid a pointless duel with the Gongdong sect. Yo Yer-young shuts him down instantly, mocking his lack of vision and bringing up the Seomun clan as a threat. The gang leader realizes the gravity of the situation, as Yo Yer-young confirms his worst fears about their rivals. The Seomun clan has been waiting in the wings, letting the Shadow Society do the dirty work to weaken the Gongdong sect. The Shadow Society thugs are already moving, trashing property and claiming territory while the sect is vulnerable. These low-level goons are just waiting for the final collapse of the Gongdong sect to make their big play. The ruin of the sect is the ultimate goal, clearing the path for the Seomun clan to dominate the entire province. Yo Yer-young lays out the cold, hard truth. A formal defeat of the sect in a duel will leave the Seomun clan with zero leverage. The leader of the Black Dragon Gang is completely whipped, fawning over his superior and ready to do whatever she demands. Fueled by bloodlust, the gang leader vows to crush the Gongdong sect and wipe their legacy off the map entirely. Seo Harin shuts down any opposition with a cold, firm refusal. She warns the others not to destroy their base, asserting her control over the situation. Seo Harin crosses her arms, smugly suggesting that the group needs a place to stay until Cheol-su comes of age. A loud crash echoes through the building, signaling chaos. Cheol-su sprints toward the scene, his face twisted in pure terror at the thought of his precious meal being ruined. He recalls grim memories from a past life, noting that people nearly died after eating Soharin's cooking. He stares in disbelief at the steaming, toxic-looking dish sitting on the table. The reality of the catastrophic meal hits him as he coughs up blood, unable to handle the lethal flavor. Seo Harin remains oblivious, casually offering more food while the others collapse around her from her abysmal culinary skills. Cheol-su skids to a halt, his eyes wide with absolute horror as he realizes the disaster is already complete. Smoke billows from the kitchen as the entire structure begins to succumb to a massive, uncontrollable blaze. Lim Baek-seon urges Cheol-su to stay back due to his injuries while he rushes off to find water. Cheol-su watches the chaos unfold, his mind racing as he realizes So Harin is likely still trapped inside the burning building. The kitchen is completely engulfed in flames, with the fire spreading rapidly across the wooden beams. The source of the disaster is revealed as a cooking attempt gone horribly wrong, with meat left unattended in a roaring oven. Seo Harin stands amidst the smoke, coughing violently and questioning if she simply added too much firewood to the grill. Realizing the danger to the entire sect, a panicked Seo Harin stumbles through the thick smoke, desperate to contain the damage. She spots a water bucket and frantically searches for a way to douse the inferno before it consumes the dining hall. Overwhelmed by self-doubt, Seo Harin berates herself for her foolishness, wondering why she thought she could handle the cooking. The heat intensifies as the fire rages on, creating a distorted, hellish scene that threatens to destroy everything in its path. Seo Harin struggles to move, her body failing her as she desperately tries to douse the flames with a bucket of water. Cheol-su arrives on the scene, shouting her name in a frantic attempt to locate her amidst the smoke and destruction. Cheol-su grabs Seo Harin, demanding to know why she is in the kitchen when she has absolutely no cooking skills. Seo Harin looks up at him, her voice trembling as she manages to stammer out a greeting to the young master. Seo Harin stares at him with wide, teary eyes, clearly overwhelmed by the situation and her own blunder. The smoke takes its toll as Seo Harin gasps and begins coughing violently, her health rapidly deteriorating in the heat. Cheol-su pulls her close, firmly telling her that their priority is to evacuate the area immediately. Cheol-su carries her out of the burning building, while Seo Harin weakly mutters about the kitchen being on fire. Seo Harin continues to tremble, insisting that she must take responsibility and put out the fire herself. Cheol-su shuts her down immediately, declaring that her safety is far more important than the kitchen. Cheol-su looks down at Seo Harin with genuine concern, urging her to prioritize her own safety above all else. Cheol-su keeps a protective grip on Seo Harin, telling her to sit down and recover from the exhaustion of the fire. A wooden bucket hits the ground with a loud thud, signaling the chaos that just unfolded in the kitchen. Yu Jinhui appears on the scene, his eyes locked onto Cheol-su with a sharp, interrogative glare that demands an explanation. Cheol-su breaks into a cold sweat, his expression shifting to pure panic as he realizes he has been caught in a compromising position. Yu Jinhui maintains his stoic composure, listening as Cheol-su desperately tries to justify his actions as a necessary rescue mission. Cheol-su gestures frantically, insisting that his physical contact with Seo Harin was purely to save her from the flames. Seo Harin remains slumped on the ground, clearly still reeling and unable to contribute to the tense conversation. Cheol-su lets out a frustrated groan, feeling like his valid explanation is being completely ignored by his senior. The atmosphere shifts as Yu Jinhui is framed as the legendary Sword Saint, a man so OP that his mere presence makes the surrounding disciples swoon. The air is thick with rumors as whispers spread about a scandalous romantic entanglement involving a junior disciple. A flashback reveals a moment of intense, intimate proximity between Cheol-su and Seo Harin that looks like anything but a rescue. The tension peaks as their faces are inches apart, fueling the gossip and suspicion surrounding their relationship. Cheol-su is absolutely losing his mind, his face contorted in pure shock as he realizes his secret is being exposed. He frantically tries to backtrack, insisting that he needs to keep his distance from Seo Harin to maintain appearances. Lim Baixian stands there with a cold, piercing gaze, clearly not buying a single word of the excuses being thrown his way. The silence is deafening as Lim Baixian stares down his junior, waiting for a real explanation, instead of the nonsense. Cheol-su desperately tries to change the subject, grabbing a bucket and acting like he is just a diligent disciple focused on chores. He plays the role of the eager student, babbling about how his body is healed and he is ready to start training immediately. Lim Baixian remains unimpressed and skeptical, watching as Cheol-su continues his pathetic attempt to act normal. Cheol-su beams with an intense, manic expression as he reacts to the latest news. Cheol-su lets out a wild, high-pitched laugh, clearly losing his grip on his composure while feigning excitement. Cheol-su declares his intent to surpass his master, skipping along with a bucket, while Lim Baixian walks beside him with a stoic, unimpressed look. Cheol-su stares intensely into the distance, his eyes burning with a desperate, singular focus on the upcoming duel. Inside the Black Dragon Gang headquarters, the tension is suffocating as the leaders gather around a massive table to discuss the threat. A subordinate yells in disbelief, mocking the idea that a small sect like the Gongdong sect would dare to challenge them. Another member of the gang slams his fist on the table, roaring with rage and demanding the order to slaughter the Gongdong disciples. Wei Chunmyong cuts through the chaotic shouting with a single, chilling word, silencing the room instantly. The room falls into a heavy, oppressive silence, as everyone waits for the leader to deliver his verdict. Wei Chunmyong stares forward with a cold, calculated gaze, officially announcing that he has accepted the duel challenge. A subordinate screams in frustration, questioning the leader about why he would agree to such a risky decision. The leader of the Black Dragon Gang keeps his composure, admitting that while it is absurd for the Gongdong sect to challenge them, the situation has its uses. With a cold, calculated smirk, the leader notes that the proposal actually works in their favor. He slams his hand down on the table, emphasizing that defeating the Gongdong sect under the rules of the righteous faction is the key to their victory. The leader explains that if they win, the Seo clan will be unable to interfere with their operations ever again. His subordinates are quick to praise his genius, fawning over what they call a brilliant strategy. The leader ponders aloud, wondering who they should send to handle the fight against the younger generation of the Gongdong sect. At the training grounds, the wooden practice dummies stand tall, waiting for the coming storm. Wai Soryeon stands silently, her face partially covered by a mask, her eyes locked onto her opponents with cold intensity. The Black Death Dragon stands her ground as the disciples of the Gongdong sect draw their blades, setting the stage for a brutal confrontation. Wai Soryeon lunges forward with blinding speed, forcing her subordinates to scramble defensively against her relentless assault. With a sharp huff of exertion, Wai Soryeon displays the cold, focused intensity of a true predator. The training session turns violent as Wei Soryon delivers a crushing blow, sending a subordinate flying across the floor with brutal force. Wei Soryon sheathes her blade, looking down at her struggling opponents with pure disdain. She scoffs at their lack of skill, calling them pathetic fools for failing to keep up with her pace. Wei Soryon roars at the cowering men, demanding to know if this is truly the best they can offer, even with real steel in their hands. The subordinates collapse in terror, stammering that their failure is only because the young leader is overwhelmingly strong. Wei Soryon stands tall, radiating authority as she orders them to silence and commands them to train until the sun rises. A messenger approaches Wei Soryon, informing her that the leader has issued a direct command for her. Wei Soryon pauses, her expression shifting to intrigue, as she questions what the leader could possibly want from her under the night sky. The sect grounds lie in ruins, with massive structures collapsed and debris scattered across the desolate landscape. A blur of movement cuts through the night air as a powerful martial artist leaps through the trees with lethal precision. Chil-Su sits in the lotus position amidst the wreckage, his eyes closed as he focuses on his internal energy. Wei Soryon lands on the scene, her gaze dripping with disdain as she looks down at the surroundings and calls the situation pitiful. Wei Soryon looms over the seated Chil-Su, barking a demand for him to summon his sect leader to her immediately. Chil-Su opens his eyes, staring back at the elite enforcer with a cold, unbothered expression, revealing he has been waiting for this confrontation. Wei Soryon loses her cool, snapping at Chil-Su to stop wasting time and move quickly to obey her orders. Chil-Su remains calm, mocking Wei Soryon for her arrogance and dismissing her reputation as a mere boyish beauty with a biting insult. The tension spikes as Chil-Su crosses his arms, looking Wei Soryon dead in the eye and asking what she will do if he simply refuses. Wei Soryon is visibly triggered, her face contorting in pure rage as she screams at the audacity of being defied by someone she considers beneath her. Chil-Su wears a smug, calculated expression, knowing his psychological trap is working perfectly on his opponent. Chil-Su mocks the lack of upbringing in unorthodox sects, pushing his opponent's buttons with ease. Wei Soryon sneers, declaring that respect is a luxury only the powerful can afford. Chil-Su fires back with a cutting insult, questioning why he should respect a sect inferior to the beggar sect. Chil-Su stands his ground, confidently predicting that the Gongdong sect will emerge victorious in the upcoming duel. Wei Soryon erupts in mocking laughter, dismissing the idea of the Gongdong sect defeating the Black Dragon Gang as pure fantasy. Chil-Su stares intensely, his eyes hardening as he decides it is time to shatter her delusions once and for all. Chil-Su ups the ante by challenging Wei Soryon to a high-stakes bet on the duel's outcome. Chil-Su leans in with a manic, taunting grin, openly questioning if the elite enforcer is actually afraid. Wei Soryon loses her cool completely, her face twisting in pure, unadulterated rage at being mocked by a brat. Chil-Su mocks the Black Dragon Gang as a bunch of worms for being unable to accept his high-stakes bet, driving Wei Soryon into a blind, furious rage. Chil-Su doubles down on his arrogance, declaring that if the Gongdong sect loses the duel, he will willingly become her servant. Wei Soryon snaps back that she accepts the deal, but adds a humiliating condition. If she wins, he must call her brother for the rest of his life. Chil-Su loses his mind with manic laughter, fully embracing the twisted game and mocking her proposal. Chil-Su continues his unhinged taunting, claiming that brothers eventually become lovers and spouses, leaving Wei Soryon visibly flustered and dazed. Chil-Su keeps the insults flying with childish gestures, telling Wei Soryon to go ahead and try to gouge his eyes out if she dares. The master suddenly arrives on the scene, his authoritative presence cutting through the heated commotion between the two. Chil-Su immediately drops his manic act, standing at attention and addressing his master as the tension shifts. The master questions if the visitor is truly a messenger from the Black Dragon sect, to which Wei Soryon confirms her identity. Wei Soryon introduces herself as the vice leader of the Black Dragon sect and presents the official reply from her leader, while Chil-Su coldly questions if her earlier provocation was intentional. The master displays the official scroll, confirming the duel is set for noon in 15 days at Huazhong County. The master stares intensely, confirming that the opposing side has agreed to the terms without any extra conditions. Wei Soryon smirks, demanding that the sect also provide a notary from the Seomun clan to oversee the event. The master and his disciple stand in silence, processing the heavy weight of the upcoming confrontation. The master calmly declares that they will request their notary from the Seomun clan as required. Wei Soryon acknowledges the decision with a curt nod, signaling that the formal business is concluded. The master performs a formal salute, offering a polite farewell as he prepares to depart. Wei Soryon watches the disciple with growing irritation, wondering what is wrong with such a strange guy. The disciple leans in with a mocking, grotesque expression, sticking his tongue out to further infuriate the enforcer. Why Soryeon loses her cool, her face flushing with rage as she curses under her breath at the blatant disrespect. Cheol-soo mocks the situation with a sinister grin, declaring that it is finally time to send a formal letter to the Seomun clan. Yoo Jin-hui arrives on the scene with perfect timing, reporting the recent commotion to the master. The master informs the group that a messenger from the Black Dragon Gang has departed, and they must reach out to the Seomun clan immediately. Yoo Jin-hui acknowledges the order with a sharp, disciplined nod. Yoo Jin-hui warns that the duel is unfavorable for the Seomun clan, and that they cannot rely solely on the good-natured senior to handle the negotiations. Cheol-soo steps up, insisting that he must accompany his senior to the Seomun clan to act as his companion and guide. So-harin beams with an overly affectionate expression, clearly touched by the young master's sudden display of concern. Cheol-soo is visibly horrified as So-harin latches onto him in a tight hug, forcing him to snap at her to let go of him. A peaceful shot of wildflowers sets the scene before shifting to Cheol-soo, who reflects on his first real journey into the martial world while prepping in Lanzhou. So-harin approaches the master with a serious look, calling out to Master Lee as the tension within the sect continues to simmer. Cheol-soo corners So-harin on the sect stairs, casually asking why she is up so early, knowing full well she is set to depart for Lanzhou. So-harin bows her head in humility, expressing deep regret that she could not properly thank him for his intervention in the kitchen. With a look of genuine pain, So-harin laments her own perceived weakness and apologizes for constantly dragging others into her troubles. Cheol-soo shuts down her self-deprecation immediately, brushing off her thanks and insisting that her own kindness was what actually aided his recovery. So-harin is visibly shaken, her blue eyes welling up with tears as she struggles to process his unexpected validation. Cheol-soo reaches out with a calm, steady hand to pat her head, a gesture that seems to anchor her spiraling emotions. Cheol-soo drops the ultimate recruitment pitch, telling her to join the sect officially if she wants to forge her own destiny and become a top-tier martial artist. With a smirk that screams absolute confidence, Cheol-soo hammers home the philosophy that true power starts with self-love. So-harin looks completely dazed and vulnerable, admitting she does not fully grasp his lesson yet, but is clearly captivated by his presence. So-harin beams with total devotion, promising to keep his advice locked in her heart as she looks at him with newfound, starry-eyed admiration. Cheol-soo looks annoyed at his junior, demanding to know what she is doing while they are supposed to be focused. The female disciple puffs out her cheeks in a pout, impatiently urging Cheol-soo to hurry up. Cheol-soo is clearly unimpressed, thinking to himself that she has completely ruined the serious mood. The master stands before them, reminding them that this is their first journey into the martial world, and expressing his confidence in their training. The master gives a warm, fatherly smile, telling his disciples to travel safely as they prepare to depart. The two disciples acknowledge their master with a shout and leap into action, moving with agility as they begin their journey. The duo arrives at the bustling marketplace of Hwajong County, where the female disciple immediately loses her composure. The female disciple spots a stall selling candied treats and starts acting like a hyperactive kid, dragging Cheol-soo along. Cheol-soo stares at her with a deadpan expression, questioning why she is acting so excited over something so trivial. The female disciple ignores his judgment, happily holding her candied treat and declaring how tasty it looks, while Cheol-soo sighs in resignation. The female disciple is completely lost in the bliss of her candied treat, oblivious to the world around her. Cheol-soo mocks the crowd, his unhinged act drawing stares while he continues to chew on his snack. Cheol-soo shifts his focus, his eyes narrowing as he senses something off in the atmosphere. He realizes they have been followed since entering Hwajong County, his instincts screaming that trouble is near. He spots movement in the shadows, noting that while the tale lacks martial arts, their speed suggests a connection to the Haomun. Cheol-soo calculates the situation, wondering if the Haomun leader Jok Sa-wol ordered this, seeing it as a golden opportunity to strike back. Before he can react, a hand reaches out to snatch their belongings, but Cheol-soo is faster. Cheol-soo intercepts the thief, grabbing the pickpocket by the arm as the female disciple realizes what is happening. Cheol-soo looms over the terrified pickpocket, acting merciful while secretly pressuring the small fry for information. With a sharp metallic ring, Cheol-soo draws his sword and demands the pickpocket lead him to the one pulling the strings. The sun sets over the Hwajong County skyline, casting a blood-red glow over the rooftops as the atmosphere turns heavy with tension. Cheol-soo and the female disciple stand in the street, with the protagonist casually brushing off his recent discovery of being followed as mere luck. They arrive at a suspicious building, the entrance looming before them like a trap waiting to be sprung. The exterior of the building mimics a common brothel, but the eerie silence and lack of life signal that something far more dangerous hides within. a mysterious guard suddenly appears, blocking their path and aggressively demanding to know their business at this closed establishment. Cheol-soo doesn't flinch, his gaze sharp as he openly baits the man by questioning if this is the secret hideout for Halmoon operatives. The mysterious guard plays dumb, but Cheol-soo instantly snaps into action, launching a coin with lethal precision toward the man's head. The guard reacts with surprising speed, dodging the projectile and narrowly avoiding a direct hit as the coin smashes into the ground. Cheol-soo grins, his eyes alight with excitement as he confirms that his target is indeed a skilled martial artist. The guard retreats slightly, clicking his tongue in frustration as he realizes he has been baited into revealing his true combat capabilities. The Black Dragon Gang enforcer sneers at the protagonist, warning him that causing trouble in this territory is a grave mistake. The female disciple realizes the threat, identifying the hidden weapon as a lethal Umo needle and fearing for the outcome of the clash. The protagonist ignores the warning, lunging forward with blinding speed, while the female disciple cries out in alarm for her senior. The enforcer is caught completely off guard by the sheer velocity of the attack, his eyes widening in pure disbelief at the speed. A brutal strike connects with the enforcer's face, sending him flying backward with a pained roar as blood splatters across the floor. The surrounding gang members scramble in a panic, shouting for their commander as they witness him being effortlessly floored. The protagonist doesn't let up, closing the distance instantly to deliver another punishing blow to the reeling enforcer. A massive shockwave erupts from the impact, carving a deep trench into the stone floor as the enforcer is sent skidding away. With eyes glowing with cold intensity, the protagonist prepares a final, devastating punch to finish the job. A massive explosion of energy tears through the area, signaling the total dominance of the protagonist over his opponent. Cheol-soo stands amidst the carnage, his expression radiating pure, unhinged intensity as he mutters that the situation is insane. The female disciple looks on, trembling as she realizes the sheer gap in power between her senior brother and the fallen enemies. Cheol-soo turns to his junior with a chilling, blood-stained smile, promising that he will protect her no matter what happens. The female disciple stares at him, completely rattled by the monstrous display of power she just witnessed. Cheol-soo remains locked in his intense, predatory gaze, his eyes glowing with a terrifying, focused energy. The female disciple desperately tries to pull Cheol-soo back, begging him to calm down before things spiral further out of control. Cheol-soo ignores the plea, his grip tightening as he demands to know why the enemy dared to escalate this conflict. The accomplice screams in terror as Cheol-soo violently grabs his ear, punishing him for the reckless use of the Wumo needle. Cheol-soo looms over the cowering accomplice, ordering him to lead the way to his superiors so they can pay for their crimes. Cheol-soo suddenly freezes, his eyes widening as he realizes a mysterious voice is using sound transmission to contact him. The thousand-faced demon king of Yom watches from the shadows, taunting the group and inviting them to a private room for a deadly trap. Cheol-soo processes the situation, stunned that a high-level expert is using sound transmission in such a backwater location. Cheol-soo shares the news with his junior, revealing that the Hao sect has requested a private meeting. The female disciple is visibly shaken by the news, immediately warning her senior brother that it is a dangerous setup. She insists that the Hao sect is likely trying to lure them into a trap, but Cheol-soo remains unfazed. Cheol-soo brushes off her concerns, determined to use this encounter to uncover exactly what their enemies are planning. He looks at his junior with a calm, reassuring gaze, asking her to place her trust in his judgment. The female disciple hesitates, her expression showing her deep worry, before she finally decides to yield. She relents with a soft nod, telling him she trusts him because he is her senior brother, despite the obvious risks. Cheol-soo prepares to head out, leaving his junior behind while she jokingly mocks his cheesy, dramatic dialogue. The atmosphere in the corridor is heavy with tension as Cheol-soo moves through the quiet, dimly lit building. Cheol-soo stops in his tracks, his mind racing as he realizes every move he makes could be a calculated trap set by his enemies. Suddenly, the door slides open on its own, signaling that his target is waiting for him inside. Nangwol-hyang, the legendary beauty of Sichuan, sits waiting with a seductive smile, ready to play her part. Cheol-soo enters the room, his expression caught between professional caution and genuine surprise at the identity of his host. He steps forward, fully aware that meeting the most famous woman in the province is anything but a simple social call. The aura of Nangwol-hyang is suffocatingly perfect, a masterclass in deception designed to disarm any man who enters her presence. Nearby, onlookers are completely entranced, oblivious to the deadly game being played right in front of their eyes. Cheol-soo takes his seat, his internal alarms blaring because he knows this woman is far more dangerous than her reputation suggests. The mask finally slips, as her true identity is revealed to be the lethal Joksa Wool, the thousand-faced Demon King. Ningwell plays the part of the perfect hostess with a chilling smile, while Cheol-su internally curses her for sticking to this deceptive act. The thousand-faced Demon King gloats internally, convinced she has caught Cheol-su red-handed in her trap. Seo-harin watches the scene unfold, her irritation boiling over as she mocks Cheol-su for being a total lunatic who falls for any woman in a skirt. Determined to prove her point, the Master of Disguise vows to put Cheol-su to the ultimate test and hold him accountable if he falls for her charms. Cheol-su confronts her about the sudden removal of her veil, but she brushes it off with a smooth, practiced excuse about hospitality. The atmosphere thickens as she pours tea, her every movement designed to lure him into a false sense of security. The thousand-faced Demon King turns on the full force of her charm art, a high-level technique meant to cloud a man's judgment. A shimmering, ethereal energy flows from her, signaling the activation of her most dangerous mental weapon. She boasts that her charm art is leagues above third-rate techniques, confident that her beauty will shatter his mental defenses. The technique strikes with blinding intensity, slamming into Cheol-su's mind in a desperate attempt to force him into submission. Cheol-su gasps as the mental pressure from the enemy begins to take its toll on his senses. Cheol-su struggles to keep his cool, his face flushed as he admits that the room is feeling uncomfortably warm. The thousand-faced Demon King of Yom smiles, sensing her prey is heating up and ready for the final blow. The courtesan reaches out and takes Cheol-su by the hand, purring as she asks what brings him to her. Cheol-su wears a strange, almost predatory grin, looking far from the helpless victim she expected. The thousand-faced Demon King of Yom narrows her eyes, realizing her target has fallen for the bait and demanding he show his true colors. Cheol-su snaps his fingers, his expression shifting as he drops the facade to address a serious concern. The thousand-faced Demon King of Yom is left completely stunned, her face pale as she processes his unexpected reaction. Cheol-su calmly calls out the Hao sect for their discourteous tailing and questions if they are selling information to the Black Dragon Gang. The thousand-faced Demon King of Yom reels back in shock, her charm art failing completely as she wonders how her technique was countered. Cheol-su stares into his drink, contemplating the lethal threat of the Silent Blade assassins if the Black Dragon Gang gets their hands on intelligence from the Hao sect. The courtesan sits across from him, testing the waters by suggesting that the Gongdong sect could be eliminated without a single drop of blood spilled in a duel. The courtesan maintains her composure, waiting for the trap to spring, while Cheol-su remains unmoved by her presence. Cheol-su leans in with a predatory grin, ready to tear apart her logic and exploit the weakness she just revealed. Cheol-su radiates cold confidence, declaring that no matter how potent her charm art is, it has zero effect on his mental fortitude. The protagonist reveals his true nature, boasting that while his body is young, his mind possesses the god-tier experience of a master from his previous life. Cheol-su mocks the courtesan, noting that while she might be a threat in her true form, her current persona as a mere entertainer is pathetic and powerless. Cheol-su crosses his arms, calling out the courtesan for her cheap hypnotic tricks and demanding she answer for her blatant rudeness. The courtesan breaks a sweat, her facade cracking as she desperately tries to justify the Hao sect's surveillance as a standard intelligence operation. Defeated and cornered, the courtesan bows her head, admitting her mistake and begging the protagonist to clear up the misunderstanding. The courtesan Ningwell is reeling in shock, unable to comprehend how her legendary charm art is failing to ensnare Cheol-su. A bead of sweat rolls down her face as she realizes her mental assault is hitting a brick wall, leaving her visibly rattled. Ningwell desperately tries to salvage the situation, batting her eyes and asking if she truly lacks any appeal as a woman. Cheol-su remains completely unfazed, coldly acknowledging her beauty while dismissing her attempts to manipulate him. He drops the ultimate truth bomb, stating that he is immune simply because he feels zero romantic interest in her. The revelation hits Ningwell like a physical blow, leaving her stunned and wide-eyed at his absolute lack of desire. Realizing her gambit has failed, she lowers her head and offers a formal apology for her previous rudeness. Ningwell is left questioning her own reality, wondering how a man could possibly remain so unshaken by her calculated temptations. Cheol-su accepts the apology but immediately pivots to business, demanding his reward for successfully navigating her trap. He orders her to deliver a proposal to the Grand Elder of the Hao sect, leaving the shaken operative in total disbelief. Ningwell, still reeling from her failed mental trap, asks what proposal the protagonist could possibly have for her. Cheol-su cuts straight to the point, declaring that his proposal involves the high-stakes duel between the Gongdong sect and the Black Dragon Gang. He drops the name of the Seomun family, a move that clearly catches the operative off guard. The conversation shifts to the prestigious Jinchon Hall, the seat of the powerful Seomun family. A disciple reports to the master that the Black Dragon Gang has officially taken the bait and accepted the duel proposal. The master calmly tends to a plant, his focus sharp as he prepares to dismantle the gang's plans. The master questions the strategy, asking if the protagonist is truly okay with the gang potentially winning the duel. Cheol-su shuts down the concern, confidently stating that the duel will never actually happen. When the master asks why, Cheol-su explains that the righteous faction is destined to lose, so they must prevent the fight entirely. The master realizes the genius plan is to invalidate the duel by forcing the gang to prove their legitimacy through a certified witness, leaving the master stunned by the sheer tactical brilliance. The Seomun family holds absolute authority in Gansu, and they have no intention of letting the Gongdong sect find a certified witness for their upcoming conflict. Seomun Hyunchan, the head of the Seomun family, smirks with cold confidence, knowing that without his approval, the sect is effectively checkmated. Cheol-su and the female disciple navigate the bustling Nanzhou market, discussing the recent, tense negotiations with the Hao sect. The female disciple is visibly impressed by the scale of the market, though Cheol-su remains unimpressed, comparing it unfavorably to the capital. Bystanders at the market whisper as they recognize the pair, confirming that rumors of the Gongdong sect's recent clashes with the Black Dragon Gang have spread far and wide. Local martial artists gossip over their meal, noting that the Gongdong sect has supposedly recovered their lost techniques and is actively pushing back against the gang. The female disciple realizes they are being watched, feeling the weight of their growing reputation even in a place as far as Nanzhou. Cheol-su remains composed, acknowledging that despite their current struggles, the Gongdong sect remains a pillar of tradition in the region. With a firm step, Cheol-su signals their arrival at their destination, ready to put his plan into motion. The pair stands before the imposing gates of the Seomun family estate, the final piece of their strategy to outmaneuver their enemies. Cheol-su and the female disciple stand before the massive Seomun estate, stunned by its sheer, opulent scale. The gatekeeper steps out to intercept them, demanding to know if they are here to visit the main house. Cheol-su confirms their presence, but the gatekeeper immediately grills them on whether they have a prior appointment. Cheol-su cuts to the chase, pulling out a handwritten letter from the leader of the Gongdong sect to demand an audience with the family head. The gatekeeper is visibly taken aback by the mention of the Gongdong sect, questioning the pair's lack of formal scheduling. With a dismissive gesture, the gatekeeper points toward a crowded line of petitioners, telling them to wait their turn. The female disciple panics, urging Cheol-su to hurry into the back of the line before they lose their chance to enter today. Cheol-su remains calm and collected, blocking his senior with a hand and insisting that he has a better plan. With a look of absolute confidence, Cheol-su declares that he will handle the situation personally. Cheol-su thrusts the letter toward the gatekeeper, warning him that this document concerns a duel with massive implications for both Gansu and Sichuan. Cheol-su goes full aggressive, demanding to know if the gatekeeper is really going to disrespect a letter from the Gongdong sect. The gatekeeper breaks into a cold sweat, still stammering about the lack of a proper appointment. Cheol-su mocks the gatekeeper, asking if he really thinks he can stand in the way of the great Seomun clan's judgment. With intense pressure, Cheol-su points his finger and warns that the future of Gansu and Sichuan hangs in the balance of this decision. The gatekeeper looks completely rattled, realizing he is in way over his head. The gatekeeper scrambles away, shouting that he needs to consult his superior immediately. Cheol-su flashes a wicked grin, knowing his black consumer intimidation strategy has completely crushed the opposition. The massive gates of the Seomun clan begin to creak open with a heavy thud. As the gates swing wide, a figure steps out from the light to address the visitors. Seomun Peng, the steward and second-in-command of the Seomun clan, steps forward to officially welcome them. Cheol-su and the female disciple stand tall, formally introducing themselves as members of the Gongdong sect to gain entry. Seomun Peng appears, offering a polite apology for the previous gatekeeper's incompetence and ushering them inside. The disciples are led into the luxurious Seomun clan estate, a place dripping with prestige and high-level security. Seomun Peng hosts the pair, but the atmosphere is tense as Cheol-su immediately presses for a meeting with the family head. With a practiced, dismissive smile, Seomun Peng claims the family head is too busy with training and official duties to see them. Cheol-su's eyes sharpen, instantly reading through the facade and realizing this is just another stall tactic to protect the clan's ego. He keeps his cool, realizing that playing nice won't work when the opposition is clearly trying to keep them on a leash. Cheol-su crosses his legs, shifting the power dynamic in the room as he prepares to drop a bombshell. He stares down the steward, delivering a cold ultimatum. Tell the great sword king of truth that he is about to miss a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seomun Peng is left completely stunned, his composed mask slipping as he processes the sheer audacity of the young disciple's threat. Seomun Pung keeps his fake, polite mask on, telling the disciples he will pass their message along while trying to brush them off. The female disciple sits in silence, watching the situation unfold as Seomun Pung retreats and leaves them in the guest room. The female disciple questions Cheol-su, demanding to know what kind of crazy game he is playing with his talk of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Cheol-su just winks, cool as ice, telling her that time is on their side and they have the upper hand. Confused but trusting, the female disciple asks what he means by time, while Cheol-su suggests they just enjoy the high-end food provided. A feast fit for royalty appears on the table, packed with enough natural energy to make any martial artist drool. Cheol-su digs in with gusto, clearly enjoying the premium meal and praising its quality while his inner cultivator senses the energy boost. The female disciple joins in, happily accepting the food as Cheol-su encourages her to eat up and recharge. Suddenly, the door slams open, and Seomun Pung rushes back into the room, looking completely rattled and desperate. The steward is sweating bullets, his composure shattered, as he frantically informs them that the family head wants to see them immediately. A hand slams down onto the table with a sharp thud, signaling that the time for games is officially over. Cheol-su remains unfazed, flashing a cocky grin while holding a toothpick, clearly enjoying the chaos he is stirring up. The majestic architecture of the Seomun clan estate looms in the background, setting the stage for a high-stakes confrontation. Cheol-su and his companion bow respectfully to Seomun Hyuncheon. Though the air in the room is thick with underlying tension, Seomun Hyuncheon snaps, his face twisting in fury as he roars for them to cut the act and stop with the fake pleasantries. The tension reaches a breaking point as Seomun Hyuncheon leans in, demanding to know why the protagonist is so obsessed with a duel against the Black Dragon Gang. Cheol-su doesn't even blink, coolly claiming that they are just trying to uphold the honor of the martial world. Seomun Hyuncheon explodes, calling him a brat, and accusing him of spreading rumors while colluding with the low-life Hao sect. Cheol-su keeps his composure, feigning total ignorance and dismissing the accusations as absolute nonsense. Seomun Hyuncheon slams his hands onto his desk, his eyes burning with rage as he insists that the rumors are already spreading like wildfire across the land. Cheol-su and his companion discuss the Gongdong sect's revival and the massive implications of their upcoming clash with the Black Dragon clan. While enjoying a meal, they debate whether the outcome of this duel could truly shift the balance of power across the entire martial world. Cheol-su reveals that he has already sent formal letters to the 9 great sects and the 6 great families to ensure they witness the event. The protagonist explains that this strategic move is designed to force the Seomun clan into a corner where they must act as official witnesses. Cheol-su emphasizes that the goal is to make the duel impossible to ignore, ensuring that news of the event spreads to every corner of the land. Yo Yer-young, acting as the courtesan, immediately sees through the plan and calls out the protagonist for his blatant manipulation. She remains skeptical, noting that the Hao sect is notoriously stingy and unlikely to agree to such a risky deal without a massive incentive. Yo Yer-young adds that, even if she were to present the proposal, the Grand Elder Moonlord would never agree to it under these terms. Cheol-su is unfazed by her sharp assessment, acknowledging her keen intuition while tapping his fingers on the table in thought. With a dramatic flair, Cheol-su prepares to reveal a secret offering, admitting he never intended to show up empty-handed to secure her cooperation. Cheol-su drops a glowing, pure moonstone onto the table, offering it as a high-value bribe to secure his deal. Neng Wil-hyang, impressed by the quality of the stone, admits that the deal is finally fair enough for her to consider. Cheol-su notes that with the Hao sect acting as a witness, the public pressure on the Black Dragon Gang is reaching a boiling point. Seomun Hyuncheon grinds his teeth in frustration, realizing that the involvement of major sects makes it impossible for his clan to back out now. Cheol-su maintains his cool, smug demeanor, confident that he has already won the psychological battle before the first sword is drawn. Seomun Hyuncheon slams his fist on the table, accusing the Hao sect of spreading rumors to benefit the Gongdong sect. Seomun Hyuncheon demands to know if the Gongdong sect and Hao sect are in league, while Cheol-su calmly deflects the accusation. Cheol-su and the female disciple share a moment of playful irony, mocking the idea that they would ever need to provide proof for their schemes. Seomun Hyuncheon roars in anger, warning that a loss in this high-profile duel would be a catastrophic blow to the entire righteous faction. The female disciple and Cheol-su look visibly taken aback by the sheer intensity of the old man's rage, as the political trap tightens. A fist glows with intense, crackling energy as a challenge is issued to test the limits of the Gongdong sect. Seomun Hyuncheon unleashes the Supreme Emperor's crushing technique, shattering the floor and sending shockwaves through the room. Cheol-su and his companion are caught in the blast, gasping as the sheer weight of the pressure threatens to paralyze them. Seomun Hyuncheon roars with absolute authority, demanding that the Jinchon Sword King prove his worth in this deadly confrontation. The atmosphere turns heavy as the legendary power of the Seomun clan is compared to the crushing weight of the Sumeru mountain. A master-grade sword is displayed, symbolizing the terrifying martial prowess of Seomun Hyunchon. Seomun Hyunchon stands amidst the wreckage of the floor, his aura radiating a suffocating, green-hued killing intent. Cheol-su struggles to breathe, his face contorted in pain as he realizes the old man is not holding back and intends to kill them. Pushed to the brink by the crushing pressure, Cheol-su prepares to execute the risky, reverse blood flow technique to survive. The floor beneath Seomun Hyunchon continues to crack and splinter under the sheer force of his overwhelming internal energy. Cheol-su hits the deck, his body trembling as the crushing pressure from the master-level martial artist shatters the floor beneath him. Yujin Hui lunges forward, his eyes locked on the danger as he shouts for his senior brother to hold on. Yujin Hui snaps back at the opposition, his voice filled with righteous fury as he demands they stop insulting the sect. Seomun Hyunchon scoffs with a cold laugh, his gaze piercing and filled with absolute disdain for the young disciples. Yujin Hui channels his internal energy, glowing with a golden aura as he stands firm to defy the oppressive atmosphere. The floor continues to buckle and crack under the sheer weight of the energy, leaving Cheol-su gasping for air in the background. Cheol-su stares in disbelief, realizing that Yujin Hui successfully intercepted and blocked the massive wave of energy from Seomun Hyunchon. Seomun Hyunchon stands tall amidst the wreckage, his green aura flaring as he acknowledges the feat with a condescending tone. Seomun Hyunchon gathers his green energy into his palm, declaring that this display of skill is still nowhere near enough to earn his respect. Cheol-su grits his teeth in frustration and fear, realizing just how monstrously powerful the old man truly is. Seomun Hyunchon unleashes a brutal wave of green energy, taunting the disciples to see if they can survive his next move. The sheer force of the energy blast shatters the floor, leaving the disciples trapped in a collapsing, high-pressure zone. Cheol-su is caught in the middle of the devastation, his eyes wide with shock as he struggles to breathe under the crushing weight. The pressure forces Cheol-su to his knees, his body trembling as he takes the full brunt of the master-level attack. Cheol-su screams in defiance, cursing Seomun Hyunchon for his insanity, and questioning if the old man is truly trying to kill them. Realizing the gap in their power is massive, Cheol-su knows that even his senior brother might not be able to withstand this level of force. Desperation sets in as Cheol-su frantically tries to focus, searching for any way to disperse the incoming wave of chi. A vision of various forbidden and powerful techniques flashes through his mind, highlighting the desperate need for more strength. Cheol-su realizes with grim clarity that his current martial arts are nowhere near enough to overcome this lethal threat. Seomun Hyunchon roars with arrogance, mocking the youth for losing his spirit and warning him that he will surely die if he stays passive. Cheol-su is locked in a state of intense focus, his brow beaded with sweat as he internalizes the weight of his training. A golden aura erupts, symbolizing the core of the Gongdong sect's power, which relies on the explosive inversion of yin and yang energy. Yujin Hui challenges the conventional wisdom, questioning if their sect's martial arts are truly limited to mere brute strength. A mysterious chest sits atop a pedestal, glowing with an ethereal light that hints at the profound secrets waiting to be unearthed. Yujin Hui stands in the forest, sword drawn, as he imparts a crucial lesson to his junior brother about the true nature of their techniques. Cheol-su listens intently, arguing that while their techniques might mirror the demonic sect, the core purpose is fundamentally different. Cheol-su clarifies that their reverse blood flow technique is simply a tool to achieve perfect balance between yin and yang. Yujin Hui acknowledges the truth in his junior's words, his posture shifting as he demonstrates the fluidity of their combat style. Cheol-su pushes his limits, discovering that his dual convergence arts are becoming increasingly flexible and potent the more he practices. With a surge of brilliant energy, Cheol-su realizes that the true mastery of the Gongdong sect lies beyond raw power, igniting his potential. Cheol-su focuses his mind, realizing that merging the dual convergence arts with the reverse blood flow technique centered around Honwon is his only path to survival. A massive wave of pressure slams into the room, causing furniture to shatter into splinters under the sheer weight of the unleashed energy. The air itself begins to warp and hiss as the volatile energy manifests, swirling in a dangerous display of raw power. Seomun Hyunchon stands firm, his eyes narrowing as he senses the sudden, unnatural shift in the flow of air around his target. Seomun Hyunchon is visibly stunned, his expression hardening as he mutters in disbelief, wondering if the young disciple is truly capable of such a feat. Cheol-su grunts in exertion, his body glowing with a brilliant blue aura as he pushes his internal energy to the absolute limit. Realizing that standard martial arts will not suffice, Cheol-su prepares to unleash a desperate counterattack against the crushing force. The two opposing forces collide in a blinding flash of light, creating a shockwave that threatens to tear the room apart. Energy crackles and explodes in a violent display of power, with blue and green auras clashing in a fierce struggle for dominance. Chol-Su throws a punch with everything he has, his fist glowing with intense energy as he forces the pressure back, leaving the room in ruins. Chol-Su stands amidst the debris, his eyes burning with resolve as he declares he will create his own path. Lim Baekseon gasps in pure shock, realizing his junior brother just pulled off the impossible by creating a new martial technique on the fly. Seomun Hyunchon is visibly rattled, his eyes wide as he acknowledges that Chol-Su not only survived his crushing energy, but completely neutralized it. The room is thick with residual energy, as Chol-Su and Lim Baekseon confront the powerful Seomun Hyunchon. Chol-Su stands his ground, staring down the master and demanding to know if he still thinks their sect is acting recklessly. Seomun Hyunchon stares back, his expression unreadable as he processes the sheer audacity of the young disciple. Lim Baekseon and Chol-Su exchange a look of disbelief, the tension in the room breaking as they realize they survived the ordeal. Seomun Hyunchon muses on the heavenly martial body, finally understanding the true nature of the power he just witnessed. Seomun Hyunchon grumbles to himself about the master who trained such a monster, clearly impressed by the hidden talent. The trial ends with Seomun Hyunchon giving his stamp of approval, eagerly anticipating the upcoming showdown against the Black Dragon Hall. The Gongdong sect disciples celebrate their hard-won victory with pure, unbridled excitement. The Seomun clan estate stands silent and imposing under the cover of the night sky. A low, grinding sound echoes through the air as the massive gates of the Seomun clan compound loom in the darkness. Seomun Hyunchon gazes out from his balcony, realizing that a disciple possessing the heavenly martial body is destined to become the strongest under heaven. Seomun Hyunchon stares into the distance, his eyes narrowing as he questions if the long-awaited revival of the Gongdong sect has finally begun. Seomun Hyunchon grips the wooden railing with intense force, determined that the Seomun clan will not stand idly by while their rivals grow stronger. Seomun Hyunchon turns around, his stern expression softening instantly, as his daughter, Seomun Cheongha, calls out to him. The usually stoic clan head breaks into a goofy, doting smile the moment he sees his daughter approaching. Seomun Cheongha walks forward with grace, asking her father for his honest assessment of the Gongdong sect disciples she encountered. Seomun Hyunchon admits to his daughter that the disciples were surprisingly resolute, confirming he has officially sanctioned their upcoming death match against the Black Dragon Hall. Seomun Cheongha beams with pure excitement, her heart clearly captured by the legendary reputation of the Gongdong sect. Seomun Cheongha questions her father about the disciples, and Seomun Hyunchon confirms they are currently bunking at the local Hoban Inn. Seomun Cheongha is absolutely hyped, practically vibrating with energy as she decides to dash off to find them. The scene shifts to the disciples' journey, highlighting their legacy as the righteous warriors who stood firm against the darkness. Seomun Cheongha is completely starstruck, marveling at how the disciples managed to earn her father's respect. The moon hangs high in the night sky, casting a cold, silent glow over the martial world. Chol-Su stands alone in the dark, his sword drawn and glowing with a faint, ethereal blue energy. Chol-Su reflects on the day, acknowledging that without his senior brother stepping up, they would have been crushed by the Seomun clan. Chol-Su, fired up and refusing to slack off, grips his blade as he commits himself to even more brutal, high-level training. A mysterious, glowing mushroom suddenly appears, leaving a frustrated Chol-Su wondering what kind of trouble this new development is going to cause. Chol-Su is out patrolling the dark, his senses sharp as he hears a suspicious rustling nearby. He approaches the source of the noise with his internal energy flared up, casting a bright glow in the darkness as he demands to know who is hiding there. Chol-Su spots a figure and calls out, confused why they are not resting at this hour. The figure is terrified and immediately screams, calling Chol-Su a pervert while recoiling in shock. Seomun Cheongha emerges from the shadows, looking absolutely flustered and defensive as she glares at the approaching disciple. She yells at him, demanding to know why he is pointing his glowing energy directly at her while walking her way. Seomun Cheongha continues to berate him, questioning his motives for approaching her so aggressively in the dead of night. Chol-Su accidentally intensifies his energy, causing a flash of light that makes Seomun Cheongha panic even more. Seomun Cheongha is completely horrified, unable to believe that a disciple of the Gongdong sect would act like such a creep. Chol-Su finally realizes who she is, and shouts in disbelief, shocked to run into Seomun Cheongha, the daughter of the Seomun clan, in such an awkward situation. Chol-Su is visibly flustered and caught off guard, muttering that he never expected anyone to be spying on his training session. The narrative shifts to Seomun Chongha, the youngest lady of the Seomun clan and a renowned beauty, shown wielding her sword with grace. A flashback reveals that Seomun Chongha was once obsessed with Yu Jinhui, but her rejection led her down a dark and extreme path. Seomun Chongha explodes in anger, accusing Cheol Su of practicing shameful, vulgar techniques akin to a sex fiend under the Gongdong banner. Cheol Su fires back, pointing his finger and demanding she retract her statement, insisting there is a profound philosophy behind his training methods. The tension peaks as the two engage in a comedic standoff, with Cheol Su looking embarrassed and Seomun Chongha fuming with indignation. Cheol Su stands his ground with arms crossed, lecturing her on the martial taboo of spying on another practitioner's secret training. Seomun Chongha remains unconvinced and furious, yelling that calling his vulgar display training is an absolute absurdity. Cheol Su defends his methods by claiming a true master must balance internal and external cultivation, but Seomun Chongha dismisses it all as mere excuses. Seomun Chongha points an accusatory finger, declaring that he has exposed something inappropriate to a lady, and demands he be held accountable immediately. Cheol Su is absolutely losing his mind, his frustration boiling over as he curses the Seomun clan for their constant interference. He declares that the Seomun clan is in desperate need of a reality check and some proper education to fix their attitude. With a sharp clap of his hands, Cheol Su signals that talk is cheap, and they have reached a total impasse. Cheol Su points a finger at Seomun Chongha, offering a solution to their conflict that she is clearly skeptical about. Cheol Su gets fired up, his face twisted in a mix of rage and determination, as he challenges Seomun Chongha to a high-stakes duel. Seomun Chongha doesn't back down, firing back with a cocky grin and asking if he really wants to test his luck against her. Cheol Su sets the terms, demanding that the loser must admit their fault and submit to the winner's judgment, to which she eagerly agrees. The two of them stand in a huff, arms crossed and faces turned away, radiating pure, childish stubbornness. Cheol Su watches her with a devious smirk, realizing this duel is his golden ticket to dominate the Seomun clan. His imagination runs wild as he envisions the cold and elegant Seomun Chongha forced to serve him as his personal maid. Cheol Su reflects on his recent victory, feeling satisfied that his mission to the Seomun clan was a total success. Cheol Su and Lim Baek-seon walk through the forest, the air thick with the quiet tension of their recent accomplishments. Lim Baek-seon sneaks up on his junior, playfully questioning what is going on inside his head. Cheol Su admits he was just replaying the events at the Seomun clan in his mind, prompting a curious reaction from his senior. Cheol Su realizes with a jolt that Lim Baek-seon has been keeping a close eye on him the entire time. Lim Baek-seon beams with pride, showering Cheol Su with compliments that leave the younger disciple feeling genuinely moved. Lim Baek-seon emphasizes that Cheol Su's success is entirely due to his rare heavenly martial physique. Cheol Su discusses his new martial technique, Hunwan Gong, noting that while it is based on Hunwan Ilji Gong, it still requires refinement. Lim Baek-seon expresses total confidence in his junior's potential and offers to teach him a key formula to bridge the gap. Cheol Su is taken aback by his senior's dedication, as Lim Baek-seon reveals he created an easy version of the technique specifically for him. Cheol Su and Lim Baek-seon share a moment of lighthearted banter, with Cheol Su feeling slightly unsettled by his senior's intense dedication. Lim Baek-seon channels his internal energy, demonstrating the refined flow of his martial arts with a focused expression. The two disciples stand side by side, both radiating a steady blue aura as they practice their techniques in the open air. Cheol Su expresses his gratitude, acknowledging that while his new Hunwan Gong technique isn't as powerful as the original, it fits his combat style perfectly. Lim Baek-seon keeps a watchful eye on his junior, his expression shifting as he notices something profound about the technique. The martial art technique clicks into place, and Cheol Su feels a sudden, overwhelming sense of completeness in his internal energy. The camera pans over the sect grounds, showing the tranquil, towering cliffs surrounding their home base under the night sky. The master sits calmly, holding a teacup and offering warm words of praise to his disciples for their hard work. Cheol Su and Lim Baek-seon bow deeply in unison, showing total respect as they credit their success to the master's guidance. The master smiles, noting that the reports of their success at the Seomun clan have been nothing but stellar since they left. The master reveals that major powers like the Tang clan and Ime sect have officially stepped in as notaries for the upcoming battle against the Black Dragon Gang. Cheol Su listens with a mix of surprise and focus as the master breaks down the political implications of these powerful sects getting involved. The master confirms that even Mount Heng, a sect that should logically hold a grudge against them, has agreed to oversee the duel proceedings. A scroll detailing the tension between the sects highlights that Mount Heng actually replaced the Gongdong sect among the 9 great sects. making their involvement highly suspicious. Cheol-soo asks if the legendary Sword Queen Un-Solan is personally attending, and the master confirms she will be the official notary for the fight. Cheol-soo completely loses his cool, his expression twisting into a fanatical, drooling grin as he realizes his chance to meet his idol is finally here. A vision of the elegant and powerful Sword Queen Un-Solan appears in Cheol-soo's mind, cementing her status as his #1 candidate for a future wife. The scene shifts to the grounds of Mount Heng in Shaanxi province, where the sect's history and prestige are on full display under the night sky. A flashback shows a younger version of the Sword Queen Un-Solan standing before a crowd of disciples, recounting a pivotal moment from her past. Seomun Chongha looks on with wide-eyed wonder as the story of the Sword Queen declaring her ambitions at the Dragon Phoenix gathering is retold. A sharp heel stomps down onto a fallen opponent, signaling total dominance in the arena. The Sword Queen Un-Solan stands tall over her defeated foe, declaring her legendary condition for marriage to the crowd. With her blade leveled at the spectators, Un-Solan reiterates that any man from the righteous sex can challenge her for her hand. Un-Solan flashes a confident, piercing gaze, daring anyone to step up and prove their worth. The younger disciples watch the flashback in absolute awe, stunned by the audacity of a woman taking control of her own destiny. Seomun Chongha beams with excitement, praising the revolutionary spirit of the Sword Queen who defied traditional gender norms. Seomun Chongha continues her passionate retelling, explaining how the Sword Queen's undefeated streak propelled Mount Heng to the top of the 9 great sects. Seomun Chongha gestures dramatically, emphasizing the deep gratitude the sect owes to the legendary Sword Queen. The scene cuts back to the present as the Sword Queen Un-Solan steps forward, her presence silencing the room. Un-Solan cuts the chatter with a cold command, her imposing aura leaving everyone, including Seomun Chongha, completely stunned. The legendary Sword Queen Un-Solan radiates an aura of pure power, her presence alone demanding absolute respect. Un-Solan issues a cold, decisive order for the sect to prepare for departure and attend the high-stakes duel. A female disciple questions the necessity of the mission, dismissing the Gongdong sect and Black Dragon Gang as minor players. Un-Solan shuts down the chatter, asserting that this battle is about upholding the honor of the righteous faction. The Sword Queen emphasizes that they fight not just for justice, but for the pride and legacy of the Mount Heng sect. The sect stronghold stands silent and imposing, a fortress waiting for the storm of the upcoming conflict. Cheol-soo steps up with a confident grin, ready to deliver the letter that confirms their notary is secured. Lim Baek, Sion, and a female disciple watch him closely, their expressions filled with protective worry about him going alone. The female disciple grabs Cheol-soo, desperately pleading for him to reconsider because of the dangerous Black Dragon Hall thugs. Cheol-soo recoils in total disgust, sweating bullets and internally screaming about his hatred for unwanted physical contact with men. A female disciple desperately tries to restrain Cheol-soo, pleading with him to stay safe while he insists that the upcoming tournament will proceed without any issues. The female disciple stares ahead with a mix of worry and resignation, telling him to return as quickly as possible. Cheol-soo gives her a reassuring look, promising that everything is under control and she has nothing to worry about. Cheol-soo charges ahead, thinking to himself that he absolutely cannot let anyone else tag along on his dangerous mission. With a devious grin, Cheol-soo realizes that delivering the letter is just a cover for his true, hidden objective. The scene shifts to the imposing Sejong Guild Manor, the heart of the Black Dragon Gang's operations. Wai Soryun sits with her arms crossed, looking down at the letter and questioning if it truly came from the joint sect leader. Cheol-soo sits across from her at a table, confirming that the document proves they have successfully secured all the necessary notaries for the duel. Wai Soryun lets out a frustrated tisk, clearly annoyed that the Gongdong sect has managed to gather so many powerful witnesses to oversee the fight. Cheol-soo leans back with a smug, arrogant expression, telling Wai Soryun that she better get used to calling him older brother, leaving her completely speechless. Cheol-soo radiates pure confidence, telling his rival to start practicing because the tournament is already in the bag. Wai Soryun isn't buying the hype, laughing off his claim and promising to make him regret his arrogance when they clash in the ring. Cheol-soo keeps his cool, dropping a casual goodbye as he turns his back on her, completely unfazed by her hostility. Wai Soryun watches him go, clearly triggered by his dismissive attitude. Wondering what his game is, Cheol-soo flashes a charming, wink-filled grin, cheekily calling her his dear little sister to push her buttons even further. The provocation works perfectly, as Wai Soryun loses her composure, face flushing with pure rage as she screams for him to get lost. Cheol-soo walks away, laughing at how easily he baited her, already shifting his focus to the real mission at hand. Cheol-soo arrives at the guild entrance, demanding to see the guildmaster with the casual energy of someone who owns the place. The gatekeeper is caught off guard, questioning why a Gongdong sect disciple would be knocking on their door looking for a loan. With a sharp, predatory glint in his eyes, Cheol-su doubles down on his demand, making it clear he is there to secure that loan by any means necessary. Cheol-su sits across from the loan shark, his expression unreadable as he tries to process the absurdity of the situation. The loan shark slides a bag of silver across the table, acting like he is doing the protagonist a massive favor. Cheol-su is visibly taken aback when the loan shark reveals the predatory interest rate of 30% per month. The loan shark sits back with a smug grin, clearly enjoying the sight of the young disciple squirming under the financial pressure. Cheol-su grinds his teeth in frustration, mentally comparing these greedy extortionists to the worst loan sharks from his past life. Despite the crushing interest, Cheol-su forces a confident facade, swearing that he will pay the loan back in no time. Cheol-su keeps his cool, his eyes gleaming with a hidden agenda as he plots his next move to turn the tables. Outside the gambling den, the commoners are busy betting on the Black Dragon Hall, completely unaware of the chaos brewing. Cheol-su tosses the bag of silver into the air, already calculating how he will flip this loan by betting on his own sect as the underdog. Cheol-su approaches a random gambler with a predatory smirk, ready to initiate the next phase of his high-stakes gamble. Cheol-su marches up to the gatekeeper with a cocky grin, demanding entry into the VIP area like he owns the place. The door slides open, and Cheol-su struts inside, ready to drop his bombshell bet, but he stops dead in his tracks. Cheol-su's face goes pale, and his eyes widen in pure shock as he realizes exactly who is waiting for him inside. Standing before him is the master of Hao Clan, a legendary figure whose presence instantly kills the protagonist's arrogant vibe. Cheol-su freezes up, his internal monologue screaming in panic as he realizes he has walked straight into the lair of a top-tier powerhouse. The master of Hao Clan stands there with an unreadable expression, his masked face radiating an aura that makes the protagonist tremble. Cheol-su breaks out in a cold sweat, his voice shaking as he forces out a formal greeting to the terrifying master of Hao Clan. Trying to salvage his dignity, Cheol-su stammers out that he is only here to place a bet on the upcoming martial arts tournament. The master of Hao Clan tilts his head with a mocking chuckle, asking the nervous disciple which side he is putting his money on. Cheol-su declares he is putting all 15 silver taels on the Gongdong sect, while the master of Hao Clan calmly inspects the bundle. Cheol-su stands before the master of Hao Clan, his nerves fraying as the masked powerhouse casually drops the brutal 20-to-1 odds against his sect. The white cloth bundle is opened, revealing the silver taels. Cheol-su is recklessly gambling on the Gongdong sect's unlikely victory. The master of Hao Clan leans in close, his voice smooth and dangerous as he promises a massive payout of 300 silver taels if the bet hits. Cheol-su is visibly rattled, his heart hammering against his ribs as he frantically confirms his bet with the terrifying figure. With a calm, calculated motion, the master of Hao Clan produces a heavy, ornate token and hands it over to the trembling disciple. Cheol-su snatches the token and bolts, desperate to escape the suffocating pressure of the room as fast as his legs can carry him. The master of Hao Clan watches the disciple flee, his silent, masked presence lingering in the room like a predator waiting for the right moment. The master of Hao Clan confirms the target has finally exited, his tone devoid of any emotion as he addresses the room. Yo Yer-young steps out from behind the screen, her red hair and sharp gaze contrasting with the master of Hao Clan as she delivers her report. The master of Hao Clan taps his mask, a glint of insight in his eyes, as he dismisses the possibility of the disciple being interested in men. The Sword Queen expresses her relief with a bright, captivating smile as she prepares for the upcoming events. The Huazhong Martial Arts Tournament arena is buzzing with energy as the crowd gathers in anticipation of the day's high-stakes action. Cheol-su reflects on the massive amount of effort and suffering he endured just to ensure this tournament could proceed without a hitch. The Gongdong sect disciples arrive at the arena, their presence marked by the sudden, elegant appearance of the legendary Sword Queen. The Sword Queen introduces herself as the leader of the Hongsan sect, her silver hair and presence commanding immediate attention. Cheol-su is visibly flustered and blushing upon realizing he is standing in the presence of the legendary Sword Queen. Zhonyang steps forward to offer a formal, respectful greeting to the Sword Queen, acknowledging her status as a titan of the martial world. Cheol-su struggles to contain his fanboy excitement, internally marveling at the breathtaking beauty of the most famous woman among the righteous sects. The Sword Queen acknowledges the potential of the Gongdong sect representatives, noting her interest in seeing what they are truly capable of. Cheol-su and his companion stand tall, ready to seize this moment to announce the glorious revival of the Gongdong sect to the entire world. Cheol-su beams with excitement, declaring his intent to capture the attention of the legendary Sword Queen. Unsolon, the Sword Queen, looks on with a confused expression as Cheol-su mentally reaffirms his goal to make her his wife. the tournament announcer roars for the first disciples of each sect to take the stage, signaling the start of the high-stakes match. Chol-Su takes a decisive step onto the arena floor, feeling the weight of his first real challenge as a warrior. With a confident smirk, Chol-Su prepares to show off his skills and etch his name into the hearts of everyone watching. Chol-Su grins, knowing he cannot play this game normally if he wants to stand out from the crowd. Chol-Su turns to John Young, requesting permission to speak before the combat begins, and the sect leader calmly agrees. A sharp, focused look flashes in Chol-Su's eyes, revealing his absolute determination to win this encounter. Chol-Su turns his gaze toward the Sword Queen, who watches the young disciple with a curious, questioning look. Chol-Su pumps his fist in the air, shouting the name of the Sword Queen with pure, unadulterated fanboy energy. Chol-Su drops a bombshell, declaring he will challenge the Sword Queen the moment he comes of age. The crowd goes silent as Chol-Su doubles down, promising that winning the duel will make the Sword Queen his wife. John Young and his fellow disciples look on in absolute horror, realizing their reputation is being torched in real time. Chol-Su, completely unbothered by the social suicide he just committed, grins with the smug satisfaction of a man who just pulled off a masterstroke. In his mind, Chol-Su celebrates the success of his public confession, oblivious to the disaster unfolding around him. The Sword Queen stares back, her composure shattered as she tries to comprehend the sheer audacity of the young disciple. Xiaomun Chongha jumps to her feet, her face twisted in pure shock as she watches the scene descend into madness. Xiaomun Chongha screams at Chol-Su, demanding to know if he has lost his mind for daring to challenge a legendary figure. An anonymous observer in the crowd mutters in disbelief, wondering if the Gongdong sect disciple has finally snapped. Xiaomun Chongha continues her tirade, furious that the protagonist is actively sabotaging the sect's standing with his reckless behavior. Chol-Su doubles down on his insane public challenge, his face set in a mask of grim determination. He declares that if the Mount Heng sect tries to interfere with his plans, he is ready to take them on as well. The Sword Queen reacts with visible intensity, her eyes narrowing as she processes the sheer audacity of the young man. Seo Harin draws her sword, her posture aggressive as she shouts that she will test his resolve right here and now. Chol-Su looks genuinely baffled, wondering why everyone is overreacting to what he considers a simple public challenge. The Sword Queen steps in, placing a firm hand on Seo Harin to stop her from lunging at the disciple. She commands her disciple to calm down, her voice cold and authoritative. Seo Harin is left trembling, her eyes wide with shock and frustration. As she is forced to stand down, the Sword Queen turns away, her expression unreadable as she mutters about the absurdity of a young boy's challenge. With a subtle hint of amusement, she dismisses the situation by noting that he is just at the age where his blood runs hot. Chol-Su stands his ground, wondering if his reckless public declaration at the Yongbong gathering has finally pushed the Sword Queen over the edge. Seo Harin draws her blade, her eyes glowing with lethal intent as she prepares to defend her master's honor against the insolent disciple. The Sword Queen stares intensely, her sharp gaze analyzing the situation as she considers the potential benefits of this bizarre challenge. Chol-Su watches as the legendary Sword Queen extends her hand, signaling that she is ready to engage in the duel. With an icy, authoritative tone, the Sword Queen declares that she accepts the challenge, leaving the surrounding crowd in total shock. Chol-Su breaks into a wide, relieved grin, shouting his thanks as if he just scored a massive victory. The surrounding warriors whisper in disbelief, struggling to comprehend why the mighty Sword Queen would ever agree to fight a mere brat. The Sword Queen stands tall, reminding everyone that as a righteous warrior, she is bound by her old vow to accept challenges from any righteous sect member. Her expression hardens as she issues a cold warning to Chol-Su, promising him severe punishment if his words were just empty, thoughtless trash. Chol-Su bows with a cocky, over-the-top flourish, clearly thrilled that he has successfully baited the legendary fighter into a high-stakes showdown. Chol-Su stands his ground with sword drawn, declaring he will prove his sincerity in the upcoming clash. With a cocky grin, Chol-Su doubles down on his absurd claim that he is a man worthy of becoming the husband of the Sword Queen. Wei Soryeon watches the scene with utter disbelief, unable to fathom why Chol-Su is being so recklessly provocative. Wei Soryeon sneers at Chol-Su, his face twisted in anger as he vows to put the arrogant brat in his place. Chol-Su dismisses the threat with total contempt, calling his opponent a mere extra and ordering him to attack. Wei Soryeon is completely rattled by the insult, stammering in shock, while Chol-Su impatiently demands the fight begin. Wei Soryeon lunges forward with a furious roar, closing the distance to unleash his rage upon the disciple. Wei Soryeon leaps high into the air, channeling his energy for a desperate, singular strike intended to end the fight instantly. Boom! A massive shockwave erupts as their blades collide, shaking the entire arena floor with raw power. The dust settles to reveal Cheol-su standing over a defeated Wei Soryeon, cold-bloodedly mocking him as nothing more than an extra while blood drips from the loser's neck. Cheol-su looms over his opponent, coldly pointing out that his sloppy, overcommitted first move left him completely exposed. The defeated fighter is left reeling in shock, unable to process how Cheol-su managed to dominate him so effortlessly. Cheol-su wears a smug, triumphant smirk, clearly enjoying the look of pure confusion on his enemy's face. The opponent tries to recover with a sweeping, water-like strike, but his form is predictable and lacks the necessary bite. Cheol-su effortlessly dodges the clumsy attack, noting that the Gongdong sect's defensive techniques are the perfect counter to such sloppy brawling. The arena erupts as the referee declares Cheol-su the winner, leaving the crowd stunned by the absolute mismatch. A spectator in the crowd is visibly hyped, shouting in disbelief that the Gongdong sect disciple secured a victory in a single move. Cheol-su continues to rub salt in the wound, laughing off the loser's empty threats, and telling him to just step down since he is clearly the weakest here. The defeated fighter is trembling with rage, his face twisted in fury as he tries to lunge at Cheol-su again. A senior member of the gang steps in to physically restrain his junior, sternly reminding him that he should never let his guard down against anyone. Lee Cheol-su stares down the imposing figure of Jung Juk-san, questioning if they are truly brothers given the massive size difference. Jung Juk-san introduces himself as a member of the Black Dragon Gang, declaring he is here to settle the score for his junior brother. Lee Cheol-su calmly identifies himself as a disciple of the Gongdong sect, bracing for the inevitable clash. Jung Juk-san draws his blade, his aura flaring with a sinister, dark energy as he prepares to strike. With a menacing grin, Jung Juk-san warns Lee Cheol-su that he will regret crossing the Jung brothers. Jung Juk-san's eyes glow with killing intent as he prepares to unleash his full power on his opponent. Jung Juk-san slams his sword into the ground with a massive, earth-shattering strike that leaves a crater in the arena. Lee Cheol-su narrowly dodges the devastating blow, sweating as he realizes the sheer brute force behind the attack. Lee Cheol-su maneuvers away with fluid grace, noting that his opponent's raw power is too dangerous for a direct head-on confrontation. Lee Cheol-su flashes a cocky smirk, taunting that he could end the fight in one hit but refuses to waste his energy on trash. Lee Cheol-su adopts a defensive stance, his eyes locked onto his opponent as he prepares to counter the next move. Jung Juk-san lunges forward with a massive, dark energy-infused swing, shouting that his opponent will regret standing still. The arrogant fighter roars with pure bloodlust, screaming for his target to die as he commits to a lethal strike. Lee Cheol-su fluidly sidesteps the heavy blow, leaving the attacker swinging at empty air as the clash intensifies. Jung Juk-san's eyes widen in absolute shock, his face drenched in cold sweat, as he realizes he has been outmaneuvered. A sudden flash of insight hits the attacker as he realizes he is falling for a mirage, his confidence crumbling instantly. Lee Cheol-su dances around his opponent, moving with such speed that he appears to be in multiple places at once. The attacker gasps in disbelief, his composure shattered, as Lee Cheol-su mocks him with a cold, confident smirk. Lee Cheol-su executes a perfect strike, blending the flowing style of the Gongdong sect with the lethal speed of the shadow step technique. The brute force fighter is sent reeling as his space is completely invaded, proving that raw power is useless against a master of technique. Jung Juk-san grips his blade with white-knuckled intensity, his face twisted in a desperate, losing struggle. Lee Cheol-su remains calm and focused, his blade perfectly positioned to exploit the slightest flaw in his opponent's defense. The massive sword of Jung Juk-san slams into the ground, a futile display of brute force that leaves him wide open. Jung Juk-san breaks into a cold sweat, realization dawning that he is completely outclassed by his younger opponent. Lee Cheol-su effortlessly closes the distance, his movements fluid and precise as he prepares to end the match. The referee loudly declares Lee Cheol-su the winner, cementing his dominance in the tournament. The crowd erupts in disbelief, stunned by the sheer skill and speed Lee Cheol-su displayed in such a short time. Lee Cheol-su turns his back on the defeated, already setting his sights on the next and final challenge. Wei Soryeon steps forward with lethal intent, her eyes locked onto Lee Cheol-su as the Black Death Dragon prepares to fight. Lee Cheol-su faces off against Wei Soryeon, coolly dismissing the need for pleasantries before their inevitable clash. Lee Cheol-su wears a cold, confident smirk, ready to start the next phase of his provocation. Lee Cheol-su mocks the tension between him and his opponent, teasing her about their special relationship. Wei Soryeon snaps, her face contorted in pure rage as she calls him a bastard. Lee Cheol-su suppresses a laugh, his expression shifting as he keeps his cool under pressure. Lee Cheol-su declares he has finished playing games and will not fall for any more of her tricks. Wei Soryan regains her composure, formally acknowledging the swordsmanship of the Gongdong sect and apologizing for her previous underestimation. Li Chol-su accepts her realization with a taunt, reminding her that she is still beneath him in skill. Li Chol-su arrogantly offers her the first move, asserting his dominance as the superior fighter. Li Chol-su sighs internally, noting her lack of a smile and her serious, battle-maniac nature. Wei Soryan roars as she lunges forward, unleashing her power and challenging Li Chol-su to a real fight. Li Chol-su launches himself into the air, sword drawn and eyes locked on his target, declaring he will not hold back. The female disciple watches from the sidelines, her expression tense as she notes that the master has begun channeling his chi aggressively. Li Chol-su yells out, fully committed to the strike, knowing that in a martial contest, the first move is the one that sets the tone. Chi surges from his dantian, flowing through his meridians as he activates the explosive power of Honwan Gong. A flash of lightning strikes as the energy erupts, signaling the start of a high-octane confrontation. Li Chol-su descends with his blade, his opponent Wei Soryan caught off guard by the sheer speed of the assault. The two blades collide with a violent shockwave, the force of the impact shaking the entire arena floor. The surrounding soldiers watch in disbelief, shouting in shock that the Gongdong sect disciple is absolutely no joke. Wei Soryan recovers instantly, her eyes narrowing as she offers a cold, begrudging compliment, calling the strike impressive. The two fighters lock blades in a tense stalemate, sparks flying as they struggle for dominance in this brutal exchange. Wei Soryan parries the attack with ease, mocking Li Chol-su by calling his swordplay too shallow. Wei Soryan unleashes a massive burst of energy, slamming Li Chol-su into the ground with overwhelming force. Li Chol-su hits the arena floor hard, letting out a pained grunt as the impact rattles his entire body. Wei Soryan lunges forward again, relentlessly pressing her advantage while taunting her opponent's weak swordplay. Wei Soryan shouts that his technique is nothing compared to the Black Dragon sect's Banryong saber art. The blades clash again with a violent screech of metal, forcing Li Chol-su to grit his teeth against the pressure. Wei Soryan sneers at him, questioning if he can endure the onslaught as she prepares to push him to his limit. Li Chol-su struggles to hold his ground, internally admitting that the gap in their natural physique is massive, but refusing to collapse. Li Chol-su gasps for air, his breathing ragged as he fights to maintain his stance under the heavy assault. Wei Soryan leaps into the air to deliver another strike, smirking as she admits he is not completely talentless. Wei Soryan lunges with terrifying speed, forcing Li Chol-su to scramble backward across the arena floor to avoid her crushing strike. Li Chol-su gasps for air, his face slick with sweat, while Wei Soryan wears a cold, predatory smirk that signals she is done playing around. The ground crackles with violet energy as Wei Soryan channels her power, coldly declaring that her opponent's playtime has finally come to an end. A massive, spectral dragon aura manifests behind Wei Soryan, her killing intent spiking as she prepares to execute Li Chol-su with a single, decisive move. Li Chol-su eyes the incoming onslaught, his mind racing as he realizes the sheer lethality of the technique heading his way. Li Chol-su licks his lips with a twisted, calculated expression, internally musing that this brutal confrontation fits perfectly into his secret master plan. Wei Soryan relaxes in the VIP lounge, surrounded by attendants, while she contemplates how defeating her current opponent will skyrocket her fame and potentially overshadow her senior. Li Chol-su stands firm, radiating a calm blue-hued energy, as he reflects on his original, humble goal of just being a moderately famous martial artist. Wei Soryan launches herself into the air like a blur of violet light, her blade aimed to strike with absolute, lethal precision. Li Chol-su drops into a low, defensive stance, gathering his golden internal energy to meet the incoming death blow head-on. Li Chol-su internalizes his strategy, declaring a glorious defeat is just the beginning of his master plan. Relying on the Honwan Gong technique to stabilize his vitality, Li Chol-su triggers the final phase of his trap using the Yokrasun blood art. A sudden blinding surge of golden energy erupts from Li Chol-su, signaling the activation of his hidden technique. The innkeeper and Seoharin stare in absolute shock at the sudden display of power radiating from the arena. Li Chol-su lets out a panicked, high-pitched scream, putting on a masterful performance of being overwhelmed by his own energy. A massive explosion of earth and debris tears through the tournament floor as the technique hits its mark. A swirling vortex of destructive force carves a deep trench into the arena, leaving the crowd stunned. Li Chol-su stands in the aftermath, his face drenched in sweat as he maintains his facade of being pushed to his limit. Wei Soryan charges in, grabbing Li Chol-su and furious at his antics, demanding to know what he is doing in the middle of a sacred contest. Li Chol-su's trap snaps shut, leaving Wei Soryan with dazed, swirling eyes as she falls completely under the influence of his mental manipulation, while the surrounding soldiers watch in disbelief. Lee Cheol-soo mocks his opponent with a cold, calculated smirk, claiming his erratic behavior is just puberty hitting him hard. Seo Harin watches the spectacle with disbelief, noting that the ancient texts contain no record of the strange chi manifestations Lee Cheol-soo is displaying. From the sidelines, a frantic disciple screams at Lee Cheol-soo to maintain his focus and keep his chi under control to avoid disaster. Lee Cheol-soo continues his masterclass in acting, feigning a struggle while claiming his technique will suppress the Yokrasun blood art. Yu Jin-hui observes the unfolding chaos, realizing that the protagonist's elaborate ruse is far from over. Lee Cheol-soo subtly manipulates the situation, his fingers twitching as he prepares to bait the final trap. Dropping the act, Lee Cheol-soo smugly admits he played the Black Dragon Gang leader for a fool and proposes a single, decisive match to end it all. Lee Cheol-soo goads Wee Soryeon, telling her there is no point in dragging out the fight and that it will only end in more pain for her. Wee Soryeon takes the bait, snapping back with a furious agreement to settle the score and end his cheap tricks once and for all. Lee Cheol-soo breathes a sigh of relief, internally mocking the simple-mindedness of Wee Soryeon while struggling to maintain his suppressed energy. Lee Cheol-soo prepares for the final act of his ruse, determined to lose quickly and hand the mess over to his senior. The clash begins as Lee Cheol-soo lunges forward with a burst of golden energy, baiting the elite enforcer into a full-scale collision. Boom! The two forces collide in a blinding explosion of power, shaking the arena and leaving the spectators stunned. Seomun Hyunchun and Seo Harin watch the aftermath with wide eyes, completely caught off guard by the intensity of the exchange. Seomun Hyunchun narrows his eyes, internally critiquing Lee Cheol-soo for his unnecessary trickery while acknowledging his massive growth in power. The sword spins through the air, clattering against the ground as the momentum of the fight shifts instantly. Lee Cheol-soo wears a smug, triumphant smirk, silently acknowledging the strength of Wee Soryeon while his trap snaps shut. Lee Cheol-soo drops to the floor in a dramatic display of defeat, leaving Wee Soryeon standing over him as the victor of this chaotic round. The crowd erupts in shock as the tournament officials declare Wee Soryeon the winner, completely buying into the narrative that Cheol-soo was outclassed. Wee Soryeon stands in the arena, her pride wounded, as she coldly mocks Cheol-soo for his earlier taunts while ignoring her own disheveled state. A sudden, sharp tear echoes through the arena as the fabric of Wee Soryeon's tunic gives way, revealing the devastating precision of the final exchange. The damage is exposed for all to see, leaving Wee Soryeon stunned and vulnerable as her combat gear fails her. The spectators are absolutely floored, their faces twisted in pure disbelief at the sudden shift from a simple duel to a scandalous spectacle. Whispers turn into roars as the audience realizes the sheer power behind the final strike, noting that if Cheol-soo had been slightly more lethal, the Black Death Dragon would have lost an arm. Wee Soryeon clutches her torn clothing, her face flushed with a mix of fury and intense embarrassment as the reality of her indecent exposure sinks in. Observers in the stands exchange awkward glances, debating the sheer indecency of the fight and the unfortunate state of the victor's attire. Lim Baek-seon watches the chaos unfold with a knowing look, finally calling out the truth to those around him that this entire humiliating sequence was Cheol-soo's plan all along. The Gongdong sect still has one more fighter left in the tank, even as Cheol-soo lies unconscious after his calculated gamble. The spectators are in awe, realizing that this was a battle only Cheol-soo could have fought, marking the terrifying rise of the Gongdong demon. Lim Baek-seon cradles his junior brother, acknowledging the heavy price Cheol-soo paid to secure this chaotic advantage. Wee Soryeon's eyes burn with pure, unadulterated killing intent as she glares at the opposition, ready to finish this. Despite her humiliating exposure, Wee Soryeon stands tall and arrogant, mocking the sharp eyes of her opponent. Wee Soryeon is completely fed up with this boring match dragging on and demands that her opponent finally draw his sword. Lim Baek-seon ignores the taunts, focusing entirely on carrying the fallen Cheol-soo to safety away from the arena. The air grows heavy and suffocating as Lim Baek-seon reaches his breaking point, his expression hardening into a mask of cold fury. Lim Baek-seon asks his master for permission to unleash his rage, his blade crackling with lethal energy as he challenges the enemy to come at him. Cheol-soo glares with cold, lethal intent, his patience for this trash-tier opponent officially at zero. With a sudden burst of speed, Cheol-soo launches himself forward, leaving the ground shattered in his wake. Cheol-soo unleashes a devastating surge of internal energy, manifesting a terrifying aura that dwarfs his opponent. Wee Soryeon is left completely stunned, her arrogance shattered as she realizes she has been played by a master strategist. The arena erupts as Cheol-soo's technique slams into the ground, creating a massive shockwave that rattles the entire venue. The crowd of spectators watches in absolute awe, unable to comprehend the sheer power level of the young prodigy. Xiaomun Chongha and the Sword Queen look out over the tournament grounds, the atmosphere heavy with anticipation. The Sword Queen commends the Gongdong sect for their impressive display, while Jeonyung humbly acknowledges the talent of his disciples. The Sword Queen presses Jeonyung on the importance of this match, demanding to know if he truly has the confidence to win. Jeonyung lets out a knowing chuckle, his expression unreadable as he dismisses the question as a tricky one. Yu Jinhui maintains a cold, calculating gaze, admitting he is far more concerned about his opponent's survival than his own performance in this duel. Wei Soryan stands in the arena, drenched in sweat and breathing hard, realizing that only a desperate, instinctual block saved her from an instant defeat. The arena is shrouded in thick smoke, and Wei Soryan frantically scans the area, fully aware that her opponent's speed and power are leagues beyond her own. Wei Soryan closes her eyes, forcing herself to focus entirely on sensing the flow of energy to predict the next strike. Wei Soryan shifts her stance, gripping her blade tightly as she prepares for the next incoming assault. A massive shockwave erupts as Yu Jinhui strikes, forcing Wei Soryan to react with everything she has just to stay in the fight. Wei Soryan grits her teeth in frustration, her mind racing as she fails to even read the form or technique of her lightning-fast opponent. The smoke clears slightly, but Wei Soryan is left reeling as her opponent vanishes from her sight once again. Wei Soryan realizes she is being completely outclassed, trapped in a cycle of pure defense, with no opening to counterattack. Desperation takes over as Wei Soryan tightens her grip on her sword, deciding to gamble everything on a final, high-stakes move. Wei Soryan channels her energy, roaring that she will make it impossible for her opponent to even get close. Clang! The sound of blades meeting rings out as the two warriors exchange high-speed blows in the center of the arena. Wei Soryan taunts her opponent, demanding he try coming at her again, with the same intensity as before. The spectators are left speechless and sweating, questioning if this is truly a fight between post-advanced stage warriors. A bystander points out the chief disciple of the Gongdong sect, realizing with shock that he has already repositioned himself. The audience gasps, wondering how he managed to move to the other end of the arena in the blink of an eye. Yu Jinhui observes the match with a cold gaze, noting that the fight is dragging on despite the clear skill gap. Wei Soryan shouts in frustration, asking if he is running away because he fears the half-dragon blade technique of the Black Dragon Hall. Heavy footsteps echo as Yu Jinhui walks forward, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword with a sharp click. Yu Jinhui stares down his opponent, his expression calm as he declares that he will finally put an end to this. Wei Soryan lunges with her blade, sneering that the situation is a joke, while she pushes her internal energy to the limit. Wei Soryan screams with pure aggression, declaring that it is Yu Jinhui who is finished in this high-stakes deathmatch. A massive, spectral purple wolf aura erupts from Wei Soryan, tearing through the arena as she unleashes her ultimate strike. Yu Jinhui remains cold and composed, whispering that the legendary demonic blade has finally returned to the Gongdong sect. Wei Soryan's eyes widen in absolute terror and disbelief as she realizes the true nature of the technique being unleashed against her. Yu Jinhui channels a blinding, crackling blue lightning energy into his blade, his stance radiating an aura of absolute dominance. Flashback to the hidden cavern where Yu Jinhui and his senior brother discovered the ancient, ultimate sword manuals of their sect. The two brothers stand before the glowing, cracked wall of the hidden cavern, witnessing the pinnacle of the strong sword. Yu Jinhui charges forward with his glowing blade, shouting that he will show her power leagues above any demonic swordsmanship. The two warriors collide in a massive explosion of blue and purple energy, the sheer force of their clash shattering the arena floor. Wei Soryan stares in sheer disbelief as she recognizes the legendary demonic blade swordsmanship being used against her. The blade of Wei Soryan shatters under the overwhelming pressure of the superior technique. Wei Soryan breaks out in a cold sweat, her eyes wide with panic as she realizes her own sect's signature move is being dismantled. The arena floor cracks and debris flies everywhere as Wei Soryan is forced back by the sheer power of the strike. Wei Soryan collapses onto the arena floor, her weapon destroyed and her pride in tatters. Bleeding from the mouth, Wei Soryan gasps for air, her bravado completely replaced by fear as she stares up at her opponent. A massive, terrifying spectral shadow looms behind Yu Jinhui, casting a dark, oppressive weight over the entire arena. Yu Jinhui remains cold and detached, his eyes hidden in shadow as he declares that this display is still not enough to satisfy him. Yu Jinhui raises his sword with cold, lethal intent, vowing that she will pay in blood for the tears she caused his master to shed. Wei Soryan is paralyzed by a chilling sense of dread, her eyes reflecting the absolute killing intent radiating from Yu Jinhui. Wei Soryeon is completely broken, her spirit shattered as she gasps for air in the wake of her crushing defeat. The arena erupts as the realization hits the crowd that the fight is over and the challenger has surrendered. Wei Soryeon stares up in absolute terror, her breathing ragged as she realizes she is completely outclassed. Yu Jinhui stands tall, his blade still leveled at his defeated opponent, radiating an aura of cold, untouchable power. Yu Jinhui warns his opponent that there will be no mercy if they cross him again. The tournament official, sweat pouring down his face, struggles to announce the result of the one-sided massacre. The crowd roars as the Gongdong sect is officially declared the winner of the high-stakes duel. Spectators whisper in awe, recognizing the legendary demonic blade swordsmanship that has finally resurfaced after 50 years. The Sword Queen watches with keen interest, noting that the sect leader's confidence in his disciple was well-founded. Jun Young closes his eyes in satisfaction, openly expressing his pride in his chief disciple's brilliant performance. The Sword Queen notes with a sharp gaze that the Gongdong sect disciple possesses the legendary heavenly martial body. She smiles, realizing that this revelation is going to shake the foundations of the entire martial world. 3 days later, under the eerie glow of a crimson moon, the atmosphere turns ominous. A messenger in red robes walks through a dark, cavernous lair filled with pulsating purple energy. He steps firmly onto the ground, approaching the heart of the lair with a sense of dread. The messenger bows deeply, offering a chilling greeting to the supreme blood demon. The blood pool in the cavern begins to bubble and churn with intense, dark energy. A massive surge of blood erupts from the pool, signaling the awakening of a terrifying power. The blood cult leader emerges from the depths, his red hair flowing as he stares with cold, predatory eyes. The messenger trembles while reporting that the Gongdong sect has successfully crushed the Black Dragon Hall in the tournament. The messenger reports with a trembling voice that the demonic blade swordsmanship has resurfaced in the martial world. The blood cult leader narrows his eyes, his predatory gaze sharpening as he questions the sudden reappearance of that forbidden style. The messenger reveals that the Gongdong sect chief disciple is suspected of possessing the heavenly martial physique and has discovered the 100-origin hidden cavern. The blood cult leader lets out a chilling laugh, clearly amused by the unexpected developments regarding the sect's newfound power. Fear grips the messenger as he asks for orders, but the blood cult leader coldly demands he move faster to execute their plans. A dark, blood-infused blade hovers in the air as the blood cult leader warns that those who lag behind will be met with death. The messenger watches in sheer terror as the blood blade strikes, narrowly missing him and signaling the lethal consequences of failure. The blood cult leader grins with sadistic delight, his face twisted in a terrifying expression of absolute power and malice. The messenger bows deeply, his voice shaking as he confirms his understanding of the brutal orders given by his master. The blood cult leader dismisses the concern about the heavenly martial physique, arrogantly declaring that everything is still proceeding exactly according to his grand design. The blood cult leader stands amidst a swirling vortex of crimson energy, his eyes glowing with sadistic ambition as he roars that the world will soon belong to them. Sunlight filters through the trees, illuminating the quiet, peaceful exterior of a sect building where the aftermath of the recent struggle remains hidden. Inside the room, the atmosphere is heavy and still, as Cheol-su slowly regains consciousness, letting out a weary groan. So-Harin leans in, her striking blue eyes fixed on him as she confirms that he is finally awake. Cheol-su blinks, his mind foggy as he looks up and recognizes his caretaker, asking if it is really her. He realizes he has been out for 3 days, and expresses his gratitude to So-Harin for watching over him while he was down. Panic flashes across his face as he sits up, his immediate concern turning to the tournament and the outcome of the high-stakes duel. A faint, knowing smirk plays on the lips of So-Harin, signaling that she has good news to deliver. With a soft, satisfied expression, she breaks the tension and delivers the verdict. He won the match. So-Harin explains that the Gongdong sect has secured victory, and the martial world is already buzzing with the legend of the twin heroes of Gongdong, Cheol-su and Yu Jinhui. Cheol-su is absolutely hyped, celebrating the victory and the legendary new title he and his partner have earned. So-Harin drops the news that the Gongdong sect now boasts 2 elite warriors, naming Yu Jinhui as the first. So-Harin continues, identifying the second warrior as the monstrous hero of Gongdong, Li Cheol-su. Cheol-su is completely blindsided, his face contorting in shock as he questions why he was labeled as monstrous instead of something cooler. He frantically recalls the heat of the duel, his mind racing to understand how he earned such a bizarre reputation. A flashback reveals the moment of his victory, where he was engulfed in an overwhelming, golden aura of power. Cheol-su lets out a desperate, pained scream as he realizes the embarrassing physical side effect that occurred during his peak performance. He clutches his head in total despair, while Seo Harin watches him with a blank, unimpressed expression. Chol-soo continues to wail, crying out that he did not intend for any of this to happen and calling it the worst outcome ever. He sits curled up in misery, though he still manages a smug, petty grin, already plotting to tease Wai Soryan about the whole ordeal later. The master commends his disciples for their massive win against the Black Dragon Gang, acknowledging their hard work. Chol-soo and Yu-jin Hui bow respectfully, expressing their gratitude to the master for his guidance. The master turns his attention to the recent addition to their ranks, noting that Seo Harin has officially joined the Gongdong sect. Seo Harin listens intently as the master instructs the seniors to look after her during their upcoming endeavors. The disciples confirm their commitment to the master's orders, ready to take on whatever comes next. A subtle exchange occurs as Seo Harin realizes her offer to join the sect has been accepted, marking a new chapter. Seo Harin bows deeply, declaring her intent to train hard and prove her worth to the sect. The master beams with pride, joking that having such capable disciples like Yu-jin Hui, Chol-soo, and Seo Harin makes him feel satisfied and full. Chol-soo interrupts the warm moment, his expression turning serious as he prepares to drop a bombshell on the master. Chol-soo drops the news that he has to duel the Seomun clan, leaving the master completely stunned by the sudden, out-of-nowhere challenge. Jeon-young breaks down the grim reality of the situation, confirming that a duel against the Seomun clan is now unavoidable. Chol-soo keeps his cool on the outside while internally panicking about his humiliating physical side effect, terrified that his master might find out. Jeon-young warns that Seomun Qingxia is a legit sword prodigy and a massive threat that cannot be underestimated. Chol-soo puts on a brave face, assuring his master that he has the situation under control and wouldn't have initiated the duel if he thought he would lose. Jeon-young sighs, accepting the disciples' resolve and acknowledging that there is no turning back from this path. Lim Bak-seon immediately steps in, grabbing Chol-soo and fussing over his health, insisting that he is still far from fully recovered. Chol-soo brushes off the concern with a smile, declaring that he is ready to prove his worth and stop being a burden to the Gongdong sect. Lim Bak-seon looks deeply worried, clearly not buying the act and still fretting over his junior brother's fragile state. Lim Bak-seon vents his internal frustration, thinking that his dense junior brother just does not understand the severity of the situation. Chol-soo grits his teeth in pure determination, vowing to crush the competition in this duel just to get rid of his embarrassing title. Lim Bak-seon urges Chol-soo not to push himself too hard, while the young master agrees with a stiff, forced smile. Chol-soo shifts the conversation to business, asking his senior brother for the current location of the Black Dragon Gang. Upon learning they are at the Huajing Prefecture, Chol-soo flashes a sinister, predatory grin, ready to settle his score. The scene shifts to the entrance of the Sejong Society Manor, where two guards stand watch next to a wooden cart. Chol-soo arrives at the gate, and the two guards immediately confront him with hostile, arrogant attitudes. Chol-soo stares them down with a confident smirk, asking if they have any idea who they are dealing with. The guards lose their cool, erupting in rage as they scream at him, calling him a twin-blade pervert. Chol-soo completely loses his composure, his face twisting into a hilarious rage as he bellows back at them for the insult. The guards double down on their mockery, claiming that the title of pervert is a perfect fit for a guy like him. Chol-soo is absolutely livid, internally fuming that while his previous title was bad, being called a pervert by these demonic sect trash is the final straw. Chol-soo is absolutely losing his mind, screaming at the top of his lungs for someone to open the door before he starts handing out beatings. Chol-soo storms through the doorway, still fuming internally about his trash-tier reputation and swearing to erase that ridiculous nickname once and for all. The scene cuts to a quiet, high-class room where the atmosphere is calm and devoid of the chaos outside. Wee Soryan sits at the table, looking composed as she questions the reason for the sudden visit. Chol-soo is visibly triggered, his face darkening as he dwells on the humiliating title of twin-blade pervert that even his own peers are throwing at him. Wai Soryan maintains her cool, smugly informing him that the Sejong Society is finished and his debts are wiped clean, telling him to just relax. Chol-soo isn't buying it, leaning in with a predatory grin and noting that he didn't come all this way just to talk about some measly silver. Chol-soo gets right in her personal space, dropping the bombshell that he has a new little sister who is failing to keep her promise to call him Big Brother. Wai Soryan visibly snaps, her face flushing bright red with pure irritation as she turns away. Clearly fed up with the conversation, Chol-soo keeps up the relentless trolling, mocking the great black death dragon by questioning if she is really going to break her promise like a total noob. Wee Soryan is completely caught off guard, her face flushing with intense emotion as she struggles to find the words. She finally breaks her silence, calling out to Chol-soo as her big brother, while her face turns bright red from the sheer embarrassment. Cheol-soo, the ultimate troll, mocks her with a smug grin, claiming he cannot hear her and demanding she speak up. Pushed to the edge, Wee Soryeon screams out the title again, fully committing to the humiliation just to get him to stop. Cheol-soo immediately pivots to his next move, pointing at her while laughing and telling his new little sister they should hang out more often. Wee Soryeon completely snaps, roaring at him to get out, while Cheol-soo comically scurries away, dodging a rock thrown in his direction. Cheol-soo keeps the banter going in his head, convinced that because she likes bad boys, she will be falling for him in no time. He turns his attention to the next objective, clutching a token and preparing to claim the final reward from his recent duel. As he walks through the corridor, a sudden shift in the atmosphere makes him freeze in his tracks, sensing something is wrong. The master of Hao Clan looms over him like a nightmare, and Cheol-soo breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing his most dangerous rival is back. Cheol-soo peers through a crack in the door, his guard up as he scouts the room ahead. His eyes widen in shock as he catches a glimpse of what is waiting for him inside. A lavish feast is laid out on the table, looking far too perfect and suspicious for a normal meeting. Neng Walhyang appears, dressed in thin, revealing clothing designed to distract and disarm any man. A strange pink mist curls through the air, and Cheol-soo realizes with horror that it is aphrodisiac incense. Neng Walhyang strikes a seductive pose, greeting him with a honeyed voice as if she has been waiting for him. Cheol-soo stammers, his face flushing red as he tries to maintain his composure under her intense gaze. Without warning, Neng Walhyang grabs his hand and pulls him toward the table, forcing him to sit down. She drops her act for a second to shove him into his seat, telling him to relax while he freaks out. Cheol-soo sits at the table, his internal alarm bells ringing as he realizes something is definitely off about this situation. Neng Walhyang leans in with a seductive smile, offering food to Cheol-soo while he breaks out in a cold sweat from the overwhelming tension. Cheol-soo is spiraling into a panic, mentally screaming about the absurdity of his situation and the pressure of his reputation. Neng Walhyang turns on the full charm offensive, declaring she will feed him herself, while internally vowing to crush her rival, the Sword Empress. The table is filled with suspicious, glowing delicacies, as Neng Walhyang continues to push her agenda on the young master. Neng Walhyang makes a suggestive sound, closing the distance to force-feed the protagonist. Cheol-soo is completely caught off guard, his face flushing deep red as he is forced to take a bite of the mysterious food. The situation turns chaotic as Cheol-soo snaps out of his trance and frantically pushes away, causing a scene at the table. Neng Walhyang drops the mask for a moment to reveal her true, predatory nature, while Cheol-soo realizes he has been playing right into her hands. Cheol-soo grits his teeth, his eyes narrowing as he realizes he needs to stop falling for such low-level psychological tricks. Neng Walhyang continues to press her advantage with a desperate, obsessive intensity, while Cheol-soo struggles to keep his head in the game. Cheol-soo desperately tries to keep his cool, telling Neng Walhyang that he is only here for business and not for her games. Neng Walhyang responds with a pout, her expression shifting into a calculated display of feigned innocence to break his guard. A heavy bag of silver hits the table with a thud, marking the payment for his services. Neng Walhyang pivots to the real agenda, leaving Cheol-soo stammering and completely out of his element. With a smooth motion, Neng Walhyang begins to loosen her robes, turning the heat up to an uncomfortable level. Cheol-soo loses his composure entirely, shouting in shock as he realizes the situation is spiraling out of control. Neng Walhyang leans in, whispering a seductive promise that she only has eyes for him, the young master. The tension spikes as Neng Walhyang continues her advance, leaving Cheol-soo visibly rattled and struggling to process her boldness. Cheol-soo is on the verge of a mental breakdown, his eyes wide with disbelief as he watches her continue to shed her layers. Nearby, a female disciple watches the spectacle while eating, noting that the legendary fragrance of the moon has never shown this much skin to any man before. Yo Yeryong, acting as the courtesan Neng Walhyang, desperately tries to win over the young master with a display of intense devotion. Cheol-soo keeps his cool, pushing the psychological advantage by questioning if she is truly willing to do anything. Caught in the heat of the moment, Yo Yeryong eagerly confirms her total compliance, falling deeper into his trap. Cheol-soo drops the bomb, demanding she spread a specific rumor across the entire Jianghu, leaving her completely stunned. While Yo Yeryong trembles in frustration, Cheol-soo smirks, knowing he has successfully baited her into his scheme. Yo Yeryong snaps, demanding to know why he is focused on rumors, instead of pursuing a romantic connection with her. Cheol-soo remains unfazed, coldly laying out the terms of the rumor regarding the Seomun clan daughter and their duel. Cheol-soo leans in, pulling a power move by calling her Xiang Mei, a term reserved for lovers, to further rattle her senses. Yo Yeryong is visibly shaken, her composure shattering as she stammers at the unexpected intimacy of his words. Cheol-soo seals the deal with a charming smile, doubling down on the nickname to ensure she remains under his complete control. Yeo Yeryung, completely under the spell, stammers in compliance as she agrees to fulfill the request of her manipulator. Cheol-soo wears a smug, satisfied expression, knowing his psychological game has completely broken her defenses. Cheol-soo makes a swift exit, leaving the room while tossing a final, calculated nickname to keep her hooked. The room falls silent, leaving Yeo Yeryung alone to process the lingering weight of his sudden departure. She whispers his name, her mind spiraling as the intimacy of the moment takes root in her psyche. Yeo Yeryung is lost in a daze, completely overwhelmed by the romantic delusion that she is his chosen lover. A physical reaction takes hold as she touches her face, feeling the addictive, fluttering sensation of his influence. She rationalizes her obsession, convincing herself that being his lover is worth more than any other status in the world. Yeo Yeryung stares back with a seductive, dangerous glint in her eyes, accepting her role in his grand scheme. The scene fades as she plots her own countermove, ready to play a trick of her own in this high-stakes game. Cheol-soo leaps through the forest canopy, moving with the grace of a seasoned master. Cheol-soo lands on a branch, smirking as he realizes his psychological trap has successfully ensnared his target. Cheol-soo flashes a predatory grin, confident that his operation is proceeding exactly according to plan. Yu Jin-hui stands victorious in the arena, his sword drawn as he is declared the winner of the high-stakes duel. Seomun Hyunchon watches with a grim expression, fully aware that the Gongdong sect's rising reputation is shaking the status quo. Two observers gossip in a tavern, realizing that the rumors will force the Seomun clan into a public confrontation to save their pride. Seo Harin locks blades with her opponent in a tense, high-level display of swordsmanship that defines the rivalry between the sects. Cheol-soo lands on the ground, his mind racing as he contemplates the logistical nightmare of finding a neutral party to officiate the next duel. Cheol-soo sits in deep thought, frustrated by the lack of a clear justification for fighting another righteous sect. Cheol-soo stares at the moonlit building, deciding to take a massive gamble on a specific individual to settle the score. Seomun Chungha stands her ground, hand on her blade, and demands to know why the protagonist is lurking around her quarters at night. Cheol-soo gets hit by a metaphorical brick of embarrassment, whining about his heroic reputation, while Seomun Chungha mocks his late-night prowling. Cheol-soo drops the act, his face hardening as he insists that he has urgent business to discuss with the Sword Queen. Seomun Chungha isn't buying it, shooting back with a cheeky grin that the Sword Queen is out for a walk and he should just come back tomorrow. Cheol-soo realizes he is in a tight spot, noting that tomorrow is the exact day he is scheduled to return to the Hangshan sect. The realization hits him hard, and he looks visibly shaken, knowing his window of opportunity to secure the Sword Queen's help is closing fast. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as the Sword Queen herself appears, her presence radiating an aura of power that stops the conversation dead in its tracks. Seomun Chungha is visibly stunned to see the legend return, while Cheol-soo quickly pivots to beg for a crucial favor. The Sword Queen gracefully invites them inside, and Cheol-soo breathes a sigh of relief, finally getting the audience he desperately needed. Seated in the reception hall, Cheol-soo humbly apologizes for the modest surroundings while preparing to make his pitch to the legendary swordswoman. Cheol-soo sits across from the Sword Queen, playing the humble card, while thanking her for the opportunity to watch her duel. The Sword Queen remains composed, sipping her tea and brushing off his concerns with a polite but distant demeanor. Cheol-soo keeps his cool, steering the conversation toward his own agenda as he brings up his upcoming match. The Sword Queen stares at him in silence, her expression unreadable, as she waits for him to get to the point. Cheol-soo leans in, his face full of intensity, as he formally requests the Sword Queen to officiate his duel against the Seomun clan. The Sword Queen continues to sip her tea, completely unfazed by the weight of the request he just dropped on her. She sets her teacup down with a sharp click, her gaze piercing as she demands to know why she should even bother with his request. Cheol-soo looks visibly rattled, sweat beading on his face as he realizes he has to justify his position to a living legend. Desperate to seal the deal, Cheol-soo reminds her that he has already issued a public challenge, leaving no room to back out now. The Sword Queen remains unimpressed, coldly asking how his public posturing has anything to do with her involvement in the fight. Cheol-soo doubles down on his ambition, declaring with fiery intensity that he will one day become a challenger worthy of the Sword Queen. The Sword Queen listens with an unreadable, icy expression, her blue eyes reflecting the weight of his bold claim. Cheol-soo performs a formal martial salute, emphasizing that his upcoming duel is merely the first step toward his ultimate goal. With sweat beading on his forehead, Cheol-soo pleads for the Sword Queen to acknowledge the raw sincerity behind his request. The Sword Queen remains cold and detached, dismissing his plea with a blunt comment about his supposed sincerity. She points out the harsh political reality, noting that the Gongdong sect and Hangshan sect are currently locked in a bitter, hostile rivalry. Cheol-su looks visibly anxious as the Sword Queen highlights how the Hangshan sect is being branded as opportunists for exploiting a fallen sect. The tension breaks slightly, as the Sword Queen admits that, despite the politics, she has a soft spot for the growth of a promising challenger. She drops the bombshell, agreeing to officiate the high-stakes duel, leaving Cheol-su absolutely ecstatic and relieved. The mood shifts instantly as the Sword Queen makes it clear that her favor comes with a price, demanding a return request from him. The Sword Queen stares down the protagonist, her expression unreadable as she questions the nature of his mysterious request. The Sword Queen calmly sips tea, telling the protagonist that he will learn of her favor only when the time is right. The protagonist reflects on his past life, noting how little he knew about the Hangshan sect while pondering the weight of the Sword Queen's condition. A wave of pure hype hits the protagonist as he realizes he has successfully secured a legendary figure to officiate his duel. The protagonist salutes his senior, his eyes locked on the goal as he prepares to push his limits before the big fight. Seomun Cheongha stands before her father, looking completely defeated and anxious as she faces the consequences of her rash promise. Seomun Cheongha fidgets nervously, struggling to explain to her father that her agreement to the duel was just a series of unfortunate events. Seomun Hyunchon looms over the situation, his face grim as he warns that the entire martial world is gossiping about the upcoming clash. Seomun Hyunchon roars in frustration, emphasizing that this duel is a high-stakes power struggle that will decide who rules the Gansu province. Seomun Hyunchon sighs heavily, questioning his daughter's sanity for agreeing to fight such a reckless brat from the Gongdong sect. Seomun Cheongha looks absolutely terrified, sweat dripping as she stammers out an apology to her father for the mess she has made. Seomun Hyunchon stares back with a grim, unreadable expression, his eyes cold as he processes the disaster his daughter has invited. Seomun Hyunchon keeps his composure, but drops a bombshell, suggesting that if she manages to crush Cheol-su, this disaster might actually turn into a win. Seomun Cheongha gasps in shock, her eyes widening as she realizes her father is actually entertaining the idea of the duel. Seomun Hyunchon slams his fist down onto the railing with a loud thud, demanding to know if his daughter is truly ready to commit to this path. Seomun Hyunchon roars with intensity, declaring that this is the golden opportunity to finally stomp the Gongdong sect into the dirt. Seomun Cheongha beams with manic energy, instantly agreeing to draft the duel contract and vowing to get Cheol-su kicked out of his sect. The sun shines bright in the sky, signaling that the gears of this high-stakes scheme are finally turning. Cheol-su stands alone, stretching his limbs and smirking as he confirms that the rumors he planted are spreading, making it the perfect time to drop the challenge. Lim Bak-xian comes sprinting toward his junior brother, calling out to him while Cheol-su remains focused on his next move. Female disciple bursts in with a scroll, radiating hype and telling Cheol-su that he is looking sharp this morning. Cheol-su is caught off guard, asking what she has, only to be told it is an official duel invitation from the Seomun clan. Cheol-su stares at the scroll in disbelief, wondering how they could have sent a challenge this quickly. Female disciple confirms the suspicion, noting that the Seomun clan seems surprisingly eager to get this duel underway. Female disciple brings up the elite status of Seomun Cheongha, questioning if the Sword King actually believes his disciple can pull off a win. Cheol-su admits the duel will be a massive uphill battle, but vows to train harder to secure the victory. Female disciple grins, telling Cheol-su she has something special prepared to help him level up his game. Female disciple declares that they need to absolutely crush those arrogant brats from the Seomun clan. Cheol-su and female disciple channel their internal energy, creating a swirling blue aura as they engage in a high-intensity training session. Cheol-su notices his energy flow is significantly smoother, while female disciple beams with pride over her improved training chant. Female disciple playfully teases Cheol-su, surrounding him with a barrage of heart-shaped energy projections. Cheol-su laughs off the light-hearted assault, though he looks a bit overwhelmed by the sudden display of affection. Cheol-su radiates a powerful blue aura, showcasing his mastery over the Honwan Gong technique as he stands ready for action. Female disciple corners Cheol-su, her expression shifting to intense curiosity as she prepares to grill him on a sensitive topic. Female disciple presses Cheol-su for the truth, asking if his bold confession to the Sword Queen during the duel was actually sincere. Cheol-su looks genuinely surprised by the question, his eyes wide as he processes the weight of his past actions. Cheol-su gently takes hold of her hands, signaling that he is ready to come clean about his true intentions. Cheol-su drops the bombshell revelation that his confession to the Sword Queen was entirely staged and not sincere at all. Cheol-su explains his master plan, revealing that he needed a legendary, memorable moment to cement the return of the Gongdong sect in everyone's minds. Female disciple beams with absolute admiration, completely floored by the genius and depth of her junior brother's calculated psychological warfare. Chol-soo grins, fully committed to using his heavenly martial body to boost his reputation and charm. The female disciple abruptly grabs Chol-soo by the cheeks, silencing his internal monologue with a sudden, forceful squeeze. 1 week passes, and a mysterious glowing blue energy signature pulses deep within the secluded forest. Chol-soo is locked in intense training, his body surrounded by a swirling blue aura as he pushes his limits. Chol-soo winces in pain, his face contorted as he struggles to maintain the circulation of his internal energy. A blinding flash of golden light erupts from Chol-soo as his internal energy violently surges out of control. Chol-soo collapses, clutching his head in frustration, while cursing the unstable nature of his reverse blood circulation art. Desperate to avoid defeat, Chol-soo forces himself back onto his hands and knees, determined to master his technique before the upcoming duel. A sudden rustling in the bushes snaps Chol-soo out of his focus, and he whirls around, demanding to know who is spying on him. The Sword Queen emerges from the shadows, looking elegant as ever, and calmly reveals she stumbled upon him while walking near the sect hall. Chol-soo sits on the forest floor, explaining to the Sword Queen that he chooses this remote spot to train, so he can hide the messy backfires of his technique. The Sword Queen looks down at the struggling disciple, noting his clear exhaustion and questioning if his training is hitting a wall. Chol-soo rubs the back of his neck with a sheepish grin, admitting that the pressure of the upcoming duel has him feeling anxious. The Sword Queen pauses, her expression unreadable as she considers his situation. A surge of mystical blue energy erupts through the forest, signaling a shift in the atmosphere. The Sword Queen draws her blade, the steel shimmering with a lethal glow as she offers to personally assist Chol-soo in his training. Chol-soo stares at her in awe, completely captivated by the grace of both the Sword Queen and her legendary blade. Realizing the massive opportunity, Chol-soo bows respectfully, honored to receive guidance from such a high-level expert. Chol-soo takes his stance, ready to push his limits against a top-tier opponent who can handle his full power. With a sharp gaze and burning resolve, Chol-soo prepares to give every ounce of his strength from the very first strike. Chol-soo lunges with a desperate strike, but the Sword Queen effortlessly deflects his blade with a shimmering arc of power. Chol-soo is visibly shaken, his eyes wide as he realizes the sheer gap in their combat prowess. The Sword Queen stands composed, acknowledging the power of his technique while pointing out his glaring mistakes. With a calm and confident expression, the Sword Queen prepares to push Chol-soo even further. Chol-soo gulps, his face pale with tension as he braces himself for the next round of this brutal training. Steel clashes against steel in a blur of motion as the two exchange rapid, high-speed strikes. The Sword Queen coldly critiques his defense, pushing him to refine his movements against the demonic blade technique. Chol-soo tries to justify his sloppy form, claiming that his sect's practical martial arts are meant to be raw and unpolished. The Sword Queen raises her sword high, challenging his excuses with a look of intense, focused scrutiny. She unleashes a blindingly fast attack, forcing Chol-soo to scramble as she continues to dominate the spar. A violent clash of blades erupts as the training session reaches a fever pitch. Chol-soo reels back, his face flushed, realizing his martial arts foundation is fundamentally flawed. The Sword Queen stands regal and composed, dropping the truth bomb that his sect relies on the perfect harmony of yin and yang. Chol-soo is visibly shaken, his internal monologue racing as he realizes his obsession with pure yang is a total noob mistake. The Sword Queen cuts through his excuses, staring him down and calling out his tilted, trash-tier sword stance. Chol-soo freezes, his eyes wide in shock as he processes the critique that his form is completely off balance. A flashback hits him hard, revealing he spent his life grinding yang energy just to boost his virility, completely ignoring the necessary balance. The Sword Queen coldly orders him to reset and focus on harmony, while Chol-soo stands there, completely speechless. Chol-soo has a massive breakthrough, realizing his past trauma as a eunuch caused him to subconsciously reject yin energy, sabotaging his own power. The realization clicks as his internal energy finally stabilizes, with blue and orange auras swirling in harmony as he prepares to level up his technique. Chol-soo stares intensely as the realization hits him that yin-yang harmony is the only way to stabilize his conflicting internal arts. He launches himself into the air, fully committing to the risky combination of the Manhwa art and the reverse blood circulation art. With his eyes glowing, Chol-soo channels his focus into unleashing the ultimate move of the demonic blade technique. A massive shockwave erupts as Chol-soo clashes blades with the Sword Queen, their energies colliding in a brilliant display of power. The Sword Queen holds her ground effortlessly, looking at the clash and calmly remarking that it was a beautiful strike. The blades slide against each other, with a sharp metallic screech, the tension between the two masters reaching a fever pitch. The Sword Queen gracefully parries and counters, praising Cheol-su for his ability to learn the technique so quickly. Cheol-su lands on the ground, gasping for air but keeping his guard up as the Sword Queen watches him with a composed expression. A surge of adrenaline hits Cheol-su as he realizes he successfully manifested sword energy without a single misfire. Cheol-su stumbles back, overwhelmed by the realization that he has finally stepped into the realm of top-tier masters. Solan, the Sword Queen, looks on with intense concern as she calls out for Master Li. The Sword Queen gently supports a physically exhausted Cheol-su, who is slumped against her in a state of semi-consciousness. Cheol-su, still dazed from his intense training, mutters a delirious, satisfied greeting to the legendary Sword Queen. A faint, knowing smile plays on the lips of the Sword Queen as she gazes down at her student. The moon hangs high and brilliant over the mountain peaks, marking the site of their legendary moonlight duel. Cheol-su wakes up in his bed, grinning like a fool while clutching his blanket, still riding the high of his recent breakthrough. He reflects on the insane intensity of his duel with the Sword Queen, and the fact that he finally hit the top-tier master level. Cheol-su loses his mind with excitement, obsessing over the unintentional physical contact he had with the Sword Queen during the fight. Sitting in his room, he wonders if the Sword Queen actually carried him back herself, completely lost in his own happy delusions. Seo Harin arrives at the room and calls out to him, snapping the daydreaming Cheol-su back to reality as he invites her inside. Seo Harin bursts into the room, her expression frantic and distressed as she brings urgent news to the protagonist. Cheol-su looks up from his rest, completely confused and asking her why she is in such a massive rush. Seo Harin reveals she picked up some bizarre and scandalous rumors while out at the local market. A close-up reveals the genuine shock and sweat on Seo Harin's face as she drops the bombshell that people are claiming he is two-timing. Cheol-su completely loses his cool, his face contorting in pure rage and disbelief at the ridiculous accusation. He demands that Seo Harin explain exactly what she heard, his voice booming with frustration. Seo Harin recounts her time at the market, where she was just minding her own business picking fruit before the gossip started. Two random soldiers stand nearby, laughing and whispering to each other about the wild rumors involving the Gongdong sect disciple. Seo Harin listens in from the shadows, her eyes widening as the soldiers continue to spin their twisted web of lies. The soldiers shamelessly fabricate a story that Cheol-su and Seo Moon-chungha were secret lovers before he callously dumped her, painting him as a villain. Cheol-su recoils in total shock as a woman wails in the background, clearly overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. A scandalous vision of Cheol-su in an intimate embrace with a woman flashes, fueling the fire of the ridiculous rumors. Seo Harin, eyes wide and brimming with tears of frustration, screams that she will never forgive the person responsible for this mess. A random market-goer laughs his head off, mocking the protagonist as a twin-blade pervert who seduced two different women. Seo Harin stands trembling, her voice shaking as she admits she rushed over to tell Cheol-su about the disgusting gossip she heard. Cheol-su loses his mind, his face twisting into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage as he grinds his teeth in disbelief. Cheol-su stands before his master, bowing his head in shame as he tries to process the absolute insanity of the situation. The master sighs, looking weary as he warns Cheol-su that these trash-tier rumors could permanently stain his reputation before the big duel. Cheol-su clenches his fist, his internal energy flaring as he realizes exactly who is pulling the strings behind this pathetic smear campaign. The truth comes out as Cheol-su glares at the image of the cunning fox Yo Year-young, swearing to make her pay for spreading such filth. Cheol-su vents his frustration to his master, fuming that the rumors are clearly trying to force a public association with Nengwolhyang. Cheol-su explains to his master that he secretly contacted the Hao clan to secure a witness and bypass the Seomun clan's interference. The master nods, admitting he was already aware of the secret contact made during the duel. The master warns Cheol-su that the defeated rogues are using the situation as a pretext to spread vile slander. Cheol-su is visibly shaken and outraged, unable to believe the audacity of the smear campaign being waged against him. The master looks visibly stressed, clutching his head as he laments how disgraceful and low these unorthodox sects have become. Cheol-su regains his composure, flashing a confident grin and promising his master that he will find a way to crush these absurd rumors. In a local tavern, a group of low-level thugs sits around, loudly gossiping and laughing about the latest scandal. One of the thugs mocks the protagonist as a twin-blade pervert, claiming he seduced two women and making crude jokes about his manhood. Cheol-su sits nearby, listening to the trash-tier gossip with a growl of pure rage, though he begrudgingly admits there might be a grain of truth to the chaos. Cheol-su focuses on his meal while internally deciding to stay low and observe how the rumors evolve. Cheol-su pauses his eating, his sharp senses picking up on the shifting narrative surrounding his reputation. A group of thugs in a tavern loudly claims that the scandal is being orchestrated by the elusive Neng Walhyang. The thugs gossip about how Neng Walhyang is supposedly jealous of the connection between Cheol-su and Seomun Cheongha. The thugs confirm that Neng Walhyang has deep ties to the Hao clan, adding another layer to the conspiracy. Cheol-su is visibly taken aback, realizing that the very nature of the rumors is undergoing a strange transformation. After spending half a day scouring the city, Cheol-su confirms that a hidden hand is actively reshaping the scandal. Cheol-su smirks to himself, finding it amusing that the public now believes the rumors were born from one-sided love. Despite the shift working in his favor, Cheol-su remains wary, sensing that this sudden positive turn is highly suspicious. Cheol-su walks through the city, his mind racing as he questions who is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Cheol-su surveys the area, his sharp eyes scanning for any lead that could unravel the mystery he is chasing. He stumbles upon a group of low-level thugs from the beggars sect huddled around a campfire, looking like absolute trash. One of the thugs recognizes Cheol-su immediately, mocking him with the ridiculous title of a hero who stole the hearts of two beauties. Cheol-su recoils in disgust, his face twisting as he catches a foul scent and flatly rejects the embarrassing nickname they threw at him. The thugs cackle, unbothered by their own filth, and brag about how the beggars sect is the go-to source for top-tier intel. Cheol-su narrows his eyes, calculating his next move and deciding that despite their gross nature, they are his best bet for information. He steps forward with a cold, business-like demeanor, informing the thugs that he has a personal request for them. The thugs are visibly hyped, clearly intrigued by the prospect of doing a job for the famous Gongdong sect disciple. They retreat into a private space to talk shop, with the lead thug eagerly asking what the young master needs. Cheol-su drops the act and gets straight to the point, demanding intel on the human trafficker Zhang Yiheyan, and exposing his sick, twisted crimes. The thug sneers, calling the actions of the slave trader a monstrous, unforgivable crime that spans lifetimes. Cheol-su grinds his teeth in pure rage, declaring the scum deserves to be dismembered and fed to dogs, while the thug mocks his righteous fury. The thug recounts his past life, revealing he was turned into a eunuch by a maniac and has already taken his revenge on the slave trader Wang Sam. The thug continues his grim tale, noting that the other scumbag, Zhang Yiheyan, is a target that must eventually be crushed. The thug grins, agreeing to trade his intel for a small fee, estimating it will take about a week to gather the goods. Cheol-su, visibly annoyed by the random nature of the request, insists he has his own reasons for pursuing this path. Cheol-su abruptly ends the conversation and walks away, leaving the thug behind with a confused look on his face. Cheol-su ponders the situation, realizing that only the Eastern Depot has the power to alter rumors, and only one person controls that beast of an intel network. A sudden, vivid vision of the Empress flashes before his eyes, her face tear-streaked as she begs him not to leave yet. Cheol-su breaks out in a cold sweat, desperate to believe the Empress did not follow him, but fearing that investigating Zhang Yiheyan will confirm her dark involvement. A firm step onto the arena floor signals the start of the high-stakes confrontation. Cheol-su enters the arena, his mind focused on the mission to turn public opinion through a glorious victory. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he prepares to face the challenge head-on. The crowd roars as the stage is set for the ultimate clash of martial prowess. Cheol-su and So Harin stand ready in the center of the arena, their blades drawn and tension thick in the air. Seo Harin is visibly seething with rage, her expression twisted as she confronts the rumors of their alleged affair. She lunges forward, shouting that she will make him pay for the insult of being called a pervert. Cheol-su recoils in shock, his voice cracking as he desperately tries to defend his honor as an honest gentleman. A flash of steel cuts through the air as the duel officially kicks off with a powerful strike. Cheol-su grips his sword tightly, roaring that he is finally putting an end to his ridiculous nickname once and for all. The crowd is buzzing with a spicy rumor about a secret relationship between Seomun Cheongha and Cheol-su. Two onlookers are having a field day, laughing and speculating that the gossip might actually be the real deal. One of the spectators gets a kick out of how forward Seomun Cheongha is acting, while his companion looks nervous. The atmosphere suddenly shifts as a chilling, heavy killing intent sweeps across the arena, silencing the chatter. Seomun Hyunchon sits with a dark, murderous aura, accompanied by the legendary Sword Queen, Un Seolan. Seomun Hyunchon looks absolutely livid, growling that he has slaughtered plenty of people for running their mouths like this. The two gossiping spectators are frozen in pure terror, realizing they are in over their heads. They scramble to defend themselves, desperately claiming Seomun Cheongha is innocent and shifting all the blame onto Cheol-su. Un Seolan calmly notes the strange conditions of the duel, where the loser is forced into servitude. Seomun Hyunshan roars in anger, convinced that the entire situation is a scheme orchestrated by Cheol-soo to seduce his daughter. Seomun Hyunshan sits with the Sword Queen, questioning if the rumors about the Gongdong sect are actually true. Seomun Hyunshan glances at the Sword Queen, remarking that she has not aged a single day since they last met. The Sword Queen stares back, coolly asking if he is referring to that specific moment in their past. Seomun Hyunshan clears his throat, visibly flustered and eager to shift the conversation back to the upcoming duel. A tournament official takes center stage, his voice booming as he announces the start of the match between the Gongdong sect and the Seomun clan. Seomun Chungha steps forward, her face twisted in rage as she accuses the protagonist of being a shameless pervert who refuses to own up to his actions. Seomun Chungha plants her feet firmly, the floor cracking beneath her as she prepares to unleash her full power. A massive wave of golden energy erupts from Seomun Chungha, engulfing the arena and forcing the protagonist to brace for the impact. The protagonist watches, visibly tense, as he realizes the sheer, overwhelming force behind the Seomun clan's signature sword style. Seomun Chungha lunges forward with blinding speed, utilizing the Phoenix Step to close the distance and strike with lethal intent. The tension hits the breaking point as steel rings against steel, sparks flying in the heat of the arena. Seomun Chungha pivots with lethal grace, her blade cutting through the air in a blur of motion. Seomun Chungha unleashes the Blazing Sky Demon Sword, a massive pillar of golden energy crashing down toward the protagonist. Cheol-soo meets the strike head-on, his eyes locked on the blade as he notes the immense power behind the slow, heavy swing. Cheol-soo grips his sword with white-knuckled intensity, refusing to back down against the relentless assault. The battlefield erupts as Cheol-soo counters with the demonic crushing sword technique, the clash of energies shaking the very ground. The crowd of spectators watches in stunned silence, whispering in shock that the protagonist actually knows such a high-level technique. Seomun Chungha retreats for a split second, sneering at the protagonist while grudgingly acknowledging his raw talent. Seomun Chungha launches herself into the air again, her golden aura flaring as she prepares to overwhelm him with another strike. Cheol-soo braces his stance, sweat beading on his forehead, as he prepares to tank the next wave of her ferocious onslaught. Seomun Chungha reacts in shock as she realizes the protagonist just pulled off a calculated feint. The clash intensifies as Seomun Chungha delivers a brutal, heavy strike that lands squarely on Cheol-soo. Cheol-soo takes the hit, his face contorted in pain and fury, blood trickling from his nose as he refuses to yield. The internal monologue highlights the tactical divide. The Seomun clan relies on heavy, crushing blows, while the Gongdong sect favors a high-speed, aggressive fusion of offense and defense. Cheol-soo grits his teeth, determined to end this fight before his stamina completely evaporates. Steel screams against steel as the two combatants lock blades in a blinding display of sparks and raw power. Cheol-soo's eyes sharpen with newfound focus as he begins to channel a surge of crackling blue energy. Seomun Chungha recoils, her eyes widening as she senses a dangerous shift in the protagonist's internal energy flow. With a firm stomp that cracks the arena floor, Cheol-soo grips his blade, ready to unleash a devastating counterattack. Cheol-soo explodes forward, executing the Upper Demon Crushing Sword, which detonates in a massive, earth-shaking blast of blue energy that leaves the spectators stunned. The disciples watch in awe as Cheol-soo displays his mastery over the Upper Demon Crushing technique. Seomun Hyunchon keeps a sharp eye on the match, warning Cheol-soo not to let his guard down. Seomun Chungha enters a combat stance, her blade ready as she prepares to overwhelm her opponent. Cheol-soo breaks out in a cold sweat, his mind racing as he questions if he can even block her next strike. Seomun Chungha smirks, admitting the previous strike was decent, but easily countered by her superior technique. She taunts Cheol-soo, noting that his ultimate move was completely shattered, and asking what he plans to do next. Steel clashes with blinding intensity as Seomun Chungha forces Cheol-soo into a desperate defensive retreat. Seomun Chungha grins with pure malice, pressuring him to see if he can do anything other than just defend. Cheol-soo grits his teeth, his face twisted in frustration as he realizes he is completely outclassed in this exchange. Cheol-soo suddenly freezes, his eyes widening as he realizes something critical about the flow of the battle. Seomun Chungha stares down her opponent, coldly declaring that his sword technique is too one-sided to win. The air crackles with energy as Cheol-soo decides that if his standard demon-crushing strikes are too predictable, he needs to change the game. Clang! Cheol-soo parries a heavy blow, his eyes burning with intensity as he counters with a smirk, asking why he should not make his movements unpredictable. Seomun Chungha lunges forward with a furious shout, determined to shut down any more of his tricks with her superior reach. Whoosh! She swings her blade with lethal speed, but Cheol-soo moves with unnatural fluidity, narrowly dodging the strike. Boom! The impact of her sword shatters the arena floor, sending debris flying everywhere as she unleashes her raw power. Seomun Cheongha gasps, her eyes widening in genuine shock as she realizes her target has completely vanished from her line of sight. The arena floor lies cracked and empty where Cheol-soo stood a second ago, leaving his opponent baffled by his sudden disappearance. Mugukja appears in a vision, demonstrating the Phantom Swan Step, a lethal technique from his past that excels at finding openings for a surprise ambush. Using the Phantom Swan Step, Cheol-soo reappears in a blind spot, successfully deceiving the senses of the elite Seomun Cheongha to seize the advantage. Cheol-soo admits that Seomun Cheongha is a formidable opponent, forcing him to reach into his past life for a decisive technique. Cheol-soo initiates a high-tier combo, preparing to fuse the fluid Phantom Swan Step with the destructive power of his demon-crushing sword. Energy crackles as Cheol-soo unleashes a flashy, unpredictable strike that threatens to shatter the rhythm of the duel. Seomun Cheongha reacts with alarm, recognizing the familiar and dangerous path of the demon-crushing sword. Cheol-soo launches himself into the air, his blade glowing with intense energy as he forces his opponent to stay on the defensive. Seomun Cheongha stands her ground, stubbornly deciding to block the incoming attack with the same method she used before. The air hisses as Cheol-soo swings his blade, the sheer velocity of the strike cutting through the atmosphere. Cheol-soo descends from above with a lethal strike, putting immense pressure on Seomun Cheongha. Seomun Cheongha is left stunned and breathless as Cheol-soo pulls off a mid-air shift, changing his sword path in an instant. The clash reaches its peak as Cheol-soo lands a devastating blow, the impact creating a massive shockwave that dominates the arena. Seomun Cheongha stares ahead, her expression shifting into one of pure shock and disbelief. Seomun Hyunchan roars in panic, his face twisted with worry as he yells for his daughter. Cheol-soo stands his ground after the final clash, his sword held ready, while Seomun Cheongha retreats. The sword of Seomun Cheongha clatters against the arena floor, signaling her total defeat. Seomun Cheongha staggers, clutching her chest as she struggles to remain upright. Seomun Cheongha collapses onto the arena floor, completely spent and unable to continue the fight. The tournament official points toward the victor, declaring Cheol-soo of the Gongdong sect as the winner. The crowd of soldiers looks on with pale faces, whispering in terror about this happening again. Cheol-soo looks back, his brow furrowed as he senses that something is deeply wrong with the situation. Cheol-soo realizes the gravity of the moment, worried that he might have accidentally caused serious harm to Seomun Cheongha despite holding back his power. Cheol-soo stares in absolute disbelief as the situation takes a bizarre and unexpected turn. Seomun Cheongha sits on the arena floor, blushing furiously as her robes are suddenly shredded to pieces. The remnants of her clothing fall away, leaving her exposed and utterly mortified in front of the entire crowd. Cheol-soo loses his cool completely, his jaw dropping as he screams in total panic at the sight. The realization hits that his previous attack, fueled by the Phantom Swan Step, had enough residual energy to tear through her defenses. Seomun Cheongha's eyes well up with tears as the weight of the embarrassing situation hits her. She lets out a desperate, high-pitched scream, accusing Cheol-soo of intentionally ripping her clothes with his sword energy. The crowd begins to whisper and judge, branding Cheol-soo as a disgrace and a monstrous hero for his actions. Cheol-soo waves his hands frantically, sweating bullets as he desperately tries to explain that it was a complete accident. Seomun Cheongha refuses to listen, sobbing and shouting at him, calling him a total pervert for the public display. Cheol-soo is sweating bullets, his face twisted in pure panic as he screams that he is completely innocent. The arena is silent, as Seomun Cheongha stands exposed and trembling, screaming that Cheol-soo is a pervert while he desperately begs for calm. A sudden burst of energy tears through the air, completely shredding the remaining fabric of the opponent's robes. Cheol-soo rushes forward in a panic, desperately trying to hand over a cloak to cover the mortified Seomun Cheongha. With sweat dripping down his face, Cheol-soo frantically explains that his Phantom Swan Step had residual energy that spiraled out of control. Cheol-soo winces and grinds his teeth, clearly overwhelmed by the disaster he accidentally caused during the duel. Seomun Cheongha stands huddled and sobbing in the distance, screaming that the protagonist is a total bastard for what he did. Seomun Hyunchan steps onto the scene, his aura flaring with intense green killing intent as he refuses to accept the outcome of the match. Seomun Hyunchan roars with fury, his face contorted in rage as he vows to hold Cheol-soo personally accountable for this public indecency. Cheol-soo is left completely speechless and terrified, shouting back that it was nothing more than a standard duel. Seomun Hyunchan flares with green killing intent, demanding an end to the situation, while Cheol-soo stands shirtless and baffled in the background. Seomun Hyunchan insists the match result is already decided, but the Sword Queen steps in with cold authority. Solon, the Sword Queen, calmly demands that the clan head accept the outcome of a fair duel. Seomun Hyunchon loses his cool, barking at the Sword Queen and demanding to know why she is protecting the young brat. The Sword Queen stands her ground as the official witness, declaring she will stop anyone who refuses to respect the fair result of the fight. Seomun Hyunchon continues his tirade, but the Sword Queen dismisses his complaints, noting that the young master has already apologized for the accidental exposure. The Sword Queen coldly questions if Seomun Hyunchon values martial honor or archaic gender norms, while Cheol-soo looks on, clearly taken aback. Seomun Hyunchon mocks the Sword Queen, suggesting she has a secret crush on the Gongdong disciple, which only fuels the tension. Seomun Hyunchon completely loses his composure, screaming that the disciple is young enough to be her son and questioning her sanity. Solon drops her calm facade, her aura turning lethal as she warns the clan head to watch his tongue before he says something he will regret. Solon turns the tables, hitting the Jinchon Sword King with a brutal question about his past confession of love. The Jinchon Sword King is left red-faced and stuttering in shock, while Cheol-soo looks on, completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Solon stands tall in the arena, coldly demanding that the Jinchon Sword King face the reality of his past challenge. Solon continues to dismantle his pride, recounting how he once claimed to have fallen for her at the Dragon Phoenix Summit 30 years ago. With no room to back down, the two legendary figures square off, their blades drawn as the weight of history hangs heavy in the air. A single, decisive clash of steel rings out, proving once again that the Jinchon Sword King was never in the same league as his opponent. Solon stands over the defeated man, mocking his lack of skill and declaring that nothing ever came of his pathetic attempt at romance. The Sword Queen presses the attack, questioning if the Jinchon Sword King is still harboring secret feelings for her after all these years. The crowd erupts in whispers and gossip, shocked to learn that the mighty Jinchon Sword King has a history with the Sword Queen. Cheol-soo can barely contain his laughter, finding the high-level drama absolutely hilarious as the Jinchon Sword King begs her to stop the public humiliation. The Jinchon Sword King attempts to smooth over the recent chaos, dismissing the disciple's earlier antics as a mere accident during the duel. Cheol-soo plays along perfectly, clasping his hands together and thanking the elder for his unexpected forgiveness with a cheeky grin. Petals drift through the serene sky, signaling a shift in the atmosphere as the tension begins to dissipate. The Sword Queen stands tall alongside the others, calmly addressing the group, while the Jinchon Sword King looks on. The Jinchon Sword King acknowledges the Sword Queen, noting that her presence as a witness has successfully broadcasted the new alliance between their sects to the world. The Sword Queen drops a bombshell, her sharp eyes locking onto the group as she proposes a friendly competition to further solidify their ties. The Jinchon Sword King is quick to catch on, enthusiastically agreeing that a friendly duel between their junior disciples would be top-tier training. Cheol-soo is caught off guard by the sudden announcement, his expression shifting to shock as he realizes a joint tournament is actually happening. Looking at the majestic Hongsan sect cliffs, Cheol-soo reflects on his past life, noting that the sect was once so isolated they would never have dreamed of hosting such an event. The Sword Queen and Seomun Chongha perform a formal bow, signaling the end of their visit and taking their leave with practiced grace. The Sword Queen gives Cheol-soo a final, lingering look, promising to continue their conversation at the upcoming exchange duel. Cheol-soo keeps his cool, offering a respectful salute, while mentally questioning the true motive behind the Sword Queen's mysterious favor. Cheol-soo watches the Sword Queen and Seomun Chongha walk away, already plotting how to leverage the upcoming event to his advantage. With a wicked grin, Cheol-soo shifts his focus, eager to finally reap the massive rewards he earned from his recent victory. Cheol-soo turns his attention to the Seomun siblings, dropping a bombshell question that leaves them completely stunned. Seomun Hyunchon steps up to protect his sister, trembling with rage as he warns Cheol-soo not to make her cry again. Cheol-soo laughs it off, mockingly claiming he will take excellent care of Seomun Chongha as her master, driving the siblings into a frenzy. Seomun Hyunchon loses his temper completely, roaring at the top of his lungs and labeling the protagonist a total pervert. Cheol-soo is visibly shocked and offended, his face contorting in disbelief as he repeats the insult back to the fuming Seomun Hyunchon. The confrontation escalates into pure chaos as the two sides clash over the absurd misunderstanding, leaving the atmosphere thick with tension. Cheol-soo wails dramatically, lamenting that his glorious tournament victory has only earned him the reputation of a total pervert. Seo Harin loses her cool, screaming at the top of her lungs that she is now stuck as the servant to a Gongdong pervert. So Harin stands there with teary eyes, completely overwhelmed and exasperated by the chaotic situation. Cheol-soo callously ignores her distress, pointing toward the distance and demanding they head straight to the Gongdong sect headquarters. The duo treks through the dark, rugged mountain terrain under the cover of a starry night. Chol-soo marches ahead with zero care, mockingly asking the exhausted So-harin if she can even keep up with his pace. Seo-harin snaps back, telling him to mind his own business, while internally fuming about having to serve such a degenerate master. Chol-soo grins like a villain, muttering that he tried to be nice but is tired of getting nothing but grief in return. They finally arrive at the destination, with Chol-soo coldly announcing their arrival to the silent, dark building. Chol-soo drops the final bomb, telling a terrified Seo-harin that he needs to discuss something in private, just the two of them. The female disciple is spiraling into a panic, her face burning red as she questions why she and Chol-soo are alone together at such an hour. Chol-soo leans in close, his gaze intense as he corners the female disciple, leaving her completely flustered and unable to process the situation. The female disciple is left stunned and speechless, her mind racing with wild, embarrassed thoughts about what Chol-soo might be planning to do to her. The duo walks through the eerie silence of the night, moving deeper into the shadows of the building, while the female disciple remains on high alert. Chol-soo stops in a secluded, dark corner and coldly declares that this spot is perfect for what he has in mind. The female disciple breaks out in a cold sweat, her voice trembling as she demands to know what he means, ready to draw her sword if things turn ugly. Chol-soo pulls out a mysterious stone tablet, looking completely unfazed by the tension as he prepares to give her instructions. Chol-soo hands the tablet to the female disciple, ordering her to head to Hwajong County to collect the payout from their dual bets. The female disciple erupts in shock and fury, screaming at Chol-soo for dragging her into a dark corner like a beast just to hand off a simple errand. Chol-soo just smirks, completely mocking her as he asks what kind of weird thoughts were running through her head to make her react like that. Chol-soo watches as the flustered female disciple rushes away, still reeling from his bizarre behavior and the awkward tension between them. Chol-soo narrows his eyes, his mind already shifting to his next target, the sly and dangerous Chisha Yue, whom he knows is already spinning webs of rumors. In a luxurious room, the thousand-faced demon king of Yom lounges with a smirk, clearly amused by the latest news regarding Chol-soo and his recent victory. Chol-soo channels his internal energy, his face twisted in a fierce expression as he vows to stop falling for tricks and instead drag his enemies through a living hell. The scene shifts to the exterior of a building, where the female disciple arrives to handle the mundane task she was forced into. The female disciple walks through the area, visibly irritated and muttering to herself about how she ended up running errands for a gambling payout. With a pouty expression, the female disciple complains about how disappointing it is to see Chol-soo associated with such low-level, shady establishments. A clerk approaches the female disciple, his tone polite but cautious as he asks what business brings her to his establishment. The female disciple holds up the token, her face flushed with embarrassment, as she explains that she is there on behalf of Chol-soo to collect the betting winnings. The clerk breaks into a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he confirms there is absolutely no problem with the request. Clearly terrified of the sect's influence, the clerk points the way, directing the visitor to head to the special VIP room on the second floor to collect the winnings. The female disciple looks taken aback, questioning the destination as she realizes she is being sent into the lion's den. Chol-soo had warned her earlier that she would be summoned to the VIP room and told her to just collect the money without making a scene. The female disciple wonders if Chol-soo was actually telling the truth about the situation as she approaches the room. Inside the VIP room, the head madam of Gonharu introduces herself as Nengwol-hyung to the arriving guest. Nengwol-hyung gestures with an elegant, nalo, almost divine grace, inviting the visitor to take a seat in the luxurious chamber. The female disciple sits down, internally marveling at the beauty of the woman who is whispered to be the #1 courtesan of Sichuan. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as Nengwol-hyung stares daggers at her, the air growing heavy with a lethal, suffocating pressure. The female disciple is left stunned and speechless, caught in the sudden, inexplicable shift in the room's energy. Nengwol-hyung flares with a terrifying, fiery aura of pure malice, leaving the female disciple trembling in fear and wondering why she is being targeted. Nengwol-hyung sits in the VIP room, pressing the disciple for any hidden messages or letters left behind by the young master. The female disciple is caught off guard, stammering as she tries to process the request for a message. Nengwol-hyung leans in, her expression softening into a deceptive, alluring smile as she probes for any scrap of information. The female disciple is visibly shocked, her eyes widening as she realizes Nengwol-hyung refers to the protagonist as Gaga. The disciple hesitates, feeling the weight of the moment before preparing to deliver the cold, hard truth. The female disciple drops the hammer, telling Neng Wolhyang that the young master is deeply disappointed by her spreading of false rumors. Neng Wolhyang is visibly rattled, her composure shattering as she demands to know what else was said. The disciple delivers the final blow, relaying that the young master despises lies and values honesty above all else. In a flashback, the young master chuckles to himself, knowing exactly how much his psychological jab will wreck his opponent. Neng Wolhyang is left in tears, completely broken by the message, while the female disciple awkwardly asks to just get paid and leave. Neng Wolhyang drops a pouch on the table with a thud, her composure completely shot as she hands it over. The female disciple looks on with a mix of pity and confusion, telling the broken woman to just pull herself together. Neng Wolhyang sits alone in the room, her back turned and her spirit clearly crushed by the weight of the truth. Tears stream down Neng Wolhyang's face as she whispers to herself, unable to believe that her connection to the young master is severed. She stares into the distance, agonizing over the fact that a single lie has seemingly cost her everything. Neng Wolhyang gasps for air, clutching her chest in a full-blown panic as she realizes her bond with the young master is at risk. The realization hits her hard that her petty tricks were never going to work on someone of the young master's caliber. The female disciple leaps through the trees, still reeling from the bizarre sight of a powerhouse like Neng Wolhyang losing her mind over Li Cheol-su. She pauses, her eyes wide as she contemplates the strange reality of the situation. She recalls how top-tier figures like Yu Jin-hui, So Harin, and the legendary Sword Queen all seem to gravitate toward Li Cheol-su with genuine affection. The steady footsteps of Cheol-su echo as he questions why everyone seems so drawn to a shameless pervert like him. He comes to a sudden halt, his dark robes flowing as he prepares to confront the situation head-on. The female disciple stands in a daze, her mind reeling as she wonders if everything Cheol-su claimed was actually the truth. She reflects on his legendary feats, including how he crushed the Black Dragon Gang to defend the sect's inn. She recalls his sheer audacity in challenging the Sword Queen to uphold the sect's honor and his brutal efficiency in blocking the Seomun clan. A realization washes over her, leaving her blushing as she questions if the hero she always dreamed of is truly Cheol-su. She rests her chin on her hand, completely love-struck and distracted by the sudden shift in her perspective. Cheol-su returns with a smug grin, picking his nose and teasing her, while she stands there completely flustered and speechless. He tosses a bag of loot to her, praising her for a job well done, while she struggles to process her internal turmoil. Despite the confusion, the female disciple remains fixated on the possibility that there is much more to him than his reputation suggests. Cheol-su, looking completely nonchalant, holds out a bag of loot, while teasingly asking the female disciple what she is so worried about. The female disciple blushes, her internal monologue spiraling as she apologizes for her previous doubts, clearly caught in a love-struck daze. Cheol-su, utterly confused by her sudden emotional outburst, watches as she scurries away, wondering what kind of strange delusions are taking over her mind. With a smug, greedy grin, Cheol-su admires his hard-earned haul, boasting that he secured nearly 1,000 nyang. Suddenly, Cheol-su freezes mid-thought, his expression shifting to one of genuine shock as he notices an unexpected arrival at the sect gates. A grand procession arrives, with attendants announcing that Neng Wolhyang from Gonharu has come to offer incense to the sect. Cheol-su breaks into a cold sweat, his eyes widening in alarm as he recognizes the name Neng Wolhyang, knowing exactly who she really is. Neng Wolhyang stands before the sect members, offering a massive donation and playing the part of a humble visitor to perfection. Cheol-su darts forward, his instincts screaming that something is wrong, while Seo Harin watches the scene unfold with intense curiosity. Neng Wolhyang maintains her facade, claiming she is only there to apologize for the rumors that brought disgrace upon the Gongdong sect. Cheol-su stares in disbelief as Neng Wolhyang insists on a private, face-to-face apology, making him question if he is hearing her right. Neng Wolhyang plays the part of the repentant visitor perfectly, bowing her head and thanking Cheol-su for his supposed grace. Cheol-su is internally spiraling, his face pale as he realizes the situation has spiraled completely out of his control. The atmosphere shifts as the sect members gather, drawn by the strange tension radiating from the meeting. Female disciple steps in, questioning why everyone is congregating and voicing her deep distrust of the woman standing before them. Seo Harin chimes in with a sharp observation, cutting through the confusion with a suggestion that might actually get things moving. Inside the room, Neng Wolhyang turns on the waterworks, sobbing uncontrollably while Cheol-su watches, completely at a loss for words. She continues her pathetic display, apologizing profusely while acting like a broken woman who has lost her way. Cheol-su sits there in stunned silence, his expression blank as he tries to process the sheer absurdity of the performance. Neng Wolhyang suddenly drops the act for a moment of intense, creepy obsession, claiming her twisted actions are all fueled by her love for him. Cheol-soo stares in disbelief, his mind reeling as he questions if the woman is actually serious about her bizarre behavior. Cheol-soo keeps his distance, internally noting that in his past life, Nangwol-hyang never acted like this, and he must be careful not to trigger a disaster. Nangwol-hyang clings to Cheol-soo, weeping and begging for forgiveness while playing the role of a remorseful, broken woman. Female disciple, Seo Harin, and Seo Moon-chung-ha huddle together, spying through a hole in the wall to witness the unfolding drama. The trio of observers watches with wide, shocked eyes, completely blindsided by the scandalous scene playing out before them. Nangwol-hyang lunges forward to embrace Cheol-soo, forcing him into a panicked and awkward position. The observers are left speechless and disgusted, with Seo Moon-chung-ha covering her eyes in embarrassment, while the others look on in sheer disbelief. Nangwol-hyang drops the facade for a split second, whispering a chilling and obsessive declaration of love directly into Cheol-soo's ear. Nangwol-hyang finally pulls away and prepares to depart, leaving Cheol-soo standing in the courtyard as her sedan chair awaits. Cheol-soo maintains his composure and gives a polite, dismissive farewell, clearly relieved to see the dangerous operative finally taking her leave. Nangwol-hyang grabs Cheol-soo by the hand, pulling him into a tense, intimate moment, while she feeds him a line about keeping a secret entrance open. The operative flashes a calculated, seductive smile, her eyes locked onto Cheol-soo as she seals their little arrangement with a touch. Cheol-soo forces a nervous laugh, sweating as he thinks about the lethal consequences if he gets caught in this web of madness. Nangwol-hyang offers a final, soft-spoken farewell, playing the part of the devoted lover to perfection. Cheol-soo watches her sedan chair retreat, his internal alarm bells ringing as he realizes this obsession is becoming a massive headache. He wipes sweat from his brow, muttering to himself about the danger of getting tangled up with a woman like her. Cheol-soo is deep in thought, clearly stressed about the spiraling situation, when a voice cuts through his concentration. Lim Baek-seon calls out to him, noticing his strange, flustered expression and questioning his mood. Cheol-soo turns around, only to be greeted by the terrifying sight of female disciple, Seo Harin, and Seo Moon-chung-ha, standing in a line like executioners. The three women stare him down with pure, unadulterated rage, leaving Cheol-soo completely clueless as to why they look ready to kill him. Lim Baek-seon looms over Cheol-soo, demanding he follow him for an urgent and mandatory task. Lim Baek-seon forces Cheol-soo to demonstrate his energy control, barking orders to refine his technique. Cheol-soo begs for a break, but Lim Baek-seon shuts him down, insisting that a 3-star disciple has no room for rest. Cheol-soo, drenched in sweat and exhausted, can only accept his fate as he continues the grueling practice. Lim Baek-seon channels his own energy, showing the junior exactly how the technique should be executed with precision. Cheol-soo is left trembling and overwhelmed, while Lim Baek-seon admits that watching his junior struggle is painful but necessary for his growth. Seo Harin and the other disciples watch from the sidelines, fuming at the thought of the young master getting close to Nangwol-hyang. The disciples discuss the absurdity of the situation, questioning why the young master would fall for such a trap. Seo Harin confronts the group, her tone sharp, as she suggests that their secret might already be exposed. Seo Harin locks eyes with the others, demanding to know if they will really just stand by while the young master gets seduced by Nangwol-hyang. Cheol-soo breathes a massive sigh of relief, realizing he dodged a bullet after a tense conversation. The female disciple and Seo Harin confront the situation, questioning how anyone could possibly break the bond between two lovers. Seo Harin isn't backing down, her eyes flashing with intensity as she declares that there are definitely ways to get the job done. Cheol-soo is caught in a hilarious state of panic, begging for mercy while his training regimen is laid out to keep him occupied and away from others. The female disciple calls it a day, signaling the end of the grueling session and promising to resume the torture at the Grand Training Hall tomorrow. Cheol-soo lets out a desperate, unhinged wail, clearly pushed to his absolute breaking point by the relentless training. Thinking he has finally escaped the training hell, Cheol-soo plans to head to Flower Pavilion County to blow off some steam. The moment he tries to sneak away, he is immediately intercepted and questioned by the female disciple, causing him to jump in shock. Sweating bullets and playing it cool, Cheol-soo claims he has business at the foot of the mountain, only for the female disciple to offer to tag along. Seo Harin suddenly appears, aggressively declaring she will go too, leaving a terrified Cheol-soo completely cornered by his unwanted chaperones. Female disciple and Seo Harin stand firm, declaring they will take turns keeping a close watch on Cheol-soo to prevent him from sneaking off to the pavilion. The female disciple keeps the pressure high, noting that distance only makes the heart grow cold as she oversees Cheol-soo's relentless training session. The training is absolute torture, with the female disciple ensuring Cheol-su remains locked in the sex routine to keep him away from any distractions. Cheol-su is put through the ringer, forced to practice his techniques under the watchful eyes of his two dedicated, albeit overbearing, caretakers. Even as the seasons change and the snow falls, the female disciple remains committed to tying Cheol-su down to the Gongdong sect until the next tournament. Time skip of 1 year passes, and Cheol-su emerges from his training looking significantly more muscular and refined. Cheol-su surveys the sect grounds, genuinely surprised by the massive expansion of buildings that occurred while he was buried in his training. Life is good, and Cheol-su shamelessly stuffs his face with high-quality food, savoring every bite of his meal. Cheol-su revels in his success, noting that he can now afford to eat stamina-boosting pork every single day thanks to his hard work. The Gongdong sect is thriving, with Cheol-su reflecting on how the fame from the Justice Arena duel brought in massive donations that transformed their home. An empty bowl sits on the floor, but Cheol-su is far from satisfied, hungrily declaring that they need to be eating pork 3 meals a day. Cheol-su stuffs his face while plotting his next move, realizing that to secure serious funding, he needs to deliver undeniable results. The female disciple catches Cheol-su in the act, interrupting his meal to remind him that it is time to get down to business. With a bright smile, the female disciple informs him that the exchange event with the Hongsan sect is imminent, and that time has slipped away. Cheol-su grumbles that the last year felt more like being locked in a prison, fully aware that the sect's overprotectiveness stems from those scandalous rumors. The master gathers everyone at the sect grounds, confirming that the entire team is present and ready for the mission ahead. The master looks over his disciples with pride, noting that their massive growth over the past year gives him total confidence in their abilities. A firm step echoes on the ground as the group prepares to depart, signaling that the time for talk is over. The master stands tall, rallying his disciples to head to Hongsan and prove to the world that the Gongdong sect is still a force to be reckoned with. Cheol-su looks toward the horizon, his mindset locked in as he prepares to re-enter the cutthroat martial world. Cheol-su is absolutely buzzing, reveling in his newfound freedom from the sect's suffocating surveillance as he prepares to chase after his first wife candidate. The Hongsan sect headquarters looms in the night, serving as the backdrop for the upcoming high-stakes exchange contest against the Gongdong sect. The female disciple stands in the office, clearly annoyed as she receives orders from the Sword Queen to handle the preparations for the visiting sect. The female disciple looks completely lost, failing to grasp why such a prestigious sect would even bother with an exchange competition. The female disciple voices her skepticism, questioning the necessity of the event, while the Sword Queen remains composed and authoritative. The Sword Queen dismisses the doubt, reminding her that the spirit displayed by the Gongdong sect at the Justice Arena is a valuable asset for their own sect. The Sword Queen lets out a soft, knowing smile, clearly impressed by the raw performance of that young man from the Gongdong sect. The female disciple bows in submission, forced to accept the orders despite her lingering confusion and internal frustration. A sudden realization hits the female disciple like a truck, her mind reeling as she processes the news that the legendary Sword Queen was actually smiling while talking about Cheol-su. The female disciple stands outside, fuming with pure jealousy and disbelief, unable to accept that the Sword Queen would show such interest in the young master. The female disciple stands before the gathered Hongsan sect members, her presence commanding the attention of the entire courtyard. She announces with authority that she is delivering orders directly from their master, setting the stage for a major confrontation. The crowd of Hongsan disciples erupts in excited chatter, desperate to hear the latest news regarding the legendary Sword Queen. The female disciple cuts through the noise, her expression intense as she demands absolute silence from the rowdy crowd. She reveals the master's command to prepare for the upcoming exchange contest, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. The Hongsan disciples look on with wide-eyed shock, clearly grasping the high-stakes nature of the impending clash. Pure rage takes over the female disciple as she screams about teaching the arrogant Cheol-su a lesson he will never forget. The crowd of disciples joins in the outcry, their faces twisted with shared resentment toward the man who dared to disrespect their idol. With a unified roar, the female disciple and her followers raise their fists, swearing to uphold the honor of the Sword Queen and the Hongsan sect. The female disciple loses all composure, her eyes burning with a manic, vengeful fire, as she vows to destroy Cheol-su's reputation once and for all. The Gongdong sect members arrive at the foot of a massive, towering mountain range, dwarfed by the sheer scale of the landscape. Cheol-su marvels at the rugged cliffs, clearly hyped to be standing at the legendary northern peak of the Central Plains. A representative from the Hongsan sect greets the Gongdong sect disciples, formally acknowledging their arrival. The guide, a female disciple, performs a respectful gesture while instructing the visitors to wait for further orders. Su and his group accept the instructions, though Su can barely contain his excitement about finally stepping foot into the Hongsan sect. Su grins to himself, thinking about how he always wanted to visit this place, even in his past life. The narrative shifts to the history of the Hongsan sect, originally founded as the Sword Pavilion by female warriors to defend a temple of nuns. Despite their origins, the sect never strictly forbade romance, allowing for normal relationships among its members. Everything changed when the Sword Queen, Solan, made a legendary declaration that she would only marry a man who could defeat her in a duel. The Hongsan disciples, completely obsessed with their idol, turned celibacy into an unspoken rule, ruthlessly stomping out any man who dares to approach them. The Hongsan sect has transformed into a strictly enforced no-men zone, serving as an exclusive sanctuary for elite female martial artists. Su is absolutely losing his mind with excitement, licking his lips at the prospect of exploring a place where men are forbidden. The female guide catches Su in the act, immediately calling him out for his classic lecherous gaze. The guide stands her ground with a fierce expression, making it clear she is not impressed by his antics. Su gets defensive and annoyed, acting like a total brat because the guide is ruining his fun. The guide ignores his whining and coldly warns him to stay sharp because the paths ahead are treacherous. Su grumbles to himself, still acting like a total creep but deciding to let it slide because he finds her attitude cute. The group moves out, with the guide leading the way through the rugged mountain terrain at high speed. Su complains that the climb was easy, but the guide counters that they were just avoiding the truly dangerous routes for their guests. The guide questions if he is still planning to challenge the Sword Queen, and Su doubles down, declaring that a man of honor never breaks his word. The female disciple snaps at Su, calling him a lecherous Gongdong disciple, while he recoils in shock at her sudden hostility. The female disciple smirks, mockingly suggesting that he should just give up on his challenge to save face. Su flares up with intense, fiery energy, declaring that he is absolutely going to win her heart regardless of what she says. The female disciple walks away, her boots clicking on the ground as she challenges him to try and keep up with her pace. The group arrives at the massive, imposing gates of the Hongsan sect, with the female disciple leading the way. Su makes a face behind the female disciple's back, muttering about how she is way too serious about this whole challenge. The female disciple reaches the grand entrance and pulls the massive doors open with a determined expression. The doors swing wide, revealing the vast and majestic architecture of the Hongsan sect grounds hidden within the mountains. Inside the hall, rows of Hongsan disciples stand in perfect, disciplined formation, bathed in a brilliant, golden light. Yujin Hui and So Harin look on in complete disbelief, stunned that the Hongsan sect is on an entirely different level than the Seomun clan. Su gazes at the majestic architecture of the sect, noting that while it is smaller than the Forbidden City, the view of the buildings against the clouds is truly spectacular. The Sword Queen stands before the visiting party, formally welcoming the Gongdong sect members to the Hongsan sect grounds. Zhonyang steps forward, offering his sincere gratitude to the Sword Queen for the warm reception and hospitality shown to his disciples. The Sword Queen bows her head slightly, humbly rejecting the praise and thanking the master for accepting their invitation to the event. With a graceful gesture, the Sword Queen offers her hand, inviting the tired travelers to rest comfortably in the guest hall. Zhonyang and his disciples bow in unison to show their respect to the Sword Queen before heading to their quarters. Su watches the Sword Queen with a flushed face, unable to stop himself from thinking about how she has only grown more beautiful over time. The Sword Queen turns away, instructing the group to meet her tomorrow at the exchange event, leaving Su stunned by her presence. Su bows again, his mind racing as he mutters to himself that the situation is becoming increasingly interesting. The scene shifts to the exterior of the guest hall, where leaves drift through the air in the quiet atmosphere of the sect grounds. Su, feeling satisfied after a hearty meal of stamina-boosting delicacies, lets out a loud, satisfied burp. Under the glow of the night sky, Su decides it is finally time to head out for his mysterious appointment. Su is taken aback, realizing he has just received a sudden, unexpected sound transmission from the Sword Queen. The Sword Queen, looking elegant as ever, reminds Su to meet at the exchange event tomorrow while dropping a cryptic invitation to a private meeting. Su is absolutely beaming, his face flushed with excitement as he fantasizes about his potential future with the Sword Queen. The quiet, moonlit pavilion stands empty and serene, waiting for the arrival of the guest. Su arrives at the designated spot, looking around the empty pavilion and wondering if the Sword Queen has arrived yet. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light pierces the water, creating a swirling vortex of energy. Su is visibly shocked and stunned by the sudden, overwhelming display of power manifesting before his eyes. A cascade of shimmering silver hair emerges from the water, signaling the dramatic arrival of the Sword Queen. A pair of elegant shoes steps onto the surface of the water, sending ripples of pure energy across the pool. The Sword Queen descends with an ethereal glow, her silver hair flowing as she greets Cheol-su with a sharp, knowing smile. Cheol-su is completely mesmerized, his face flushing red as he admires the beauty of the Sword Queen under the moonlight. The Sword Queen maintains her composure, her eyes locked onto his as she prepares to reveal something delicate. Cheol-su scratches his head, his mind racing with the assumption that this private meeting is purely for a romantic favor. The atmosphere shifts as the Sword Queen turns serious, telling Cheol-su that she has a heavy truth to unload on him. Cheol-su looks on, his expression shifting from excitement to confusion as he waits for the bombshell to drop. The Sword Queen drops the hammer, her face stern as she declares that the Hongsan sect is currently in grave danger. She explains that her disciples, once merely loyal, have spiraled into an obsessive, fanatical devotion toward her. The Hongsan disciples are shown in a cult-like state, holding candles and worshipping their leader in a display of blind, terrifying zeal. Cheol-su breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing that the fanatical devotion of the Hongsan disciples could easily get them branded as a dangerous cult. The Sword Queen maintains a calm, composed expression, admitting that the sect's isolationist nature is the root cause of this twisted obsession. The Sword Queen walks across the bridge, urging Cheol-su to use the upcoming exchange event to broaden her disciples' horizons and show them the outside world. Cheol-su scratches the back of his head, awkwardly agreeing to help build bridges and foster friendships between the two sects. The Sword Queen offers a soft, graceful smile, thanking Cheol-su for his willingness to assist with her sect's internal crisis. Under the light of the full moon, the atmosphere remains heavy with the weight of the secret the Sword Queen has just shared. Cheol-su wanders through the night, deep in thought, as he recalls how strange the Hongsan sect's lack of outside interaction seemed in his past life. A flashback shows the female disciple aggressively calling Cheol-su a lecher, while his present-day self realizes why the Sword Queen was so wary of him. Cheol-su ponders the grave implications, wondering if the bizarre phenomena at Hongsan are warning signs related to their powerful anti-demonic arts. A rustling sound in the tall grass catches Cheol-su's attention, snapping him out of his internal monologue as he senses someone nearby. Cheol-su corners a mysterious figure in the tall grass, only to find a young girl who is absolutely terrified of him. Cheol-su tries to play it cool, asking why a kid is out in the woods at night, but she stammers out a pathetic excuse about chasing a cat. Cheol-su reaches out to help her, but the girl recoils in horror, screeching that touching the Gongdong lecher is a one-way ticket to bad luck. Cheol-su is completely blindsided by the accusation, his eyes widening as he desperately denies being some kind of evil spirit. Trying to be the bigger person, Cheol-su insists she follow him for her own safety, but she screams at him to stay back. The girl suddenly bolts, moving with unnatural speed as she vanishes into the darkness, leaving Cheol-su dumbfounded by her reaction. Cheol-su spots a small, glowing hair ornament left behind on the ground where the girl was just standing. Scanning the area, Cheol-su wonders where she disappeared to, noting that she was way too fast for a normal kid. A sudden rustle in the grass draws Cheol-su's attention back to the surroundings, signaling that he is not alone. Cheol-su calls out to the darkness, desperately trying to return the ornament and prove he is not the monster the rumors make him out to be. Cheol-su freezes in his tracks, his eyes wide with shock as he realizes he has stumbled onto a private moment. Seo Harin, caught off guard while bathing in the secluded water, looks up with a startled expression as she hears the intrusion. The realization hits both of them at once, with Cheol-su looking absolutely horrified, while Seo Harin erupts in pure, unadulterated rage. A piercing scream echoes through the night air as Seo Harin covers herself, her face burning with a mix of shame and lethal fury. She points an accusing finger, branding him a Gongdong lecher and screaming for him to get lost before she loses it completely. Cheol-su frantically holds up his hands, his face flushed red as he stammers that he had no idea anyone was using this spot. Seo Harin surges out of the water, flanked by her backup as they rush toward the scene with killing intent, leaving Cheol-su scrambling to explain himself. The Hongsan disciples close in, their eyes narrowed as they accuse the protagonist of being a pathetic pervert who was spying on their young lady. Cheol-su tries to defend his honor, insisting he was only looking for someone, but the group scoffs at his pathetic excuse. Seo Harin steps forward, her presence dominating the clearing as she demands to know if he planned to keep watching her, leaving Cheol-su to desperately plead his innocence. Seo Harin glares with pure venom, snapping that a simple apology is not enough to fix the mess he made. Cheol-su throws his hands up in frustration, insisting it was just a mistake, but the Hongsan sect disciples are having none of it. The Hongsan disciples surround the area, mocking the idea that he wandered this deep into their territory just to find a child. Cheol-Su's expression shifts from panic to realization, as he senses something is deeply wrong with how quickly they swarmed him. Cheol-Su notes with growing suspicion that the Hongsan disciples moved in with unnatural speed the moment So-Harin screamed. So-Harin points an accusatory finger, her dominant presence forcing the issue while she demands he leave immediately. So-Harin continues to berate him, mocking his pathetic excuse about searching for a child and demanding he make his lies believable. Cheol-Su realizes he never mentioned searching for a child, confirming his suspicion that the entire confrontation was a setup. Cheol-Su clenches his fist in silent rage, his internal monologue screaming at how stupid they think he is for falling for this trap. So-Harin demands he take responsibility and leave, but Cheol-Su finally snaps back, flatly refusing and calling out the situation for what it is. Cheol-Su stares down his accusers, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he challenges the Sword Queen. With his arms crossed, Cheol-Su declares that he is ready to settle this mess the Murim way to prove who is actually right. The master stands before the sect building, his face etched with concern as he demands to know what exactly went down last night. The master confronts Cheol-Su, his expression darkening as he asks if the rumors about him spying on the Sword Queen while she bathed are true. Cheol-Su panics, waving his hands frantically, as he insists it was a total accident and he had zero malicious intent. The master sighs, lamenting that such a trash-tier incident threatens the unity of the upcoming exchange event. Cheol-Su bows his head in shame, though he seethes internally, knowing he is being framed and has no way to prove his innocence. The Sword Queen makes a dramatic entrance, her presence silencing the air as the master acknowledges her arrival. The Sword Queen addresses the master, coolly bringing up the unpleasant incident between Cheol-Su and her disciple, while the master offers a formal apology. The master and Cheol-Su both look on in shock, as the Sword Queen unexpectedly waves off the need for any apology. The Sword Queen admits she wants to believe the disciple, but knows she is one of her most obsessively attached followers. The Sword Queen acknowledges that, like the young man said, there might be more to this story than meets the eye. The Sword Queen proposes a duel before the exchange event to settle the matter, and the master agrees to resolve it the Murim way. Cheol-Su bows respectfully, thanking the Sword Queen for the opportunity to prove his innocence. The arena is set, with the high-ranking sect leaders watching from the elevated platforms while Cheol-Su stands alone in the center. A spectator notes that a duel right before a sect exchange is highly unusual for the Hongsan sect. An elder grumbles about Cheol-Su from the Gongdong sect, claiming he is always causing trouble wherever he goes. Monk Wangyuk, the strongest of the righteous sects, laughs it off, calling Cheol-Su just a passionate young man. The tension spikes as Cheol-Su and the female disciple face off in the arena, their internal energy flaring up. Cheol-Su declares his terms. If he loses, he leaves the Hongsan sect, but if he wins, they must help prove his innocence. The female disciple draws her blade, her eyes cold, as she accepts the duel with a lethal glare. She lunges forward with blinding speed, forcing Cheol-Su to scramble into a defensive stance. Clang! Their blades collide in a shower of sparks as she unleashes the Wolhyang-style sword. Cheol-Su grits his teeth, feeling the sheer force behind her strike, but he refuses to back down after a year of relentless training. They trade blows in the center of the arena, the air crackling with the intensity of their clashing internal energies. Cheol-Su channels his power, roaring as he prepares to counter with the demonic crushing blade. The two warriors leap through the air, their swords dancing in a blur of steel and lethal intent. Seomun Hyunchon watches from the sidelines, chuckling as he acknowledges the surprising skill of the Gongdong sect disciple. Cheol-Su smirks, his blade glowing with newfound energy as he declares that the real fight is only just beginning. Clang! They lock blades again, neither side giving an inch in this brutal display of martial prowess. Female disciple is reeling, her eyes wide as she gasps that she cannot track the movements of the sword wielded by Cheol-Su. Female disciple recovers her composure, shouting that the technique is familiar from their previous encounter and praising Cheol-Su for his massive growth. Clang! The two warriors lock blades in a brutal display of force, with Cheol-Su mocking her for losing the confidence she displayed earlier. Cheol-Su keeps the pressure on, telling her he would be happy if she just surrendered the match. But female disciple snaps back with a furious shout of, "Bullshit!" Female disciple launches a desperate, high-speed strike, her blade glowing as she attempts to overwhelm Cheol-Su with raw speed. Cheol-Su parries the strike, his expression shifting to one of intense focus, as he realizes her counters are getting significantly stronger. Cheol-Su wonders aloud if she was hiding this level of power from the very beginning of their duel. Female disciple screams that the Sword Queen is far beyond his level and swears that she will be the one to win this fight. With a sharp push off the ground, female disciple leaps into the air, spinning her body to deliver a crushing downward strike. Female disciple unleashes the Moon Maiden sword technique, her blade trailing a massive, glowing blue arc of energy as she descends on Cheol-su. Cheol-su identifies the incoming attack as the Hongsan sect's highest form, the Moon Maiden Sword technique, but notes her moves are too wide and emotional. Cheol-su effortlessly maneuvers around the battlefield, mocking the female disciple for her lack of focus, while she desperately tries to land a hit. The female disciple, panting and clearly frustrated, lashes out at Cheol-su, calling him a slippery bastard for avoiding her attacks. Cheol-su keeps his cool, calmly lecturing her that losing focus is the fastest way to lose the entire fight. With a grin, Cheol-su decides he has seen enough and prepares to end the duel once and for all. Cheol-su channels his energy, unleashing a devastating demonic strike of destruction that tears through the air. The massive surge of energy collides with the arena, creating a blinding explosion of light and power. As the dust settles, a faint silhouette remains, marking the end of the clash. The duel is officially called, with Cheol-su standing victorious over a defeated female disciple. Lim Baek-seon erupts with joy, loudly celebrating his junior brother's victory as a feat worthy of a true martial arts hero. Cheol-su stands tall, his expression calm as he delivers a final, dismissive comment about the quality of their duel. The female disciple is left in total shock, her eyes wide as she struggles to process the reality of her crushing defeat. Cheol-su turns his back on his opponent, casually mentioning their next meeting at the exchange event, while mocking his own performance. The female disciple clutches her head in agony, clearly reeling from a sudden, intense mental assault. Her eyes glow with a menacing red light as a dark, intrusive voice whispers that she is being consumed by jealousy. The voice continues its psychological manipulation, warning her that Cheol-su will steal her master away and demanding she act. Trembling with rage and denial, the female disciple watches Cheol-su walk away, her mind fracturing under the pressure. She lets out a desperate, defiant cry, swearing that she will never let him take her master away. Cheol-su stops in his tracks, sensing a sudden, hostile shift in the atmosphere behind him. He turns his head just in time to see the female disciple lunging toward him again, driven into a blind, vengeful frenzy. Cheol-su stares in disbelief, his eyes wide as he yells for the girl to stop because the match is already decided. Without a shred of honor, the female disciple lunges forward, unleashing a vicious, glowing strike directly at Cheol-su's back. Cheol-su gasps in agony, his expression contorting as the treacherous blow lands with devastating force. The female disciple is completely lost to her bloodlust, her eyes burning with a demonic red glow as she hisses a death threat at Cheol-su. Cheol-su collapses, his face twisted in pain as the impact of the cowardly attack takes its toll. Lim Baek-seon screams in terror, his voice cracking as he realizes his junior brother has been blindsided by a lethal strike. Cheol-su hits the dirt hard, coughing up blood while his body fails him after the sudden, dirty assault. Lim Baek-seon rushes to his side, his face pale with panic, as he desperately checks if his senior is still breathing. The surrounding crowd erupts in chaos, with onlookers shouting in outrage that such a low-tier, illegal move was pulled after the match ended. The female disciple stands tall with her sword, radiating pure malice, and declaring that anyone who insults the Sword Queen will face her wrath. The female disciple is completely unhinged, her eyes glowing with a demonic red light, as she declares that all members of righteous sects must die. The Hongsan disciples are whipped into a frenzy, chanting their support for the young Sword Queen and cheering on the violence. With a terrifying expression of pure malice, the female disciple vows to finish the job and kill the protagonist for good. The protagonist stands his ground, drawing his blade, as he warns the female disciple that he will be forced to kill her if she continues this assault. A sudden, sharp realization hits the protagonist as he processes the unexpected turn of events on the battlefield. In a flash of brutal speed, the Sword Queen delivers a devastating, precise strike directly to the female disciple. The female disciple is sent crashing into the dirt, completely overwhelmed by the sheer power of the legendary swordswoman. The Sword Queen stands over the fallen disciple, her cold, elegant demeanor radiating absolute dominance over the arena. The surrounding crowd is thrown into confusion, whispering in shock and questioning why the Sword Queen would strike down her own follower. The Sword Queen snaps, her voice booming with authority as she commands the chaotic mob to be silent immediately. The Sword Queen approaches Cheol-su with concern, but he immediately shuts her down, coldly ordering her to stay back. Cheol-su makes it crystal clear that he wants no part of the Hongsan sect, warning her that he refuses to let them get anywhere near his junior. The Sword Queen sighs, clearly frustrated that the situation has spiraled into such a chaotic mess. Master Wongyuk appears on the scene, his presence demanding immediate attention from everyone involved. Master Wongyuk confronts the duo, sternly questioning if they realize the gravity of launching a lethal blow during a formal duel. Cheol-su offers a brief apology, admitting that he failed to properly rein in his disciples during the heat of the moment. Master Wanggyuk remains unimpressed by the weak excuse, demanding a full and honest explanation of exactly what went down. The conversation shifts to the fanatical devotion of the Hongsan sect disciples, who worship their leader with blind, dangerous intensity. Master Wanggyuk probes further, asking if this obsession is the real reason the Sword Queen has kept her sect isolated from the rest of the world. The Sword Queen finally admits that a dark, shameful secret has been festering within her sect, a truth she was too afraid to expose until now. Master Wanggyuk presses the Sword Queen on the bizarre, fanatical behavior of her disciples, questioning if there is a deeper, darker reason behind the recent chaos. Master Wanggyuk gets straight to the point, highlighting the lethal nature of the duel and how easily a life could have been snuffed out in a righteous match. The Sword Queen looks shaken as Master Wanggyuk suggests that the Hongsan sect disciples were acting under an influence that defies normal explanation. Flashback footage reveals the female disciple leading a frenzied mob of Hongsan sect members, their eyes glowing with a sinister, unnatural bloodlust. Master Wanggyuk points out the obvious. The aura radiating from the Sword Queen's followers during the assault was definitely not righteous, but reeked of demonic energy. The Sword Queen breaks out in a cold sweat, her voice trembling as she realizes the gravity of the accusation that her sect is tainted by demonic energy. Master Wanggyuk delivers a harsh reality check, warning that if the Murim Alliance discovers a connection to the demonic cult, the consequences will be absolute. The Sword Queen stares blankly, fully aware that the ultimate punishment for such a disgrace is the total sealing of her sect by the Alliance. Master Wanggyuk drops the hammer, giving the Sword Queen a strict 3-day deadline to clean up her own house before he stops playing nice. Master Wanggyuk makes it clear that after the 3 days are up, he will no longer offer his protection, leaving the Sword Queen to face the fallout alone. Yun Solin bows her head in quiet submission, accepting the terms of the situation with a simple, "Understood." The night sky hangs heavy over the sect grounds, the full moon casting a cold, ominous glow on the rooftops. Yu Jinhui clenches his fist in pure rage, his internal energy flaring as he struggles to contain his urge to unleash a killing blow. Yu Jinhui demands to face the young Sword Queen immediately, but his master steps in to shut down the outburst. The master stands firm, questioning if his position as leader grants him peace when he is ready to use force to protect his own. Yun Solin offers a formal, submissive apology to the Gongdong sect members, hoping to bury the hatchet. The master accepts the apology, deciding that escalating the conflict between righteous sects is a losing game for everyone involved. The master orders his group to prepare for the return to Mount Gongdong, prioritizing the recovery of Cheol-su over further brawls. Seomun Cheonga stares ahead with a sharp gaze, her intuition screaming that something feels deeply off about the recent events. Seomun Cheongha presses the master for answers, demanding to know what is truly happening with the young Sword Queen and the Hongsan disciples. The Hongsan disciples are whipped into a fanatical, bloodthirsty frenzy, screaming that the senior who challenged the Sword Queen deserves nothing but death. Seo Harin cuts through the noise, pointing out that the Sword Queen was once a loyal witness for their sect, making this sudden hostility completely illogical. The master observes the scene with a critical eye, noting that even if there were grievances, this level of blind rage is unnatural and deeply suspicious. Yu Jinhui and the master stand in the courtyard, concluding that there is a sinister, hidden influence corrupting the minds of the Hongsan disciples. Seo Harin confirms her suspicions, her sharp intuition telling her that something is fundamentally wrong with the current state of the Hongsan disciples. A mysterious, shadowy figure peeks through the door, eyes glowing with a malevolent, red light that signals pure, unadulterated malice. The figure grins with a twisted, predatory expression, clearly enjoying the chaos and discord they have successfully sown among the righteous sects. Deep within a dark, blood-filled cavern, the blood cult leader sits in a pool of energy, his massive, muscular frame radiating overwhelming power. The blood cult leader lets out a dark, mocking laugh, relishing the sight of the righteous sects tearing each other apart as he watches from the shadows. A subordinate kneels before the blood cult leader, bowing his head in total submission while addressing him as the supreme blood demon. The blood cult leader stares intensely, demanding a status update on his twisted scheme. A masked subordinate confirms that years of meticulous planning are finally reaching the endgame. The subordinate pours a vial of blood energy into the spiritual vein, poisoning the very foundation of the Hongsan sect. The Hongsan disciples, now junkies for blood energy, are completely under the control of the blood cult. The blood cult leader remains cautious, wary of the Sword Queen and her unpredictable nature. The subordinate praises the supreme blood demon, noting that the situation has shifted entirely in their favor. The Hongsan disciples are shown in a trance-like state, blindly following the path of destruction laid out for them. The Sword Queen, completely consumed by the induced bloodlust, delivers a devastating strike against her target. The subordinate reports that the corruption is now exposed, ensuring the inevitable downfall of the Hongsan sect. The blood cult leader clenches his fist with a sadistic grin, declaring that this chaos is only the beginning. The blood cult leader grins with pure malice, his eyes glowing as he watches the righteous sects descend into a spiral of self-destruction. Blood energy surges and bubbles like a boiling cauldron, a toxic manifestation of the corruption spreading through the martial world. The blood cult leader revels in the chaos, his laughter echoing as he commands the righteous fools to tear each other apart. The Gongdong sect headquarters stands tall, but the tension is thick as the leadership contemplates calling off the exchange competition. Xiao Harin, the Sword Queen, looks troubled and pleads for the leadership to reconsider the gravity of the recent incident. Jinchon Sword King maintains a stern composure, noting that the Gongdong sect is showing immense restraint by not escalating the situation further. The Sword Queen sits across from the sect leader, insisting that the full, ugly truth behind the recent conflict remains hidden. Xiao Harin drops a bombshell, suggesting that an external force has successfully infiltrated the ranks of the Hongsan sect. Jinchon Sword King pales, his expression shifting from stoic to alarmed, as he realizes the horrifying implications of her words. The Sword Queen confirms his worst fears, stating clearly that the demonic sect or the evil path is likely pulling the strings behind this disaster. A dark, foreboding cave entrance looms in the shadows, hiding secrets deep within its rocky walls. The interior of the cave reveals jagged, ancient stone formations bathed in an eerie, unnatural glow. A group of Hongsan disciples gathers in the depths, their eyes burning with a fanatical, bloodthirsty hatred as they lament letting Cheol-su escape. One of the disciples, clearly under the influence of a dark power, complains of a maddening thirst while her peers watch with glowing red eyes. So Harin appears in the cave, her presence commanding and sharp, immediately drawing the attention of the surrounding disciples. The disciples rush towards Xiao Harin, their concern for her state masking their underlying bloodlust as they offer her water. A disciple hands over a gourd filled with mysterious liquid, and Xiao Harin accepts it with a cold, focused intensity. Xiao Harin tilts the gourd back, gulping down the contents as if it were the only thing keeping her standing. After finishing the drink, Xiao Harin lets out a satisfied sigh, her eyes glowing with a dangerous, revitalized energy as she feels alive again. So Harin demands to know what transpired while she was unconscious, and the disciples report that Cheol-su unfortunately survived without serious injury. A disciple with glowing red eyes sneers as she reveals the Gongdong sect has decided to bail on the competition and head home. The female disciple, eyes burning with a dark, fanatical intensity, is clearly shaken by the news that they are abandoning the Hongsan region. The female disciple questions the move, her voice laced with malice, as she insists that the Gongdong sect cannot be allowed to leave just yet. With a twisted grin and eyes pulsing with blood-red energy, the female disciple demands to know the exact location of the Gongdong sect members. Under the cover of the night, the sect's headquarters stands silent and ominous beneath the glow of the full moon. Inside the room, So Harin watches over Cheol-su, who lies incapacitated and pale on the bed, his body racked with hidden trauma. Xiao Harin gently tends to the young master, her expression filled with worry as she notes his constant, cold sweating. Xiao Harin brushes the hair from his forehead, her heart aching as she witnesses the sheer agony etched onto his unconscious face. A flashback reveals a moment of vulnerability where Cheol-su protected her, leaving her feeling utterly useless and ashamed of her own lack of strength. In the present, the memory of his kindness drives her to stay by his side, her gentle touch a stark contrast to the brutal world they inhabit. Xiao Harin wrings out a cloth, her resolve hardening as she declares she will not just sit back and do nothing. Determined to repay the favor, So Harin steps out into the night, her eyes set on uncovering the truth. Xiao Harin stands under the moonlight, her expression fierce as she vows to find out why the young master was attacked. She makes her way to the quiet, misty riverside, keeping her presence hidden in the shadows. So Harin kneels by the water, carefully cleaning her gear while keeping a sharp eye on her surroundings. She scans the area, her mind racing as she wonders if any suspicious individuals will show up tonight. Peering from behind a tree, So Harin watches the path with intense focus, having noticed something truly odd. She observes the Hongsan disciples as they slip away down a small, hidden path by the river. So Harin notes that they move both alone and in groups, but chillingly, she has never seen anyone return from that path. Convinced that this is a secret route used by the Hongsan disciples, she decides that it is definitely worth looking into. Xiao Harin peeks from behind a rock, her eyes wide as she catches a glimpse of something unexpected in the dark woods. A Hongsan disciple walks through the misty forest with glowing red eyes, completely unaware that she is being hunted from the shadows. So Harin keeps her cool, realizing this is the perfect opportunity to uncover the truth behind the secret path. The trail gets tougher and more treacherous as Seo Harin continues to stalk her target, wondering just how far this path goes. A footstep crunches on the forest floor, signaling that the target is still moving ahead into the darkness. Suddenly, a flash of movement cuts through the air, forcing Seo Harin to cover her mouth in shock as the silence is broken. It turns out to be nothing more than a fox darting across the path, but the distraction is enough to throw her off her game. Seo Harin looks around, her senses heightened as she realizes the target has vanished into the thick mist. Frustration boils over as she realizes the trail has gone cold, leaving her empty-handed in the middle of the night. Seo Harin is caught completely off guard, her eyes wide with shock as she realizes her target has vanished. Panic sets in as Seo Harin realizes someone has bypassed her senses and is standing right behind her. Before she can react, a masked assailant strikes with lightning speed, landing a devastating blow directly on her. Seo Harin is sent crashing to the forest floor, completely overwhelmed by the sudden counterattack. The masked assailant, Yo Young, looms over her victim with glowing red eyes and a sinister, mocking smirk. A heavy, ominous rumbling sound echoes through the night, signaling a shift in the atmosphere. Rain begins to pour down over the rooftops of the sect, washing away the silence of the night. Inside a quiet room, Cheol-su lies on his bed, slowly regaining consciousness as the storm rages outside. Cheol-su wakes up in a daze, groggily questioning if he has finally arrived at the Hongsan sect. Cheol-su wakes up in agony, his stomach throbbing as he struggles to process his current state. The memories of his past battle flood back, specifically the moment he defeated a female opponent who refused to accept her loss and tried to kill him. Confused and disoriented, Cheol-su sits up on his bed and wonders why he has been left alone while still severely wounded. Sudden, frantic footsteps echo outside his room, signaling that something major is going down in the sect. Outside in the pouring rain, a group of Hongsan disciples sprints through the courtyard, shouting orders to search every inch for the Sword Queen. Cheol-su steps out into the storm, shocked to see the chaos and questioning if the female disciple knows what is happening. The female disciple explains the situation, revealing that the sect is in an uproar because Seo Harin has suddenly vanished. Cheol-su is stunned by the news, his face contorting in disbelief as he realizes Seo Harin has disappeared without a trace. The female disciple adds to the dread, confirming that the situation is dire because Seo Harin went missing alongside the little Sword Queen, triggering a massive search operation. Cheol-su is reeling from the bombshell that Cheon-sobi and Seo Harin have vanished into thin air. Memories of a past clash surface, reminding Cheol-su that the little Sword Queen was clearly not in her right mind during their last encounter. Rain lashes down as Cheol-su realizes the potential for foul play, fearing the worst for the missing Seo Harin. The gravity of the situation hits hard, and Cheol-su knows he has to move fast before it is too late. A suspicious Hongsan disciple is spotted slipping away, acting like a puppet in the dark. Cheol-su locks onto the target, recognizing the girl as the same one who lured him into a trap at the riverside. The mysterious disciple glides through the shadows with an unnatural, eerie intensity. Without a second thought, the disciple vanishes into the dense forest, leaving a trail for Cheol-su to follow. Cheol-su doesn't hesitate, launching himself into a sprint to tail the suspect and uncover the truth behind the disappearances.